Welcome, ladies and gentlemen of the old world. Hope you're all doing well. And today, my friends, we are back with the Summer Championship Qualifier. So we have our big old tournament. Over 100 people have signed up, and we're going to be casting some of the earlier rounds today. So we'll go ahead and show you guys the tail of the tape, give you a little bit of a breakdown of what's going to be going on. But the first best of three is going to be a match between Reginald Puggington and Tim the Wilder or Hadries, both of whom are playing in an earlier round. So they should be finishing relatively soon, and we'll be getting started with that. But just kind of consider it a little bit of a pre-game show. How you guys doing? Yes, it is Domination Mode. The winner of this event is going to be qualifying for the Grand Finals, which is going to be on July 9th and 10th. It's going to be a two-day event. I'll be casting the Grand Finals on July 10th with Italian Spartacus, and individuals who do qualify for the top 8 are going to be getting early access to Immortal Empire's multiplayer, which is going to be great. It's going to be awesome. So we'll be seeing some Sigmarites in there battling against the Demons of Chaos. It's going to be some good times. So let's break it down. Let's look at the tail of the tape, see what's going on today. Head on over to the Total Tavern. So here we are. You can see the tavern. We have a lot of people playing right now. So currently we're most players are in the third round, give or take. So if you guys want to follow the action, you can head on over to totaltavern.com. You can go to the tournament on the front page, and you can look and see who's playing. You can look up the records of the players and kind of follow everything that's going on. But the first match we're going to be casting is right here. It's going to be Puggington versus either Tim the Wilder or Hadries. But we have a lot of action today. So normally I only cast the top 4 of tournaments, but today we're going to be casting some of the earlier rounds. We're going to do Puggington, probably one other one, and then go from there. So yeah, we still have quite a ways until the grand final, I suppose. It looks like some of the usual favorites. Obviously, we have Houseplant here, who's one of the strongest players in the community, is very, very close to getting to the top 4. We have Outer Region, who's made it pretty far as well. Looking at the top side of the bracket, doesn't look like anybody's made it to the round of 8 on the top yet. Some folks are relatively close for sure, but we still have some ground to make. So if you guys want to follow the Summer Championships as well, you can find everything you need here. You can see this is my qualifier. We had 112 people sign up today, which is pretty cool. We have Elkai's Summer Championship, which is going to be taking place on the 15th. We have Gromash's Korean qualifier on the 18th, and then you can follow the rest of the details here. So also, if you want to kind of explore the leaderboards and all that, you can see the individuals who are the top ranked right now. We have, of course, Houseplant, who is the #1 player at the moment. Very, very close with Anticity. But Anticity's, of course, casting in this event and serving as a host for the qualifier, so he's not going to be participating himself. But yeah, very excited to see how this turns out, my friends. Thank you all for joining once again. And we're going to be getting this going. Hey, T-Rex Pushups, thank you for becoming a member. Yes. Yeah, other faction guides are going to come out. Obviously, I wanted to wait until we had the entire meta in perspective until we really, really started doing like guides to specific factions and all that sort of stuff, right? Because then we can get a complete picture and we don't have to be perpetually updating the guides and all that. So it's going to be great, man. I'm so excited. Yeah, don't normally do a face cam. That's right. It's very hot where I live, so I'm usually in my swim trunks, just kind of casting here with a very casual socks and sandals going on. That's my style. But it should be good. It should be good. We've been seeing some pretty substantial changes, even with just the RORs that were added recently. We've been seeing some changes to the meta, but it's been quite a bit of fun. I think that overall, the hands down the most powerhouse factions in my experience have been Khorne and Nurgle. They seem to be the steadiest and also the easiest to play. Just having these very easy infantry to move up on objectives is incredibly powerful for sure. Yes. Yes, indeed. Dov Plays is also going to be hosting one. He hasn't given me the details for it yet, but I believe that one's going to be on June 29th. So Dov is going to be hosting his qualifier towards the end of the month. So individuals who wish to qualify for the grand finals, which is going to be pretty substantial in terms of like the prize pool and everything, will have several chances to do so. And yeah, it's a pretty big prize as far as our community goes, that's for sure. I feel that I avoid the face cams. Yeah, no, I got you, man. It's going to be good, though. I can't wait. So we have some plans as it pertains to competitive multiplayer. Once the Immortal Empires launches, I'm going to be starting a Winner Stays On series where we take individuals who are in the top 8 of the Total War Warhammer 3 leaderboard, tournament leaderboard, that is, and we're going to be having a weekly Best of 7 series, which should be quite a bit of fun. So very excited for that. Rusty, you'll be doing the Dov one. Great, man. Hope to see you in the grand finals. I believe. Are you playing in the tournament or just casting? Unfortunately, I cannot play in the tournament because I'm casting the grand finals. So, I mean, I guess I could like play and cast, but that probably wouldn't be great. All right. So We'll be starting the first match relatively soon. Let me just check in with the players, make sure that everything is going smooth in terms of the back end here, and everything looks good according to our Creative Assembly folks who are checking in. Hello, everyone, on the Twitch chat as well. I'll be pulling that up. And let's see here. So we got some questions. Top 4 and a few others. Very cool. But yeah, I'm excited to see some potential meta innovations for sure. I mean, I've seen some folks doing very cool stuff with like Kislov gunline builds and also seeing some Cathay gunline builds. Obviously, Crane Gunners got massively buffed in the most recent patch. And those girls certainly pack a punch. They essentially have the penetrating shot, so they're really good at killing, like, you know, elite infantry, for example. They can really get through like Plague Bearers and Kossars and Zargard and all those bad boys. So the first qualifier was won by, if I'm not mistaken, an ODM clan member, Zone. He had an excellent performance. So I'll be doing an interview with him on the channel relatively soon. I'll be doing interviews with all of the winners. Okay, it looks like we have our challenger. It's going to be Tim the Wilder, and I believe he won the series 2-1 over Hadries. So let's go ahead and get the UI updated here. And Tim the Wilder. And if you guys don't know who Tim the Wilder is, he's an awesome community member who hosts tournaments every single Friday as well. One of the more active tournament hosts right now and does an absolutely outstanding job with Houseplant of hosting these domination tournaments every Friday. So let's go ahead and adjust sound a little bit. His name is too powerful to be left alive here. We have to shrink it down so it'll fit here on the tab. Perfect. So every match today is best of 3. The individuals are going to go ahead and do their picks and bans right now, and we'll get this party started. So let me go ahead and tag them. So Tim the Wilder and Puggington. Go ahead and start with picks and bans. No rush. And no need to wait for me. Good luck, have fun. All right, cool. So thank you all for joining. It's going to be good. Aerocrastic in chat, great ever-chosen champion. Rooting for Reginald as always. The Pug is a ferocious foe. Pretty much every time I stream and play games myself, Reginald Puggington appears like a majestic pug from the shadows, and certainly gives me some good games. He just, like, every single time when I stream, he just always manages to get in and duel me. I don't know what he does. So today, yes, for the qualifiers, it is only the Warhammer 3 factions, correct. But for the Grand Finals, which is going to be taking place on July 9th and 10th, it is going to be including the Immortal Empires factions. I'm not sure if it's going to be all of them, but nonetheless, there should be some solid representation from the Sons of Sigmar and some of the other factions that we know and love from the days of old, because that really is kind of the spice of life as it pertains to, you know, Total War Warhammer multiplayer, is the faction variety. You look at many other RTS games and you know, they're great in their own ways, but nobody can really hold a candle to the faction variety that we have in this game in terms of like an RTS game. And it's pretty incredible, actually, if you really think about it, because I come from a pretty competitive RTS background of playing StarCraft 2 very competitively and Wings of Liberty, Age of Empires 4, Warcraft 2, if you want to go back that far, but also Warcraft 3, The Frozen Throne. And it's very tough to achieve balance with just 3 or 4 factions. And granted, there are some balancing issues, of course. Some factions are stronger than other in Total War Warhammer, but the fact that we even have a semblance of balance, and, you know, when Immortal Empires comes out, we're going to have like 23 playable factions, which is going to be nuts, is certainly quite impressive. Hey, Puggington, how you doing, man? I see you in chat. Good luck. Have fun. The Pug Champion. Pugs are actually one of my favorite dogs. Wookie, my beloved pug mix that we had for a long time, was a noble creature in life. I know, dude, I want the Immortal Empire so bad. I'm sure everybody does. Everybody's fiending for it. All right, very cool. So, what is the pick going to be? Could we see Kislov versus Ogre Kingdoms? The map is going to be the crossing of Sea of Claws. This is like, has some decent shooting potential on this map, for sure. There's some open lanes, but I would say this is what I like to constitute more as a brawler map. So if you guys are relatively new to multiplayer here in Total War Warhammer 3, Domination Mode is the new multiplayer. In Warhammer 2, we used land battles. Land battles certainly were very fun, but they had many issues as it pertains to you know, engagements, because you didn't necessarily have to engage your opponent, right? There was no like base to be fighting over or objectives. So in Warhammer 3, we now have Domination Mode, in which there are objectives that are essentially a catalyst for making the players fight and also, you know, engaging. Yeah. So we have a handful of maps. If we look through the different maps, they each kind of suit different playstyles. Arnhem is a very long, like lane-focused map. It has like 2 major lanes, which is very good for shooting factions. So if we're talking like Kislov, we're talking like Vampire Coast is going to love that map. But then there's brawler maps. Like Battle for Itza is one of the more standard maps. It's very similar to like a land battle, just kind of open with 3 objectives there. We do have the Broken Lake Gully, which of course is kind of an open-ish map, but it does kind of let some shenanigans and flanking happen on the side. Faction strength, much like in any other RTS game, is really relevant to the map, right? If you take Cathay on Galleon's Cove, your win rate is probably just going to absolutely tank because they're not a very good brawler faction and they typically need good line of sight for shooting. But Cathay is going to be a little bit more exceptional on a map like Battle for Itza or Arnhem, these like long open maps where their cannons and shooting isn't really going to have issues, and the crane gunners can then function and perform like champs. T-Rex Pushup says, I want my lizards back. Dude, Nakai will return. He will soar like a Valkyrie from Valhalla and rain terror, I'm sure, on the old world. Yeah, he is... Nakai's going to be interesting, because now that there's like objectives... Those kind of weird, slower combat lords, I think, might have a little bit more relevance. Like, they're going to be able to kind of brawl on the objectives, whereas in Warhammer 2, like, you could just run circles around the map, and oftentimes they wouldn't be able to catch you. So, I think that these brawler-type characters are going to be like that. And that's kind of similar for any of you guys who've played, like, tabletop. Like, whether it be Warhammer 40k or, the fantasy rendition. You can, there's objective play, right? You can kind of sacrifice bits of your army to play the objectives. And I can see like brawler characters being like that, like these really tanky fighters who can't necessarily catch anything on foot, but then you have to come to them. You're trapped in there with him. Hey, Okoye, how you doing, man? Justin asks, does Felcon still play? To my knowledge, the Dark Lord Felcon is currently waiting for the Immortal Empires to come out. He really loves the elf factions and the dragons, so that's the reason why he plays the game, as far as I understand. So he's just waiting for those to come back before he gets back into it. And also, you guys want a little bit of a run back of history here. So they're going to do their picks and bans. Top of bracket does Reginald. All right, perfect. Sounds good. Sounds good indeed. All right, so they're doing their picks and bans right now. So on Total Tavern, we recently added the Hall of Fame, and we're going to be updating this relatively soon for Warhammer 3 as well. So let's go ahead and jump on over here. And you can see we have a Hall of Fame for Warhammer 1 and 2. So if you want to look back at the history of competitive multiplayer, here you can see this is the Hall of Fame for Warhammer 1. So these are the top 10 players of all time in Warhammer 1, according to the tournament records, which were kept by the great archivist Shetland Apache. So you can see here the power rankings if you want to go and see. But these are the top 10 players in Warhammer 1, which is pretty cool. And then if we go on over to Warhammer 2, this, of course, is a little bit more recent. We have the Eternal Challenger League, which was kind of my, essentially, esports league for Total War Warhammer 2. We had Felcon winning Season 1, Xiphos winning Season 2, Felcon, Flaming Taco, and then Void Laws, of course. Void Laws is still relatively active. He's taken a little bit of a break, but he is on the top of the Warhammer 3 leaderboard at the moment. And Xiphos, I believe, is also a top 15 player in Warhammer 3. Here's, of course, the Everchosen, which was kind of a showcase invitational. You could see all the faction wars as well, seeing the history of which factions were able to win. So faction wars was a specific type of event where players only play one faction the entire way through. And yeah, that's a really fun one. We're going to be bringing that back. And that series is going to be absolutely nuts once we get to Warhammer 3, because we're going to have 23 factions playing. It's going to be a one-day event. It's going to be absolutely ham. So I'm very excited for that. But let's go ahead and switch back, see what the players are doing with their picks and bans. It looks like we are going to have some Nurgle here. Should be good. So Kislov versus Nurgle. Nurgle certainly, I think, likes this map, although there are some nice little angles in which shooting factions can certainly butter their bread a little bit. Blank says, Turin, why is the Twitch channel on emote only? I have no idea, to be honest. I have no idea. I have no control over these things, but just so you guys can only communicate in emotes over there, huh? Yeah. Well, if you want to chat, come on over to YouTube. We're here and we're hanging out, and you can chat. It's going to be good. So Nurgle versus Kislov in the first match. No, Nurgle versus Slaanesh. I love this one. We have well, I guess somewhat of a Beauty and the Beast matchup. Slaanesh, very fast, very furious. What always happens here is Nurgle gets its big, just chunky blob. They sit on one objective, and then Slaanesh just like bounces back and forth between the other two. Because Slaanesh will almost never beat Nurgle in a head-up fight. But if, they're able to pick off Nurgle when they're moving over to other objectives, and they're a little bit more vulnerable and things like that, you can totally do it. Yeah, which is great. Which is great indeed. Dude, just imagine the tyranny of Helmengorst. Yeah. So Anthony, no. So this stream is being restreamed on Creative Assembly's Twitch channel. Yeah. So we're streaming on YouTube and then on their Twitch channel as well, because it is an official event with them. So Slaanesh vs Nurgle. I like this one. I think it's a big mistake for Nurgle players to go with like a massive blob using like Kugath. Even though Kugath is like an absolute punisher now, he's not going to win on multiple objectives. I think you need to go with like a Rotfly Lord, and I think you need to go very wide and kind of play the field, because playing that singular objective is just not going to win you the game against a really seasoned Slaanesh player. Slaanesh is actually one of my favorite factions to play. I think they're super cool. And they can actually kill Nurgle infantry very effectively if they can isolate them. Like Exalted Demonettes will absolutely buzzsaw through any Nurgle infantry. It is a lot of damage for sure. Yeah, it's going to be great. So, Mateusz in chat asks, do you think taking war wagons with mortars would finally be viable in multiplayer? Some map in Domination without direct line of sight? Yeah. I mean, I don't know how competitive it will be, but I can see a mortar war wagon actually not being a terrible choice against like Nurgle. Nurgle has a bunch of plague bearers on an objective. That wagon can move back and forth, and you know, they can do it to it, man. I actually think that could have some teeth for sure, which is very exciting. Now, I actually just recorded a video, but we'll give you guys, since you're hanging out here in chat, we'll give you a little bit of an early look at this this video. So I recorded one that talked about these sleeper units that I think will actually be surprisingly good in Domination Mode. So these are units that you might not really think about, but like with the new game mode, they may have been bad in Warhammer 2, but I think they could be very, very good here. So I think that one is going to be Shades from the Dark Elves. Shades with dual weapons, I think will be quite excellent. The meta is very, very focused on infantry at the moment, and having a Shade with stock creep up on a side objective that's being held by a Bloodletter, it's being held by a Plague Bearer, whatever, a Nurgling. Those Shades with their hard-hitting crossbows will just punish them. They can move in with the swords with the high bonus for his infantry and clear out side objectives. I think that's going to be super strong. Another sleeper unit, I think, is going to be Tomb Guard. Tomb Guard were pretty good in Warhammer 2, but the reason why they weren't used often is because of Burning Head being really, really, really overtuned in Warhammer 2. So basically, Burning Head would come in and just absolutely eviscerate Tomb Guard, right? But now that Burning Head and those type of winds effects have been nerfed in Warhammer 3, I think like Tomb Guard and those type of infantry are actually going to be pretty good. The faction balance seems to be pretty good, says Robert B. Khorne seems strong in Cathay and Slaanesh. Slaanesh, I think a lot of people sleep on Slaanesh. I think Slaanesh is very good, but is really hard to play compared to like Khorne and Nurgle. So I guess if you're factoring in user kind of playability, yeah, like Slaanesh is weaker, but I think if you just get like a Dark Tyrant of Micro, like one of those RTS gods on Slaanesh, I think they can be one of the best factions in the game. But yes, Khorne and Nurgle are exponentially easier to play. You can kind of take more of like the mouth breathing approach when you play those guys, and usually you'll be fine. And I'm saying this as someone who mains Nurgle. Nurgle is one of my main factions. Like, I love playing Nurgle. Hey, Derek, that's cool to hear, man. Yep, I know where that is. Right on, right on. Yeah, so this is obviously the Summer Championship qualifier. There are 8 qualifiers in total. And then we're going to be streaming the grand finals on July 9th and 10th. And Creative Assembly is putting up a pretty substantial prize. Let's see if I can pull up some information on that real quick. So let me pull this up. And we'll show you guys the prize pool for anybody who's a little bit newer to the community and everything. All right, here we go. And here it is. So there's a blog over on the TotalWar.com in their blog section. The first place for the grand finals, which is, like I said, going to be on Sunday, July 10th, is going to be 2 days before my birthday, actually. It's going to be the $1,500, and then you also get $1,000 for second place and $500 for third place. Now, as far as like Total War goes, that's a pretty big prize pool. And you can see all the qualifiers here. Of course, we're on my qualifier. We've had 2 qualifiers so far that have finished, but nonetheless, this is going to be the third one, and then there are more qualifiers to be played. So, should be good. Alrighty. Looks like our Slaaneshi champion is ready to go. Of course, Slaanesh should be ready before Nurgle. I mean, it's certainly very lore friendly. Yeah, Wood Elves I think will be very good in Domination Mode. You know what unit I think is going to be one of the best units for Wood Elves? Is going to be Swift Shiver Shards. The Deepwood Scouts with these Swift Shiver Shards, dude, sign me up for that unit. Magic damage, just going to wreck the demon infantry. Tons of burst damage. And they also have stock, right? So they can creep up on side objectives or just even ambush the middle in like Alpha Strike positions. I think that's going to be nuts. Like, absolutely nuts. Now, other sleeper units, let's see, which other ones that I have on the list? I mean, I think Mortars and Globadiers for Skaven are going to be grossly powerful, like just absolute Terminators. Like, imagine trying to, like, push into a middle point with, like, Skaven bombarding you with Poison Wind Mortars. Like, they were so strong in land battles, and I think they're only going to be better in Domination. Especially on maps where there's line of sight blocking, they can shoot up and over, which is crazy good. Treekin are an interesting one. It depends. Yeah, they should have monstrous infantry capture weight, so Treekin will have decent staying power. However, I don't know if Wood Elves will go that way. I think most Wood Elf players are going to just like shoot you off the objectives and then like move up with like Dryads and Eternal Guard and things like that. But, you know, there's still a lot to be determined. July 10th is the final. Yes, correct. July 10th is the final. That's going to be Sunday. That's the top 4 only. The top 8, the round of 8 is going to be the day before. I'm not going to be casting that day. We have 2 other great casters who I'm sure will be handling it and doing an excellent job, but that is going to be it. Who would win, AoE 4 Royal Knights or Inkari? Probably Inkari, I think, would absolutely destroy the Royal Knights. Yeah, it's like a greater fantasy demon with magic. It's a little bit unfair. Granted, the AoE 4 Knights do have a little bit of magical grail juice with their healing. So, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. In our first best of 3 of the day, we have Reginald Puggington facing off against Tim the Wilder. It's going to be Hellstriders of Slaanesh, 2 in total, backed up by 1 million Marauders. Oh my god, this is like an unholy legion of Marauders. It's kind of an interesting approach here. I gotta say, looks like the build is going to be pretty wide. What's most likely going to be happening is we'll see like 2 Marauders go down here, a couple go here, and maybe he tar pits the middle with the rest of his army? Or is he just going to split his army on 2 sides with Marauders and just like really screen out those objectives? This is a huge, huge Marauder army. I was actually not expecting it to be this wide. Herald of Slaanesh is very good, and one of the reasons why Heralds are so good, especially with wide armies, is because of the lore passive of Slaanesh, Blissful Rapture. So every time the Herald casts a spell, basically your entire army is going to be getting plus 12 melee attack. It's very similar to the Wurzag item buff that he has in Warhammer 2. It's extremely good. Now, for your boy, Tim the Wilder here, he's going to be coming in with Kugath in the middle, so the Lord of Toilet Seats here, going to be maneuvering onto the middle and trying to drop a Mortis Engine if he can. So that was one of the buffs that Kugath got recently, was Pestilent Decay. He went from being like a terrible Lord to being a pretty feasible one. Granted, he still has his glaring weaknesses simply because he's very slow and he can only really be in one place at a time. And when you're playing an objective-based map with 3 objectives, you know, you really have to be smart with how you position your army with Nurgle. That is a very wide Slaanesh army indeed, my friend. Now, we have Plague Bearers. Plague Bearers will beat Marauders. It takes time, but, you know, like a Hellscourge Marauder versus a Plague Bearer really is going to be a wet noodle contest. We have the Festering Stooges. So the Festering Stooges are the ROR Nurgle Plague Bearers. These guys, of course, regenerate, which is super good. And why they're even better is because they're not weak to fire, if I'm not mistaken. So they do not take bonuses from fire damage because they don't have, like, natural regeneration, I guess. They have the Festering Gate, which is kind of its own unique thing, which is very cool. But they only heal when they're in melee. So if they're, you know, damaged at a distance, these bad boys aren't going to be just, like, healing up. And that's kind of the thing that you're trading there. Now, it looks like over here, Tim the Wilder going to be Puggington's going to be sending down his Legion. That is a lot of Slaanesh boys right there. And I love how every single one of these guys just so happens to have the same mutation on their arm with those pointy things there. But they're going to be moving on over to Objective 3. And this is smart. Like, with Slaanesh, you do not want to fight Nurgle. If you are a Slaanesh player and you're trying to fight Nurgle in a land battle, it's basically impossible if you're playing a good Nurgle player. But, of course, Domination creates a little bit more, you know, diversity as it pertains to tactics. So you don't have to, like, fight them head up. You can play the objectives and all that sort of good stuff. But nonetheless, it looks like they're going to be moving for the middle point right here. As the Nurgle Legion summons in some spawn in the back, so we do get spawn of Nurgle coming in as the first unit here. And yeah, spawn are pretty good. They're definitely nice. I think Slaanesh spawn are a little bit better than the Nurgle ones. But these guys do have poison and they have Cloud of Flies as well. So they have a little bit more melee defense than their counterpart. But the Slaanesh ones have more weapon strength. They also have Devastating Flanker and Self-Horrific Musk, which just makes them very, very strong here. So Slaanesh army still moving out. Looks like the Marauders moving down this direction. So they're going to be heading on over to Objective 1. And just kind of trying to see where Nurgle is going, really. It's just a waiting game to try and see where, you know, Kugath is going to be moving on his old motor scooter there. And you just go wherever he's not. That's like basically the only way you play this. So apologies if there's a little bit of lag. We have players connecting from all over the world. And it should subside in time. And we'll do our best to avoid it. So getting crab hands for Slaanesh is, yeah, it's pretty common, for sure. Certainly is very, very common. Kugath cultists, only a single cultist, very interesting. Cultist spam is very, very common, although against Nurgle it's not like super good. I wouldn't say Slaanesh cultists would be great here. I mean, I guess they could maybe goon the Nurgle cultists, but these demon summons aren't going to be like crazy valuable, right? Yeah, Kugath is doing it. No, these are best of 3. Every series in this tournament is best of 3. Normally, I have them as best of 1s in the earlier rounds, but considering this is like a high-stakes tournament, I felt like it would be a little bit of a feel-bad situation if you lost the first game and you're just like out. So I wanted to have be a more competitive situation, because best of 1, though it's fun and very efficient for getting through large tournaments, it's not like truly a competitive situation. Elias, thank you for the donation. He says, currently plagued by Nurgle, and there is no one I'd rather watch than Turin. Thank you, man. I, too, am recently recovering from one of Nurgle's plagues. You may be able to hear it in my voice, but we're getting there. So Toilet Seat Lord is just kind of waddling down this little avenue right here. He's looking. He's eyeing. Uh-oh, he's going to be throwing something downtown. So here comes the bombardment. And looks like the Marauder's only one unfortunate guy got popped there. Pretty good value there to avoid that, but Kugath does have a lot of ranged attacks. He does have a big ammunition surplus. He did get buffed recently. He used to have very low ammo, but now it's since been buffed up. But yeah, Slaanesh is going to be playing the 2 objectives. Looks like they're just going to be... Here's what was going to happen. Like, this back objective is not going to be played until the late game, most likely, by Nurgle. Nurgle is going to take a stranglehold over objective 1, and then they're going to move up through the middle here and try and hammer objective 2, and when that happens, what a good Slaanesh player is going to do is they're just going to hammer this position. It's just basically a game of cat and mouse. You know what I'm saying? It's wild. It's wild for sure. Now, do my eyes deceive me, or do I see Plague Drones of Nurgle with the Death Head grenades? I do. So these guys throw holy hand grenades of Nurgle, and they're very good at actually cheesing Slaanesh Lords. Look at this, the Plague Drones are going to be chasing the Slaaneshi Lord, and I wonder if the Slaanesh player brought any Furies. Okay, so it looks like the first 2 big Slaanesh summons are going to be 2 units of Furies, because if you don't get any Furies to shut down those Plague Drones, what's going to happen is the Herald of Slaanesh is going to get nuked by the Holy Hand Grenades. Here comes an engagement. Kugath rolling dirty, throwing some fun stuff here at the Slaaneshi forces. Ooh, that was a nice shot right there. Many of those Marauders do go down. And that Nurgle army does not look fun to fight. If you're a Slaanesh guy, I mean, I guess some Exalted Demonettes could put a little bit of hurt on it, but Kugath has nice AoE buffs as well. He has the Grandfather's Oration. He can summon Nurglings that can detonate. There's a lot of scary stuff. Now, where did those Death's Head drones go? Okay, they're over here. Robert B asks, Turin, is it ever worth bringing the exploding Nurglings? Yes, you should always bring it, because let's say, Robert, you're in a situation where your opponent is coming through the middle, right? They're good, like, okay, I'm going to press you. Well, if you're Kugath, you can summon the Nurglings and block them. It's not necessarily always a combat thing, but you can use the Nurglings as a blocking piece and as something to protect Kugath if he's like surrounded by anti-large and things like that. Okay, technically, they are unholy hand grenades, but we just call them holy hand grenades because it's more fun. Now, Slaanesh is up on points, and this is just going to be the eternal dance. Slaanesh now moving over to the top objective, and I often use this analogy of like Nurgle players having to be really good at like kind of math, because what ends up happening is Nurgle's so slow that you have to really make sure you leave the right amount of units to defend an objective, because if you don't, you're just going to get swarmed and overwhelmed by these faster factions on the point, because you can't just simply blob. Now, Nurgle actually opting to run here, which I find to be a very strange decision. Obviously, Tim is doing really good in terms of value. Slaanesh hasn't really been able to fight Nurgle yet. They've kind of mostly been on the run. You can see the Hellscourges here getting absolutely spanked by these guys. These Spawn and these Plague Bearers really showing their dominance in combat. Those are some freaky looking dudes. I don't know how many of you guys in chat are fans of the thing, but every time I look at one of these Nurgle Spawn or just Spawn in general, it reminds me of that old Kurt Russell movie, The Thing. It was so good. But up on the high ground, Slaanesh is going to be taking the objective, and is this going to be the eternal dance of Kugath just waddling back and forth on his motor scooter here, just trying to get these 2 points? Yeah, because Slaanesh takes this point very quickly, and ooh, I like this play. This is a very slick play, by the way, guys. He summoned in a Cultist of Slaanesh, and he summons in some Demonettes. So now the Demonettes are going to block the returning Nurgle forces, and that's what makes Nurgle a little bit scary on this map. Another great question from chat from Aurora. Do you think game 1 and 2 dragons will have any use in Domination Mode? So I think a lot of the use of dragons is going to pertain to the current state of breath attacks. Are breath attacks good? We'll have to see how good they are, because that's really going to be the deciding factor. So the Demonettes are blocking up the Nurgle forces. The Festering Stooges throwing some of their unholy hand grenades in. They're able to kind of pop some of the Demonettes, but I do like this. The fact that Slaanesh wants to hold this point, but isn't blobbing too heavily, although maybe a little bit of a mistake here sending in more units. Ooh, big wind spell there on the Demonettes. It does also go through some of the Marauders here. But Nurgle's actually taking some L's here as well. Looks like some of their summon units, though. Okay, they're just summons. Those are the summon Nurglings that we just saw, but yeah, now Slaanesh is holding on to the 2 objectives, and look at this. I mean, this is such clean play from the Pug. Like, as soon as Nurgle and Kugath move up to the top objective, he just, like, swarms the bottom objective. And now you can see we have Marauders coming out of nowhere, Slaanesh really using the speed. We have Demonettes and a second Cultist down here, and the Nurgle forces are being swamped pretty heavily as the Nurglings stack on top of each other, and they have some of the funnier attack animations in the game for sure. But the question is, will Nurgle be able to hold this point? If Slaanesh is able to wrestle this, then I think their plan will continue to find success. But if they're not quite able to get it, and Nurgle can find a way to hold this objective, that is going to be a little bit precarious for the Lord of Decadence here, as we do get the Marauders of Slaanesh just getting absolutely slain by Nurgle. And, you know, that's the thing. Kugath, Greater Demon, and Nurgle, just like in Tabletop, you don't want to be fighting Nurgle like this. What most armies do against Nurgle armies in Tabletop is they keep their distance, they shoot them to pieces, and then they take the objectives in the late game to win. But in this case, you know, someone has to be sacrificed to Kugath here, and it's going to be these Marauders, as the big man continues to move on his scooter, and it just causes a lot of problems for the Marauders. So there they go. Side objective still being held, though, and more Marauders are being sent over. The goal for Slaanesh here is to get enough points that they can win on one objective. Granted, it does look like Slaanesh is doing a very good job just kind of capturing the forces that are unsupported, and Nurgle is insanely powerful in a blob, but when Nurgle has to split up and, you know, their healing isn't really stacking and they're not getting those Mortis Engine effects, it becomes very tricky for sure. So a couple Plague Bearers here. Of course, beating down the Marauders. Marauders are not going to be super strong versus them. But you can see a little bit of a drain coming in as the old Flyers and the Herald of Slaanesh do jump in. Nice rear charges across the board. Seekers of Slaanesh will kill the Plague Bearers pretty quickly, and especially Forsaken. They have a ton of armor piercing, and they have devastating flanker. So you see this ability right here. If you charge something in the back or side with the Slaanesh unit with this trait, it doubles their charge bonus. So these Seekers now have a charge bonus of 80, which is actually pretty damn insane. Like, even some of the better shot cav units in Warhammer 2, Knights of the Blazing Sun, whatever, and they might have like a charge bonus of 60 or 70, but these guys are getting up to 80, and some of the Slaanesh units can even breach 90. So right now it looks like it might be the dreaded Slaaneshi triple cap, like just road blocking this Nurgle army, and this is my big issue with Kugath in the Slaanesh matchup. He can't be everywhere at once, and good Slaanesh players are just going to play the field so hard. I mean, he's doing his thing. You know, he's having fun, for sure, and I mean, I guess that's a relatively important factor to your boy Nurgle. I love how he has like the giant toddler kick. He just like does those kicking animations. Pretty ridiculous, but yeah, overall Slaanesh holding Nurgle off the objective pretty long, but they've been able to recapture the other two, although Nurgle's making a pretty consolidated push. If we're looking at the battle value overall, Nurgle is a little bit ahead, and Nurgle is certainly winning in terms of just pure unit trading, but it's pretty close. Although with Nurgle, it's a little bit worse than meets the eye, simply because Nurgle does have access to healing. So it usually is a little bit, you know, deceiving, right? Like in Warhammer 2, we would see vampire counts like be down by like 4,000 on value, but somehow they're still winning on the battlefield, and that's because of the healing, right? So they're able to kind of mitigate some of that damage value and things like that. Festering Stooge is getting swarmed though. Slaanesh and the Pug doing an excellent job of holding back the tide of Nurgle. Looks like a big magic blast going down here, so the Herald must have used either Slicing Shards or some sort of a big AoE spell that we weren't looking at that moment. But Forsaken, pouring down. Forsaken are pretty good as far as this matchup goes, because they're fast and they hit hard against a very light Slaanesh armor, but they're also very vulnerable themselves. They have relatively low melee defense, currently debuffed, look at that. Yeah, Acquiescence, putting their melee defense to a casual 0. And the way that melee defense and melee attack works in this game is units with very high melee attack determines the likelihood of you to hit something, and your melee attack is weighed against the melee defense of the unit that you're attacking, and it kind of forms a little bit of a, you know, a calculation. So if your melee defense is like 0, it pretty much means you have the maximum chance of being hit by your opponent. So yeah, Marauders holding them back, man, and honestly it looks like it's going to be a Slaanesh W. It's really funny because I played in a tournament the other day. I got to the semifinals and I was facing Tim the Wilder, and he played his Nurgle against my Khorne, and it was the exact same situation. You can't take him head up, but this just is like deja vu for me. I feel like I've seen this matchup so many times. Big spell going down. A nice one right there. It's arguably one of the best spells in the entire game. Stream of Corruption does a gross amount of damage. It's very cheap, and it also has crazy armor-piercing value. So it's good against everything, essentially, right? It can take down armor. And yeah, Kugath has made his way back, but Slaanesh is now in a situation where they can win with a single cap. You can see the point differential, 4,700, so what you do if you're Slaanesh now is you just move to the back objective, but nonetheless, that is like finesse versus like brute force, but the finesse was able to prevail because the army's just a little bit too small. I really think Nurgle can beat Slaanesh, but you have to go wider. You have to play like a Rotfly. You have to have more troops. You have to just cover more ground, because if you're too narrow and too elite like this, Slaanesh is just going to run circles around you and just really make you feel a little bit slow. GG, well played. The Marauder opening was good for that kind of overwhelming on the objectives, and of course seeing Seekers being summoned in, all these different troops, very, very strong indeed. Kugath, he was a champ, but again, didn't even pay for himself. Couldn't really get everywhere he needed to be. Well played by Tim. It's hard, It's really tough to play against a good Slaanesh player with Nurgle, in my experience. But it is winnable, but tough for sure. All right, guys. So this is 1-0 for Puggington. This is a best-of-3 showdown, ladies and gentlemen. And now we got to check the map. The next map here is, let's head on over to the tournament. Check that out. Sorry, I don't have them all memorized, but we will find out. All right, so it's going to be Arnhem. So Arnhem, for all of you Cathay fans out there, if there's ever a chance for Cathay to be picked, it is going to be on this map. So, by the way, in between games, if you guys have any questions pertaining to the game, whether it be multiplayer, I know a little bit about campaign. I'm not an expert, but if you have any questions pertaining to multiplayer, I'm here for you. GG, well played. So Weston Sammy asks, do you think it's worth bringing a Great Unclean One unit if you're rocking Kugath to control 2 objectives? That's actually an interesting idea. Weston, I would probably go somewhere in between. I think if I were playing Nurgle against Slaanesh and I wanted to use a big boy, I would probably have the Exalted Great Unclean One instead of Kugath, because he still has a Mortis engine, but he's faster. Kugath has 28 speed, but the Exalted Great Unclean One has 36. So he theoretically could bounce between objectives a little bit more effectively and still give you that Mortis engine, if you wanted to kind of play that big boy style. But the thing is, yeah, you could do Kugath plus a second Great Unclean One. The problem is the basic Great Unclean Ones don't have Mortis engines, so they're not going to be quite as destructive on objectives. Like Mass Marauder Spears might be able to actually give them a problem. But yeah, I mean, that's certainly viable. There's still a lot of meta to be discovered. That is for sure. All right. So let's take a look at the tail of the tape for the tournament, see what developments have happened since we started the previous round. And we're almost there. Let's go ahead and look. Yeah, all right. We're getting there, man. We're getting there for sure. So looking down, and here we are. All right, so currently in progress, we have Evenstar facing off against Outer Region. Evenstar was able to have a victory over Rame as well as Alfredinho. This match right here is actually a rematch of the Warhammer 2 World Championships. Evenstar and Alfredinho played a really insane best-of-7 series. I would say Alfredinho just got back into Warhammer 3, though, so he does not have nearly as much experience as Evenstar does. Evenstar is currently, I think, the number 3 or 4 ranked player in Total War Warhammer 3 and has a ton of games played. Platypus has made it to the top 8, so Platypus awaits. Platypus is a very, very strong player, so Platypus will be playing the winner of Evenstar and Outer Region right here. Scrolling up, we do have Tim the Wilder and Puggington. This is the series that we're casting right now, and they're going to be playing Houseplant. Houseplant is currently the number 1 ranked player in Total War Warhammer, so we're seeing a lot of the big dogs coming out to scrap today. And going up even further, we have Big Bees. I believe Big Bees is the top 16 player, facing the winner of Eldar Alpha and Torpid here. So I believe Torpid is actually like the top Dawn of War 2 competitive player in the Elite mod. I think he's like a top Dawn of War 2 competitive player getting into Warhammer 3, which is super exciting. I love to see RTS crossover. It's one of my favorite things that we see in other communities as well. We have Lord Caterchin here, and Arrow and Rhineless. Rhineless is a top 8 player as well. So if you guys want to check out the players in the tournament, you just go to the front page of Total Tavern, and you can go to the qualifier, which is happening right now. You can see the time it starts and all that stuff. You can see the leaderboard here, but if you want to look a little bit more in depth, you can go look up a player's profile here. So if we go to Houseplant, for example, who's currently our number 1 ranked player overall, you can see all the matches that Houseplant has played, who has been able to beat Houseplant, etc., who Houseplant has beaten. So it's pretty cool. Yeah, you can track this. 28 wins and 2 losses. How crazy is that? 28 wins and 2 losses. And that's not in games, that's in matches. So Houseplant has only lost 2 matches. Same with Anticity. Anticity and Houseplant, I think, are the only 2 individuals to go back and forth. Yeah. So pretty fun stuff. Pretty fun stuff for sure. All right. So we have Kislov for Puggington, I think, in this next match. How often am I resetting the ladder? So the ladder is going to be reset when Immortal Empires comes out. When the beta is accessible to everyone, I will have a grand finals for season 1. Because currently the ladder, ECL, it was how we did it in Warhammer 2, but now we have a ladder. And then there's going to be several months of a ladder. And then we're going to have a grand finals, essentially, with the top 16 players from the ladder. Yeah. Same box. No worries, man. No worries. Still more qualifiers to happen. Cipe says, I was just going to say Alfredino disappeared after his win like the Avatar from The Last Airbender. Yeah. Yeah. Alfredino will be back. He is a top tier player. His micro is incredible. I just think he has to refamiliarize himself with the new factions because he hadn't really played much since Warhammer 2. So somebody asking, which old world faction do you think Nurgle will be best against? I think Nurgle will be very good against like slower melee brawler factions. So I think Nurgle will be actually pretty good against vampire counts because they can play that same game. I think that Nurgle will be quite good against, probably against like even just like Norska, Warriors of Chaos. Like Nurgle will probably struggle more versus like shooting factions, I think. But like versus other melee factions, I think that's where Nurgle shines. Yeah, it's crazy stuff. So the reason why so you're asking why Void Laws only has 3 losses, but is below someone with 15, because the leaderboard prioritizes overall victories and tournament wins. So tournament wins are the biggest variable because you can have individuals who play a lot of games, but they never win tournaments, and it wouldn't make sense if they were higher than somebody who's actually won a grand, like high level tournament. So that's why it's done like that. Yeah. Hey Jay Phoenix, how you doing? How you doing? Are casters like you in Anticity also? Yeah, we most likely will. Because if we're going to be casting the grand finals for the event, I would imagine that CA will let us kind of familiarize ourselves with it. Yeah. So I would wager that's going to happen. Kislov versus Zinch. Okay. Now, I actually casted a replay, which will be going up on the channel in the next few days, which I call Kislov Coast. So it was a replay that was sent to me by Anticity where he played Kislov like Vampire Coast, and it actually was really good. He had mass Streltsy and mass Kossars and like nothing else. It was crazy. It was crazy. Nurgle is one of the few factions High Elves can crump. So I think it's kind of funny. Like High Elves are the ones that I always just like to, like everyone always asks me like, hey, who's going to be the worst? You know, who's going to be the worst faction? And I feel like High Elves are just always the safest bet. Like they're just always, I feel, going to be the worst. Although I really hope somebody proves me wrong. Nurgle versus Wood Elves will be rough. Oh yeah, dude, that's going to suck. That's going to suck really bad. It's going to be a rough one. But I think High Elves will probably be the worst faction. Yeah, I think High Elves and Dark Elves will both be pretty bad. Although, I don't know. I feel like Dark Elves will be a little bit better. They at least have some like cheap chaff that don't cost like 500 or 600 gold. It's hard to say. What's going to be really good on Dark Elves? Well, Dark Elves have Marathi, who's insane. She can debuff blobs. They have Shades, Scourge Runner Chariots, cheap Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows. See, they have like more that sounds better to me. Hadri says the worst will be High Elves for sure. Yeah. I think it's going to be those guys. Professor Pone's like, don't you say it. He knew what was coming, dude. Yeah, if Norska doesn't get some sort of an update before they get added, they'll probably be pretty terrible too. Yeah. They'll be pretty terrible too. Yeah, Dark Elves I think will have some good matchups. Okay, and here's another subject I kind of wanted to talk. I think Skaven will be good, but like harder to play. Because the low leadership is very stressful, but I think like people who have good control and good positional play will be very good with Skaven. I actually did a tier list video. If you guys haven't seen that in the channel, I did a video about which factions I thought would be the best. Yeah. For the old Warhammer 3 multiplayer. Yeah, Slanesh vs. Wood Elves is going to be super fast and super furious. Super fast and super furious. That's going to be like a crazy, crazy matchup. It's just going to be over quick. Oh yeah, saw that game. He had really good commentary on the thought process. Of course, yeah. Great for any Coast players, exactly. For Vampire Coast, a lot of it comes down to positioning your gun line effectively. Because if you get one position compromised, you need to make sure that like your other guns can keep shooting with Vampire Coast. Poor High Elves, no wonder their empire declined. Yeah, everything's too damn expensive there, man. Like all their infantry are so pricey, and I don't know. I just feel like High Elves will probably have some cheese builds. They're going to have like some sort of weird phoenixes or something like that. I don't know, some goon squad build. But aside from that, we'll see. Yeah, Norska at least has some good infantry, like Marauder Berserkers, and, basic Marauders for Norska are actually quite good because they have the Enrage mechanic, which basic Marauders for other, factions don't. So, yeah, I mean, Norska might be okay. Skinwolves potentially have some teeth. I mean, they're a werewolf, so obviously they have teeth, but... Can't wait to play full Eshin on Domination. Dude, I think Death Runners are actually going to be really good in Domination mode. I think that Death Runners just like sneaking up in the shadows and just shanking like a back objective is going to be one of the most glorious things. Morngulls are actually one of my underrated units as well. I have them on my list of units that I think will be good, like and surprising. You know who is going to be the unholy terror though of Domination mode is the Bloated Corpse. The bloat is going to be so strong because you can summon it in instantly and your opponents won't have time to react if they're next to it. So let's say you get somebody who gets a little bit overexcited. They move in, they're trying to like camp you in your spawn, and you just summon a big, thick bloaty boy. And you just blow it up on their stuff in the backfield. Dude, that is going to be so funny. The cost of living crisis has reached Ulthuan. As somebody who lives in California, I can attest to that for sure. Now, I know a lot of people kind of say Cathay is going to be the worst, but I think Cathay actually is going to have some good matchups in the old world. I think Cathay will be very good against the Empire. I think Cathay is going to be quite good against... I mean, the Crane Gunners are going to be great. Like, how the heck are Dwarves going to deal with Crane Gunners? Like, Crane Gunners are going to just wreck Dwarves, I think. I think that Cathay could be even decent against... let's see, yeah, so against Dwarves, against Empire... They'll probably be fine against Dark Elves, to be honest. Like, Cathay is going to have some decent matchups in the old world. The problem with Cathay is all these annoying flying Fury units that 4 out of the 7 playable factions have that they don't really have cost-effective tools to shut down. Yeah. Dude, imagine bloats against the demon factions. Like, that's a really good point that you made in chat. Like, missile factions, but you can still stop bloaty boys using SEMs, like single characters. You can like run them in. So if they have like a Scarbrand or like Inkari or a Herald, they can still run into the bloat. But yeah, that's going to be good. Oh my god, imagine bringing like 4 or 5 bloaty boys against like Nurgle or something. That is going to be some truly magical stuff. I'm excited for that. Cannon Gunners against Crane Gunners, it's okay. But Cathay can bring cannons too, though. Cannons are at Crane Gunners, we'll have to see. Like, Dwarves in Warhammer 2 get wrecked by Jezzails, and Crane Gunners are basically the same thing. So I think that's going to be a problem. Like, imagine if Cathay comes in with like 2 cannons and 2 Crane Gunners, and then they also bring like a summon. So they have a Lord of Yin who flies over the Dwarven cannons and summons Ancestral Warriors on top of them to claim the artillery advantage. I honestly think that Cathay will be pretty good there. All right, guys. So we are here. It is the second match. Currently, the legendary Pug is up 1-0 here. The Pug is going to be coming in with what appears to be Light War sleds, who have been balanced recently, so you'll notice they're not egregiously overpowered like they were before. Their weapon strength is no longer 130, it's now 88. Their mass has been reduced, and they're in a good place now. I think they're in a good place. But it's going to be sleds, Kossars, an Ice Switch of Ice. Ice, baby. A little bit of slow and a kiss of winter. Streltsy in the back, and some shooting. So, yeah, just a very balanced army. You got sleds, you got armored infantry, you got some AP shooting in the back, as well as Kossars. I like it. Sounds good. Now, looking at the Zinchian Army, it's going to be Blues backed by Forsaken. A very infantry-heavy army. Forsaken do trade reasonably well with Kislov infantry, and they're very fast and can really cut through Kossars. And it's going to be a Herald of Zinch up on the Disc of Doom. So the Herald of Zinch is here. He's got his glorious Pink Fire, which is very good against Kossars, and the Infernal Gateway, which is an amazing spell, which has 100% AP value. So against Kislov, that's very good. And this is a unit that I've seen a lot of people bring, which I haven't been a big fan of, which is going to be the Soul Grinder. He theoretically is like good against the War Sleds, but I wish this guy had anti-large and melee. But then he would basically just be a Slanesh Soul Grinder. But we'll see if he can do his thing. In my experience, you know, Kislov just kind of summons in like Snow Leopards and shoots them down with Streltsy, and it's not really great. Not really great indeed. Nakai, some of you guys are asking about Nakai in chat. I think that's a bold assumption. I think your boy Nakai is going to be like average. I think he was terrible in Warhammer 2, but I think Nakai in this will be like... Lizardmen just have so many good lord choices. That's the problem. Like, They have Lizard Moses, who's not bad, I guess. Although Manticore summons aren't really a thing, so he probably won't be used. But Mazdamundi is going to be super strong. Mazdamundi is just an absolute beast. And then, of course, you have Oxyotl, who I think will be quite good, just sitting there with his little blow dart sniping enemy lords. I mean, that's going to be pretty good. So the battle is on, ladies and gentlemen. The forces of Kislov moving in. They got their rifles. Those rifles certainly going to be eyeing that Zinch Soulgrinder, which the first spear is coming. A little bit of heat seeking, but you can see the damage is kind of mediocre, right? It does a little bit, I guess. If you can start killing sled models outright, perhaps it could be worth it. And how much range? 250 range, I guess, isn't bad. I think if they buffed the Soulgrinder's ammunition by like 4, went from 10 to 14, it could actually be like a pretty decent piece. But in my experience, it's not great. And just like I said, Snow Leopards come out, so we do see the first Snow Leopard. Ooh, that leopard definitely took that spear, and it is a lot of damage on that bad boy. But the Snow Leopard's just going to be kind of patrolling the front lines. Got to be careful not to get it gooned. The little disc character going to be trying to shoot. Doesn't look like the Herald of Zinch has Blue Fire, which is interesting. Blue Fire would be very good against the Leopards. It could just kind of perpetually pick them off. And now we get the Soul Grinder turning around. The Zinch using their OP Protoss shields. Look at this. Getting the big giant shaft flying downtown. And we do see the heavy war sleds taking a little bit of damage. Nothing terrible, but yeah, just rotating back at this point. So it looks like Kislov is going to be going for the objective play. So there is kind of a school of thought in terms of the come from behind mechanic that you don't want to be capturing the objectives early. You want to let your opponent get a lead of 1,000 points so you can get the bonus points from the come from behind mechanic. Just to make my stance very clear, I recorded a salty video about it actually, which will be going up soon. But I am a big advocate that the come from behind mechanic should just be removed. It should just be nuked into orbit. I don't think it's good. I think it's kind of a silly thing to have in RTS games, and hopefully it will be. I think that is the direction it's looking to be, but we'll certainly see. Heavy war sleds getting some nice poke, but so far Tim has been doing a good job of making sure his shields are holding and pulling back and regenerating. When the game first came out, the Zinch shields did regenerate at a 15-second interval, but now it takes 30 seconds of not being damaged for the shields to regenerate, so a little bit more balanced for sure. Heavy war sleds, though, kind of getting poked. You know what? Maybe I'm going to have to eat my words, although none of the war sled models have died. Very nice Salax Lullaby coming in. So the Patriarch able to drop a nice heal, and that will be doing a nice percentage-based heal here on the heavy war sleds. Now, the old Javelin Man's going to be moving up. It looks like Zinch is going to be playing the objectives as well. And this is pretty common. If you're facing a missile faction, there's not really much sense in engaging them before the 3-minute mark. You should, like, if you're a more melee-focused faction, or at least the way Zinch is playing now, you'll want to push up once the objectives are open. Hadries, I think it's going to happen. I've been pitching that to Creative Assembly that the come from behind mechanic should be gone, and I think they're very open to it, and I think it's going to happen. I do think it's going to happen. All right, guys. So shots going downtown into the armored Kossars. They do have silver shields. So they don't really care that much. Heavy war sleds still really good against mass siege infantry, and one of the big power combos, dude. I love bears. Bears are just the coolest creatures on Earth. Look at these things. But I think one of the really cool power combos with the bear sleds is you send them in, your opponent... Oh, we had a little bit of a crash there, maybe? Hopefully not. We'll see. Oh, no. Well, we'll see if the players crashed. If they did, we'll just restart the game, because literally nothing happened. It was just kind of calm there. So let me check. Yeah, the Warhammer 3 has crashed. Well, we'll see if everybody crashed or if it was just me. If it's just me, we'll have the players continue to play that. Did you guys crash as well? So smooth so far. You know, we were having a good little run there, and then of course, you know, the classic stuff had to happen there. We will see. What do you think of making the comeback more like upkeep in Warcraft 3? No, I just think it should be gone, honestly. I know. Let's see if they crashed. I don't know if they did. If it was just on my end, then they can just keep playing. Did you two crash by chance? Let's go ahead and check. Okay. Remake, same armies. Yeah, very weird. Very weird. I almost never crashed myself. But, you know, stranger things have happened. First Tim. And 1, 2, 3. We weren't that far into the game, so no problem. It was just like the 2-minute mark or something like that. All right, good. Copy that. Versus Tim. Team armies, go have fun. All right, so let's get the map set up. This is going to be the old The old Arnhem, which was a dreaded map many moons ago. And we're back. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Very strange. It could be a Steam problem as well. Yeah, Steam does happen. Anticity just had a crash as well. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably Steam. It tends to do that. The good old... Someday we'll get dedicated servers, and hopefully we won't have to rely on peer-to-peer. That would be the dream come true, but we'll see. Yeah, the little blue horror is biting the fiber optic cables. Yes, indeed. All right, cool. So the players are here. They're going to rebuild their armies, and yeah, they'll do it. It'll be good. Yeah, some folks in chat saying that Anticity just had a crash on his stream as well, so probably a Steam thing. Curse the Baggins, man. Curse the Baggins. Yeah, so here's the thing. I made like a 15-minute video of me ranting about the comeback mechanic. It's funny, I actually recorded it twice because the first time I felt like I was a little salty in it. But the second time, I tried to be more objective. But it's just, you know, here's the thing. How many of you guys have played StarCraft or Warcraft 3 or like other RTS games, right? What would happen if in StarCraft you move your Marines out of your base and then they walk over some Banelings and then the Banelings like blow up your Marines and then the game was like, oh, little guy, I'm sorry you lost your Marines. Let's give you some free minerals so you can have an unfair comeback here. Like, it would be like that. So I think it'll be gone. I think it'll be gone. It's really not a huge deal, but it's just like in some games it can make a difference and it can be unfair. Marco's like, carry on. Carry on, brother. All right, so we got the same armies. Salt is the spice of life. Salt is fun. Yeah, a little salt is fun. Who knows? You must construct additional pylons. Not a sound I miss hearing. Certainly not. But man, I think the kind of the takeaway though I made at the end of the video is like the future of Warhammer 3 is super bright. Like it's going to be, once we get the Immortal Empires and a couple things ironed out, like the multiplayer, we have come so far together in multiplayer, guys. We have come so far. Like, how many of you guys in chat, how many of you OGs here remember Warhammer 1 multiplayer? Do you guys remember the Dark Ages? Like, it's funny because we've been perpetually spoiled over the course of Warhammer 2, but who remembers the Dark Ages of Warhammer 1 multiplayer? When you had to hide your lord in the bushes because Spirit Leech was so overpowered, people just like hid their lord in the trees in the back of the map just so it wouldn't get killed by Spirit Leech. And like, do you guys remember when there was an infinite healing cap? You would literally have vampire count armies draw kiting you around the map with infinite healing, and summons lasted forever. Morker the Shadowgave would come in and like summon 4 Chaos Spawn, and they would never disappear. You're like, oh, all right, this lord's just gonna give me like 4,000 value on the battlefield for free. Dude, Pepperidge Farm remembers. Pepperidge Farm remembers. But we are almost in like the perfect place. And, you know, honestly, Creative Assembly has been responding to feedback very well as it pertains to the multiplayer stuff. We've seen active, like short, like patches coming more frequently. Like when we had like Warhammer 2 patches, there would be something OP for like 6 months. And now like it's been a much better cycle. I think we're very close to the light at the end of the tunnel. Once we get the Immortal Empires, guys, it is going to be really, really good. Yeah, Accusation doing damage. I know, that was great. That was great. The Forest War, dude. Forest camping is horrible. But we don't have to deal with it anymore because of the new game mode. It took me a little while to warm up to Domination Mode, but I do think it's the future for sure. Because it's such a solid... That's one of the biggest issues with RTS games in general, is barriers to entry. And Warhammer 2's barrier to entry for multiplayer was extremely rough. It was like... Imagine being like an adult and like you go to play a multiplayer game and somebody hands you a PDF made by the community with like 20 pages of rules and restrictions and you're like, oh my god, I have to learn this just to play multiplayer tournaments? You know? Yeah, but like now we don't need any of that. It's just so much better. It's so much better. So, we are back. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the little rant. Always a good time. It's going to be Tim versus Pug. Running it back, we of course did have a game crash before. Hopefully we'll run into no issues. You're saying that triple Witch Hunter accusation wasn't a high skill play. It wasn't triple Witch Hunter. It was double Witch Hunter with Balthazar Gelt casting Final Transmutation. That was the magic. That was the magic for sure. So Armored Kossars are moving up. And we do have ye old heavy war sleds also pulling in. A little bit more cautious this time around, but really it just looks like the exact same opening. It's funny. We have the same leopard up on the high ground. The leopard's going to kind of like go down here to challenge the Soul Grinder of Zinch. And the Soul Grinder looks like it's going to be getting a javelin from downtown. Oh, I love it. Summoning the glorious javelin. And there it goes, ladies and gentlemen. Heat-seeking Missiles of Doom does pretty much the exact amount of damage. Is this just like a memory copy of the previous game? I feel like it's just the exact same thing is happening across the board. Rants have always been the lifeblood of every good stream. I agree. I agree. Nonetheless, Zinch is going to be very cautious. Just kind of taking up a defensive posture until the time to strike is ready. Forsaken, of course, do have good armor, so they can kind of hold up against some of the Kossar fire. But overall, you know, the shooting of Kislov is pretty good here. Kossars can really melt blues. I do really like the single Streltsy pick. And you know, it's a pretty fun play to do with Streltsy that we've seen Anticity do, is actually basically casting the Gust of True Flight from the Lore of Tempest, which gives them bonus range and puts them up to like 160 or 180 range. It's really, really cool. We have a Koi in chat, the glorious meme master himself, saying Domination is way more accessible as a game mode. You know, I would actually say land battles do require a lot of micro, but Domination does as well. Like, at the lower levels, you might not think it needs as much, but it really does. When you get to the higher levels, you're basically playing a land battle, and with all the requisite micro of a land battle, but you're also having to micro in reinforcements and like think on the go what you need. It's very intensive, I think, compared to land battles. Land battles are a little bit more simplistic, and you also have build roulette. In land battles, it's kind of like, it's like, oh, I have a good build. My opponent didn't bring the right answer to my build, so therefore they're most likely going to lose unless I make a huge blunder. So that's build roulette is not as much of a thing now, which I think is very good. So, heavy war sleds shooting in, taking the shields down of the Soul Grinder. We do have the armored Kossars moving up to drop some pistol shots. And the Infernal Gateway from the Herald of Zinch is going to be a big, big factor for sure. Most likely going to be dropping that on the Streltsy or on the Armored Kossars on the objective, but the objectives are now open, and Kislov is going to be getting control over all three objectives, so it looks like it is going to be a triple cap. Now, you guys are going to get to see the come from behind mechanic illustrated here, because when Kislov gets up by 1,000 points, his opponent, the Zinch player, the great Tim the Wilder, is going to start getting 20 base income per second, and once it gets up by even more, it goes up to 25. So basically, Kislov will be getting 15 resources per second, and Zinch will be getting 25, which is the mechanic that I think should go, because he's playing the objectives, right? And his opponent isn't. Like, the Kislov player should not be punished for playing the objectives. See what I'm saying? That's kind of my whole school of thought with that. Yeah, Okoye, for sure. In the beginning of Domination, the armies are a little bit smaller, so I think it does require a little bit less in that regard, for sure. So, Snow Leopard just kind of hanging out. Looking adorable here, and we do of course have the armored Kossars hanging out. Bear Sled's doing a little bit of poke, but Tim is just going to be taking advantage of the come from behind mechanic here, it looks like. So he's going to be now moving up because his opponent is going to reach 1,000, which means he's going to start hitting that threshold of bonus points. Now, as far as this matchup goes, I think that the Cav are actually very good. I think that Winged Lancers as well as Griffin Legion are amazing. So we get our first Pink Fire coming in. Pretty good damage against Kossars, but Kislovites are a very hardy people. They have the Buyer Blood passive, so basically when they break, they become unbreakable for 30 seconds, which is very, very good. The first blues getting attacked by these Snow Leopards. We do also get the Soul Grinder moving in, and the Kislovites have drawn their pistols and are shooting these blues pretty effectively. Heavy War Sled's going to be moving up the hill to hammer the Forsaken. This is exactly what you want. Forsaken are very vulnerable to sled play. They are pretty much exactly what Heavy War Sleds are designed to kill. Big fighting across the board. We do get the Kossovite Dervishes moving in to block up the spawn. And that's what's really good about Kislov Cav in general, is that they can be used as roadblocks because of the unbreakable trait for 30 seconds. A huge vortex going down right here. Zinch using some foul magic to punish these Kislovite forces. And look how good that spell is. Oh my god, it's like a steroided Pit of Shades. But Zinch should be the Dark Lord of Magic. But the Griffin Legion has been summoned in and is going to be hammering in. So when the Griffin Legion arrives, cue up your Sabaton music, my friends. And they will be just ramming into the back of these blues. And that should do some pretty destructive damage. Do we actually see Chaos Knights here? Ooh, look at this, Chaos Knights of Zinch being summoned in. They're not going to have a great time being fully sandwiched, though. Now, looking at the current state of the objectives, we do see Kislov holding the middle. Kislov also holds the top objective, and it looks like over on Objective 2, Zinch has managed to kind of wrestle their way onto this point. As far as the trading value goes, though, it's very even. Reginald Puggington is up by about 700 or 800, but it's a pretty negligible lead at this point. And the Griffin Legion here is getting a really, really nice surround here on the back of these Forsaken. So taking a big macro look at the battlefield, Zinch summoning in Furies, and Kislov continuing to summon in Cav, while their durable infantry continue to hold. Now, the big thing for Kislov here is going to be getting enough points to win on the top objective, and then you summon in some Zargard and elite troops, and you just Helm's Deep. You sound the horn of Helm Hammerhand once more in the deep, and you just try and hold that. But looks like Zinch might be able to wrestle this middle objective too. The Spawn and Fury's doing a good job, and a lot of the Kislovites are not fighting on the point. Big Zinch army ability going down as well. Beautiful stuff. But it is dodged pretty well by the Pug, and now Puggington's going to be pulling in his Winged Lancers to hammer these Screamers, who were a little bit ill-prepared for that. Reinforcements coming in is going to be Blues and more Blues. For Kislov, it's going to be more Kosovo Dervishes, which could easily run here and block those reinforcements from getting in for sure. A huge, huge Infernal Gateway coming in right on top of the Griffin Legion. That's a pretty painful one. Griffin Legion are a very expensive unit, and having them get their bread buttered by that big AoE spell is going to hurt pretty bad. Oh my god, they only have 9 models left. They got eviscerated by that. Tim the Wilder has been getting a ton of value out of that. Now the value is pretty darn even. If I'm Kislov here, I'm going all hands on deck to hold the middle for as long as I can, and then I move up to the high ground objective and I try and win on that point. The Kislovite Cav, the Winged Lancers, looking really, really cool. Of course, Screamers are anti-large and armor-piercing, but they're not great in sustained combat. They're very, very squishy, especially if they get charged. And you can see the Screamers of Zinch are getting Shrek'd there pretty bad, while the Snow Leopard attempts to fight against the Spawn, but it looks like the Snow Leopard is kind of outgunned here. And the forces of Zinch pushing off the last of the Kislovites, trying to make a valiant stand on this objective. Maybe they'll draw their pistols. Looks like they're out of ammo, though, so they're just going to have to kind of tank it. But points are pretty substantial. Right now, is the high ground objective going to be played yet? Does not look like it. I wouldn't be surprised to see Zinch even move some Blues over there and get that, because Kislov seems to be having a little bit of trouble holding the side objective here, although maybe they're going to be able to get that back. It looks like the Winged Lancers and the Patriarch and the Bear Sleds have been able to crush much of the Zinch infantry, and overall, it would seem that Reginald Puggington is actually starting to kind of secure this game a little bit. He's up by about 600 value. So he's trading slightly better, but on top of trading better, despite his opponent getting free points, he is also playing the objectives better too. So he's doing very, very well with these Cav. But it looks like this middle one might be in danger of being captured by Zinch. Tim does have a lot of Blues on this point, and they have good capture weight. Also, there are a couple Spawn. We have the Soul Grinder here, and it looks like Zinch is holding on to this one too. Okay, so Zinch does have a glimmer of getting back into this game. Zargard have been summoned in. Zargard will be very good here. If the Zargard are able to get back onto this point right here, dude, that's going to be sweet. But the question is, does Zinch have the big Vortex? If these elite infantry get caught in the magical vortex of the Changer, they're just going to have a super bad time. And I think it's getting to that point of Helm's Deeping. Maybe, just maybe, we see the Streltsy, of course, ripping some fat shots into what they can, but Kislov might be able to recapture this point, like moving up. Yeah, you can see the sleds and some various units, and Zinch most likely has a chance at the middle. They got Blues. Ooh, I would love to see this play. If he was able to pull and block these units off the objective, dude, that would just be such an MLG play. That would be so good. Now, Zargard have moved on. These hardy Kislovites, living a lifetime in the steppes, in the snow, in the cold, and the misery, have become very tough folk for sure. As they move in and they start to take the capture weight away. A big Vortex going down. That's going to be a huge catch right there. It does hit the Dervishes, hits the Kosovite Dervishes there, it hits the Zargard a little bit, but not too bad. And the Zinch army ability going down. Man, Zinch's magic is so, so crazy. Huge barrage. The blue fire, the big AoEs, and that entire Kislov army has been sent back to the Shadow Realm right there by that concentrated fire of magic. Beautiful stuff for sure. And now they're going to be running for the hills. That is it, and the middle objective is going to be going to Zinch. They have enough Blues. The side objective is owned by Zinch as well. This is the time of Helm's Deep. And Tim the Wilder might be able to get this. This is what I was saying for Puggington. I think he needed to play the top objective earlier to make sure it was safe. Granted, the side objective is potentially in his grasp. Oh no! And look at this! Puggington's Lord is being sniped on the low ground. A little bit of a blunder. The Ice Witch here getting absolutely melted by all these Blues. I mean, she has 15 armor. Oh no! Losing the caster here is going to be big, and your Lord, and down she goes. The Ice Witch has fallen to the Demons of Chaos. So will Kislov be able to wrestle an objective? This up here is very, very rough. Look how close Puggington is to winning. I honestly think if Puggington had just sent his Zargard up here instead, I think he wins the game, like auto. But Kislov is still fighting tooth and nail over here to get this objective back, and we do see another Zargard unit coming in. So the Zargard are making their way over to the objective. The Patriarch getting a bunch of fat heals. And the Soul Grinder is on the run. Okay, Kislov might be able to wrestle this side objective back, and I guess it matters not from where the points flow. Khorne will get his points one way or the other. Zargard have great capture weight. He needs to make sure to get these Zargard on the objective. All these units need to pile in there. Tzeentch doing an excellent job in the fourth quarter, though, man. Getting very, very scary. That was a torrent of magic from Tzeentch. It's really cool. I mean, I think Creative Assembly did a great job capturing like how the essence of these factions, like Tzeentch's magic and kind of these shooting effects, really, really impactful. Nice fire there, but Kislov endures, man. Slavs are tough. You can see, of course, the high leadership in the Bayar blood. So they're going to stand and fight on that objective, making Kislov certainly a very big player in this game mode. And with that, Kislov just barely wins it. If they didn't get that objective and Tzeentch had been able to deny them that, dude, that would have been a comeback for Tzeentch for sure. It was a very close game. The Ice Witch has melted. Yes, she really has. What a scrappy match. What a scrappy match indeed. Yeah, so the stream settings might be a little bit different today as it pertains to the stream quality because since Creative Assembly is having me restream on Twitch, I had to lower it a little bit because Twitch has like lower streaming quality than YouTube, I guess. I didn't know that, but all right. So great game, very scrappy. Kislov just barely edging it out in the end with the Zargard moving on to the far objective. GG indeed. And the Patriarch endures. Beautiful match, man. It was a really good one. Tim played like an absolute champ, guys. So let's get a big round of applause for Tim the Wilder. He has been defeated from today's qualifier. I'm sure we'll see him back in future ones. An excellent player and put up a really good scrap. So shout out to Tim, man. Tim is also a host of many a great tournaments himself. Every Friday, him and the Houseplant host some really, really good tournaments that I love playing in myself. So shout out to Tim, man. And congratulations to Puggington, who will be advancing. So let's go ahead, update these scorecards, my friends. And we can head on over to the tavern, check it out, and we'll get the next game going in just a moment. All right, there you go. Perfect. And now, let us go ahead and see what other matches are perhaps ready to cast. You know, we can say with Puggington, man, he's here. He's ready to go. So let me see who the next matchup would be. If there is one on the bottom side. Ooh, this is going to be a good one. Okay, let's cast this game. So I'm going to let him know. So I will cast your next game as well. So this is going to be a good one for sure. We have the Houseplant versus Reginald Puggington. Oh no, Tim saying he misclicked on the spell selection, perhaps. No problem. No problem. It happens to the best of us, my friend. So the next game we will be doing is going to be Houseplant versus Pug. We have a Pug battling a Houseplant. Only in Total War Warhammer would you see this. So let's go ahead and invite these bad boys to the lobby. All right, so Puggington versus Houseplant. Right on. All right, so we're going to cast this bad boy, see how it goes. Players will be joining in just a second. We will reset the score plates here. Houseplant, of course, currently the #1 ranked player. So this is going to be a big high-stakes match here, which I'm very excited for. And let us go ahead and check what the maps are going to be. So the maps for this particular series are going to be... So we just finished the Battle for Itza, Galleon's Cove, and Eye in the North. All right, let's do it, man. Let's get this party started. Once again, I want to thank you guys all for joining. It's been a really fun day of competition. It's good to see the community kind of reinvigorated with this event for sure, because we've been in the Dark Ages, man. You know, we haven't had the Enlightenment yet. We're still kind of like banging rocks on wood and trying to light fire and stuff, but we're getting there slowly but surely. Do you still feel that Ogre Bulls need a cost increase? No, I don't. I don't think so at all. I think Ogre Bulls are fine as they are. I think Ogre Bulls are fine as they are. All right, guys. So, the Duel of Fates is on. Battle for Itza, my favorite map in the current domination pool. We have the Houseplant against the Pug. You know, I feel like a Houseplant battling a Pug is actually something that's probably happened before in real life. Like a Pug dog just like knocking over a Houseplant. Pugs are pretty ridiculous little critters. Yeah, adorable creatures. No worries, man. Cool, checking here. And outstanding. So Houseplant's going to be picking Nurgle and Kislov for this map. Very cool. Darkaman says, I thought Total War 1 was the Dark Ages. Yeah, so it's kind of like, do you guys know the lore of Star Trek? In Star Trek, like, humanity has like the normal progression as we have it now, and then there's like a massive Dark Age, and then there's like an Enlightenment. It's kind of like that, right? Saber Tusks are good units, but you know, I think they have a pretty big downside in that they rampage. So like, if they take any damage and they just rampage to their death, that often happens to them. So Corn Dogs, I think, are undercosted a little bit. I think Corn Dogs could use like a plus 50 gold increase, but aside from that, it's, you know, the balance is actually pretty good right now. There's a couple individuals at CA who we work with pretty directly, giving like balance feedback, and they've actually been implementing a lot of the changes, and it's made it a lot better for sure. So Richard Pugsley in chat saying, all I'm saying is a pug would easily defeat a houseplant in one-on-one combat. Probably. Yeah, probably. It depends. Yeah, no, for sure. There's no way a houseplant could actually defeat a pug in like real life combat, yeah. Subsy in chat saying, my pug is useless and he's definitely attacked my plants more than once. I love it. Yeah, pugs are great. We have Wookiee as well. This is what my pug dog looked like. Here he is. You can see him appearing on the screen real quick there. That's Wookiee. He was he wasn't like a pure pug, but he was like half pug, and then I think Affenpinscher was the other half. Yeah, that's a glorious one of my favorite things anybody's ever made for me here on the channel. It's great. Yeah, I mean the houseplant could be a cactus too. So it's going to be Kislov versus, we don't know yet. They're still doing their pick and ban phase. So we got Nurgle versus Khorne. Okay, this is a fun one. This is very much like it's, you guys remember the Slaanesh Nurgle matchup we had earlier? It's the same as that. Like Khorne just like plays the two side objectives and avoids Nurgle's blob, and that's that. Cactus beats a pug. Okay, you know, maybe this houseplant is a cactus. I don't know if I'd want to have a cactus in my house though. I mean, I think I love like cactuses, like the aesthetic of them. You know, coming from California, we have a pretty dry climate, so like succulent plants and cactuses are really common. But I don't know if I'd want to have one inside. Yeah. Cactuses have defeated pugs for millennia. I love how this is like the in-depth conversation we're having here. It's like, there's obviously like great tactical insight we could be giving, but we're just talking about pugs and houseplants. Yeah. Good times. The 10-0 matchup using unblockables. Oh my god. Yeah, Khorne versus Nurgle, man. I wonder if we'll see anything outside of the normal double cultist for both these guys. Probably not. I think we're going to see double cultist. I think we're going to see probably like a Herald, maybe a Kugath. Kugath is pretty beast mode on this map. Like the two objectives on the low ground aren't very far apart, and he can usually get his motor scooter between them. Although I wouldn't hate seeing a basic Great Unclean one too. Like I feel like he's really good, and the basic Great Unclean one kind of gets left in the shadows a little bit simply because of how good Kugath got buffed. You know? So there you have it. Yeah, and on the subject of the come from behind mechanic, in Warhammer 2, we had a ton of battles where somebody would lose and be down by like 2,000 or 3,000 value, but what they do is they hunker down and they start making really good calculated plays, and then they come back. And that's how people should come back, with good focused play. And here's another element of it, right? Like, let's say you're losing a battle, your opponent's controlling 3 objectives, they have to cover all 3 bases, and you can really focus your elements on pushing out and like isolating parts of their army, right? Like there's plenty of ways to come back without needing a comeback mechanic. Plenty of ways. Do you think you'll ever grow a Sigmarite mustache? So the problem is I have not been blessed by Sigmar with good mustache genetics. Like I can't. My mustaches are always really mediocre. Really, really mediocre. I can grow like a mean, like long hair 1970s mullet, but I cannot grow a good mustache. Yeah. I actually pretty much have a mullet right now. It's not quite a mullet because the front isn't like super short, but it will be in time. Mane like a lion, yeah. It's good. So Nurgle is ready. Khorne is still on the pick here, so the players will be finishing. And once again, just want to thank you guys all for joining. It's been quite a bit of fun today so far. We had a really good series between Tim and Reginald Puggington. And now we have Houseplant versus the Pug. Let's go see some updates too on the tournament. Let's go see what everybody's doing here. Yeah, Jen, but I have played a lot of games. So Anticity is one of my training partners. Him and I like play a lot of games together. And many of our games, which have been close, have been decided by the comeback mechanic. Like, if one of us got 1,000 points ahead, we did the math, and then that person had like an extra 2 or 3 units in the battle, which made the difference. So it does create unfair advantages. I've had games against him where I won and I shouldn't have because of it, and vice versa. Yeah, it's pretty wild. All right, let's go check the brackets real quick. So on the top, we are actually almost in the top 4. Let's see. Yeah, almost. We have Rhineless versus Lord Caterton here. Big Bees is waiting to face the winner of Eldar Alpha and Torpid. Houseplant and Puggington is right here. And Platypus versus Evenstar. Dude, these are some hard-hitting matches. Hard-hitting matches. So Platypus and Evenstar. I think like Platypus is like number 5 or 6 on the leaderboard. Evenstar is like number 3 or 4. Puggington, I don't know if Puggington's in the top 16. I think so. Houseplant's number 1. Big Bees is top 16. Rhineless is top 16. I don't know about the Lord here. Let's go ahead and see how Lord is doing. A very nice performance from Lord Caterton today. Not quite. Let's go ahead and check on the leaderboard and see how Lord has performed. Yeah, not bad. 9 and 7, coming up there, an up-and-comer, currently ranked 27 in the Total War Warhammer community. Very, very cool. All right, I dig it, man. I dig it. Yeah, some heavy hitters today, man. It's super exciting to see. It's super exciting to see. Rusty says, Turin, the way I summarize the comeback mechanic, it feels far worse to lose by it than to win by it. It's not rewarding and doesn't incentivize good play in order to come back. I agree, yeah. I agree. I agree indeed. So let's see here. Just checking some stuff and we're all set. Yeah, so I think the come from behind mechanic needs to be scrapped, and I think it will be. Like, most of the inclination I've seen from Creative Assembly is that they want to get rid of it. So I think that will happen, which is going to be great. Hey, I'm glad you enjoy the website, man. It was a little project before Warhammer 3. Wanted to have it for... Because, you know, that was always the thing, right? Like, everybody in Warhammer 2 was always like, oh, this person's the GOAT. This person's the best. Oh, this guy won that tournament. I guess he's the best. But no. Now we have a concrete leaderboard, which will tell you who the best players are in the community at any given season. And there's also going to be a Hall of Fame, so you can go and see who the best players were at different times in history. Which is like exactly what I wanted it to be. I wanted it to just be like the answer, right? It's why I like MMA so much. Everyone in the 80s and 90s was like, oh, you know, karate's the best, and, you know, all this different stuff, right? And this and that, and jiu-jitsu and boxing and, you know, sambo, right? Like, so there was a lot of arguments about that. And then MMA came in and proved what the best martial arts were, right? That's kind of the same thing. That's kind of the same thing. So, once again, it is time. The Herald of Khorne battling against Big Boy Kugath. Only one cultist in the game. Okay, that's a little bit weird. We're only seeing one cultist. Very strange. I love the haircut that the Khorne cultists have. It's just so ridiculous. Like, they have the little, like... They have, like... Look at the Khorne cultist up close. It looks like he has little bunny ears. It's so funny, dude. It's so funny. FFA is greater than MMA. Well, they're two very different things. All right, guys. So, for the forces of Khorne, Exalted Bloodletters are actually very good against Nurgle because they beat down any Nurgle infantry and they're very quick. They have 38 speed. So what you can do, for example, is if Nurgle's like, I'm just going to go send a Plague Bearer up here. Well, these bad boys can just go absolutely cut them to pieces and take the objective, right? So it's going to be a Cultist, a Herald. We have some Spawn of Khorne, which are the highest DPS spawn of the game. They have 190 weapon strength, and that's pretty much it. Very simplistic, but they do a lot of work. And it's going to be Bloodletters, backed up by Bloodletters. I mean, these rosters are both just very melee focused, so you're gonna get it. They look like cat ears, dude. They look like cat ears. They're not horns. It's actually like a haircut. Yeah. Let's see. He says, Turn, are you going to expand the leaderboard to include... Yeah. Eventually, I'm going to have the developer, the website, update things pertaining to like win rates and all that sort of good stuff. So, yes. Plague Bears of Nurgle. Would you also have Kugath Plaguefather, the Festering Stooges, and yeah, just Plague Bears. Which makes sense. What's going to happen here is Nurgle is going to rotate to this objective, and then they're going to slow push to this one and just play those two objectives. That's pretty much going to be it. That is what is going to be down. Khorne, in the meantime, gonna go grab the high ground objective. Nurgle's one of the few factions in the game that doesn't really care about the come from behind mechanic with their durability and their objective play. They just don't really care. They just waddle up on it and they just tank it. That's really what they do. The dream with Nurgle is just like triple capping someone and then sacrificing your units to hold the objectives. And then you just fall back and defend one objective with a Mortis Engine in the late game. Because that's the thing about Kugath, right? Or the Great Unclean One. Let's say you have enough points to win with one objective. Do you know how hellish it is to get Kugath off an objective? Homeboy has 15,000 HP. He has a Mortis Engine. He can summon Nurglings. He can heal himself. He is just such a terror. Oh my god, I love it. Look at the little Nurglings back there. It's so great. A lot of awesome little details. These Nurglings look like they're not animated. These ones, Nurgle didn't finish making these guys. that one's tongue doesn't actually move. Yeah, it's pretty great. So Kugath is throwing his bombardments here at what appears to be the Chaos Warriors. He for sure should be going after the Hellforged Host. So Kugath is going to want to start sitting and shooting at the Hellforged Host of the Pug. In the meantime, Puggington's going to be sending some Chaos Warriors of Khorne up on the objective, and Nurgle's actually taking the defensive posture, which is very interesting. Nice bombardment there. Takes out a couple of those Chaos Warriors. And so somebody in chat asking what AoE 4 faction could hold off a Warhammer Demon faction. Well, I would say the French, because they have magical healing abilities in Age of Empires, which has always perplexed me. And yeah, they're basically Bretonnia, so there you go. We'll say that. Chaos Warriors of Khorne, holding on the middle. Kugath is going to be rolling out. I really do like this. Hey, thank you for the donation. Some Total War Warhammer in between flights. Thanks for the stream. I got you covered, man. And safe travels, my friend. Safe travels. Kugath Plaguefather, moving ever so slowly towards the middle objective. Very conservative play. And I actually think that this map is way better for Nurgle than the crossing of the Sea of Claws, because these two objectives are actually very close together. Like, that is easy distance for Kugath to cover. Easy distance. So, Kugath Plaguefather is now going to be moving up to take down these Chaos Warriors of Khorne, throwing the bombardment right there, and a couple of those Chaos Warriors are doing it to it. No, Rusty, that is not the case. They've all been in communication. It's been worked out. So Chaos Warriors of Khorne going to be supported here by the Herald of Khorne. Cultists moving up, and Khorne is going to be securing the high ground objective. Looks like they're leaving some Khorne Dogs up there, maybe, or the Hellforged Toast. I'm not sure. You can see a little bit of a concave situation where they're kind of looking like they want to move down this way. Maybe, you know, that actually would be a strong play. That would be a really strong play. So if the spawn of Khorne come right here, Nurgle basically has one spawn point in this map. Dude, that would be so strong. Just move on to the objective and just camp the Nurgle spawn. That would be really good. But like, Nurgle on this map, man, very powerful. And Houseplant, of course, the Nurgle player, is the #1 player currently in the community. He is a fearsome foe. And he's going to be moving these guys on, and the Khorne Warriors do not want any of this. They do not want any of this at all. And the Chaos Warriors of Khorne with 69 models going to be fleeing the scene, certainly biting my tongue right now, but you know, it is what it is. We're getting there. And the middle objective is now going to be taken by Nurgle. So, we saw Slaanesh do this earlier, right? Like, overload these side objectives. But is Khorne going to be able to do the same thing? It looks like the Pug is going to be advancing in. I do like this. The Cultist also gives you some good spatial control. So you can, for example, drop some summons right here and potentially block some of these guys from coming to reinforce. Khorne Dogs are also really good at killing, like, Nurgle units. They have super high weapon strength, and Nurgle's pretty lightly armored, so they can do it. And now we got our first bump and grind. Warhammer 3 here, in all of its majestic glory, as these two demonic factions rub themselves together. Kugath lending a little bit of his love, Grandpa's love from downtown. And more Chaos Warriors going to be rolling in as Nurgle now needs to maneuver. Look at this big flank, dude. Look at this crazy stuff. So the Khorne army came all the way around through the Nurgle spawn. Look at this like giant force back here. Oh my god, and they're going to be maneuvering on over to 3. Currently the score is like dead even. We have some Chaos Warriors kind of chilling out here, but the Hellforged Host on its way with 95 models. And this is some wild stuff for sure. So the victory location here is going to Khorne. Khorne able to do the big Shaun of the Dead. You remember in Shaun of the Dead when they like are in the pub and they're like circle beating the zombies? That's kind of what's going on here. The Khorne army is like circling the Nurgle army and just like isolating elements once again. And Kugath is just like, here he is. Kugath just rolling around on his giant toddler scooter here, and he hasn't really been able to find a home yet. He hasn't really been able to find a home. He's moving in. He's throwing another one of his boogers here, and it looks like the Nurgle army, though, is not going to get the support, and Khorne is going to take the objective. Very, very clean play by Puggington. Puggington certainly the underdog here in this match. I love this, too. The Hellforged Host should for sure go over here and just, like, camp this spawn. I think that would be very good. Of course, Nurgle would get out, but it would delay them from getting onto the objectives. So this one's been taken by Khorne, but Kugath is going to re-wrestle this objective. And the Festering Stooges are also on their way over, so when the Festering Stooges make it to that point, backed up by Kugath, they should be able to get that back, 100%. But Nurgle, her Khorne is really, really chilling back here. They're being very tactical. Because now that Kugath is here, I think they're rerouting their forces. So Khorne is just like running this way now. Yeah, you can see they're maneuvering to the middle again. And they also summoned some Chaos Warriors in from the back spawn to push up. Some Khorne Dogs moving up here. And this is beautiful because these Nurglings are a very good like kind of theft play. But the thing is, Nurglings will get absolutely taken to town here by the Fleshhounds of Khorne. Fleshhounds will just rip them to shreds. It'll be a very one-sided fight. Chaos Warriors of Khorne do also beat Plague Bears in combat, head-to-head. It takes a long time. Plague Bears last forever. But Chaos Warriors with their armor and their better combat stats do last. But again, Plague Bears are also more or less unbreakable being demons. So that is another advantage they have in that situation. So on the other side, we do have objective number 3. Nurgle's going to be taking that bad boy back. Houseplant is not going to, let this one go easy for sure. And it looks like Khorne might lose this objective. Objective 2, maybe going to be taken by Nurgle. Look at this. The Fleshhounds are killing the Nurglings, but these little popcorn monsters are not being killed quick enough. Fleshhounds feasting like the heathen kings of old, which, actually makes sense. I know I say that expression a lot. But I would imagine that the heathen kings of old probably ate some like moldy, nasty food that probably wasn't, up to modern day hell standards. So this would truly be a situation of them feasting like a heathen king. Getting in on those Nurglings. Khorne Dogs pulling back. Did the Hellforged Host save it? Oh my god, the Hellforged Host arrived just in time to keep Nurgle from getting this objective. But Nurgle does have 2 infantry on there, but the Khorne Dogs need to get back on that point. They need to move on and sandwich them right now, like hammer it. Otherwise, Nurgle gets the point. Nice play there by Houseplant. Granted, with good control, Reginald Puggington should push those guys off and get that objective. Now, looking at the points, it's a very close game, but Nurgle has gotten the dreaded triple cap. Khorne looks like they're going to maybe have a chance at securing the middle here, and Khorne is now really hammering the back objective as well. So Furies, as well as Khorne Dogs, are being used as like roadblock units, and they're moving in. Just getting a lot of work done, actually picking off a couple Nurglings, and now they're going to be bouncing back to the middle. But Nurgle, once again, is really just allocating their resources very efficiently, and that's what Nurgle's all about. Efficient resource allocation. How many units do I need to send here? I'm very, very slow. Gotta figure it out. But he's doing a great job of it, man. The middle objective is taken by your boy Nurgle. Top objective easily going to be taken by Khorne here. But Khorne is falling behind on points, and if you're playing against Nurgle, one of the worst feelings in the world, in tabletop as well, is basically falling behind. So here, we do have the victory location. Oh, a little bit of a mistake, though. The Pug needs to get back on the objective and capture that. This is one of the classic domination mistakes, is chasing people off objectives. And he does realize it and moves back on. Now, as far as reinforcements, we got Spawn heading over here to try and clear this. Khorne fighting very heavily in the middle, but to no avail, really. Kugath is here. You're not going to remove Kugath. It's not going to be a good time at all. And in the back, Khorne is trading very well. Value's pretty even. But when you have even value with Nurgle, it's usually not a good sign. Because Nurgle is a healing faction, their DPS output isn't great. They usually make up their value in their healing. But the Juggernaut and the Bloodletters are making some good progress, and they do have the Locus of Wrath going down. So the melee attack of these Bloodletters is going to be insane. It's going to be 82 right now. I think the only chance that Khorne has here is to blitz this side objective before Nurgle gets too far ahead. But it's kind of getting to that dire situation where, the middle objective is just going to be the throne upon which the toilet seat lord sits. Once again, look at him just on his motor scooter here. Dude, just living his best life. I mean, who doesn't want to just roll around on a giant scooter and have Nurglings carry you around, right? But Khorne's going to be maneuvering over. Festering Stooges are here too. It's been really, really good resource allocation so far. Khorne kind of letting that top objective slip was a huge, huge blow. Because Khorne, I think, could have held this objective. They ran the Hounds off the objective, and instead of just sandwiching and fighting, which is what they should have done, I think that was potentially a small blunder by Reginald Puggington that allowed Nurgle to get back in the game. And now Nurgle has really taken that advantage, and they've run with it. So we get the Furies. Again, Furies really take apart Nurglings. It's an excellent tool if you're a Khorne player against Nurgle and they have Nurglings waddling towards an objective. You can kill them just with a single Fury. But look at this, man. He's been like so trolly with these guys. Just little Nurglings hiding on the flanks, just being super obnoxious. It is pretty it's pretty great for sure. Now, middle objective is held. There's pretty much no chance for Khorne. That is going to be game one, going to the Lord of Nurgle. The Houseplant showing why he is the #1 player in the community at the moment. But Puggington put up an excellent fight. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is game one. This is game one indeed. And there will be more action to come in this series as Nurgle claims the victory. Kugath celebrating by concocting some foul plague and throwing it as his opponents. The third objective just barely slipped. Barely slipped. But it was a really good play from Pug. He played a clean game, but Houseplant was very crisp. All of his allocation of units was very good. Even if he lost said units, it got him the points he needed to win. Yeah, the Khorne Encirclement was a really rad play in the beginning. I certainly enjoyed that. Houseplant going up 1-0. And now, let's go ahead and check the next map here. All right, let's go ahead and find this. Hey, RLTV, thank you for the donation. Sorry I missed it during the heat of the game. Been lurking for a long time, so I thought it was about time I supported your channel. Love the streams and the videos, dude. Hey, really appreciate that, man. And we'll be here for years to come. As long as you guys keep hanging out, I'll keep going. Galleon's Cove. So this is one of my least favorite maps, but it is good to have some map diversity for sure. This is a brawler map. So this is a map where Khorne and Nurgle actually love to play, but they've both already been played, and you can't play factions again. I'm sorry I didn't look at Kugath's value. Yeah, I got too excited on the other analysis. Yeah, you know, the thing is, if Khorne didn't lose the top objective, the score differential would have been far more manageable for them to maybe get back in the game. Yeah. Hey, the wife is here. She says, and that's the lesson for y'all today. Don't underestimate anything that's small, mean, and ready to bite. Nurglings, exactly. Hey, Rusty, thank you for becoming a member. Greatly appreciate that. And we will be working on some new emojis soon. I'm going to talk to my smoking hot wife here and see if maybe she can help me with some new emojis. It's about time we get some ones. I think that'd be a lot of fun. You got the Sigvald. The Sigvald emoji is a classic. Oh, okay, you're talking about yourself. Fair play. I thought you were talking about the Nurglings in the match. RLTV, man, thank you so much for that donation again. Really, really appreciate that. And the Galleon's Cove. What will the picks be from the players? GG, well played, being dropped on both sides. What are the picks going to be? And when we get to the top 4, we're going to be casting every series. We'll probably actually potentially be close to the top 4 after this. Let me go ahead and check the tavern and see the progress of these events. Yeah, we're pretty darn close to top 4, actually. As a matter of fact, we have on the bottom side, so let's go ahead and look. We have Platypus facing off against Evenstar on the bottom. And then we have Houseplant versus Reginald, which is the series we're casting. The winner of these matches is going to be going on to the grand finals here. So they're going to be, or the top 4, I should say. And then the grand finals. The grand finals are best of 5. Every other match in this tournament is best of 3. Scrolling up, we have Torpid versus Big Bees, which is happening right now. And then we have Rhineless versus Lord Caterchin here. Cool. Very cool indeed. So we'll see what happens. Hey, RLTV, once again, thank you. Thank you so much. Houseplant still has not picked their factions yet. Players have to scheme. Puggington is going to be declaring Slaanesh and Kislov for the picks here. And we will see what the counter pick will now be from Houseplant. I would imagine Khorne. Oh, wait, he just played Khorne. No, he didn't play Khorne. He played Nurgle. Okay, Houseplant's probably going to go Khorne here on this map. You're not going to see a Cathay pick on this map. I often joke that there's only 6 factions in the game because Cathay often sucks pretty bad. But I've seen some victories with Cathay. I've heard some whispers, hushed whispers in taverns of Cathay doing well. So, you never know, man. You never know. You never know indeed, my friends. All right, perfect. Very cool. The Demons of Chaos, not likely. You know, that's the thing, too. I'm, like, thinking about, like... Demons of Chaos actually have access to every single regiment of renown for you know, that got added. So I'm like, Would they actually be fair? And Bellicor is also like not balanced very well for multiplayer. He's a little bit overpowered. I mean, he's the final boss of the game, right? So I often wonder like if we should allow Demons of Chaos. What kind of shady taverns does Turin go to hear such nonsense? We go to the Total Tavern, yes. Yeah. Crazy stuff indeed. So the Demons of Chaos is what most people sit on when they're in a lobby trying to decide what they're going to be playing, so their opponent doesn't like get an idea. It's pretty funny. There's like a slight element of psychological warfare with that, where like if you join a lobby and you instantly pick a faction, your opponent might ban it. It's really funny. That actually happens. Okay, so we got Ogre Kingdoms picked for the house plan. Hell yeah, we need some ogres today. Versus Puggington, who will be on either Slaanesh or Kislov, both of whom are decent against ogres. I would say even matchups, so I think that's going to be fine. The sewers of the Nosferatu clan. Yeah, man. A video game tavern, yes. By the way, if you guys have any suggestions for features that you would like to see when Immortal Empires does come out, I am going to be doing another update development cycle on TotalTavern.com. There's some features I want to add, and if you guys have any feedback on things you would like to see that would be very helpful for you as either a viewer or a player, do let me know. But what I'm thinking right now is adding an army uploading feature where players who are registered on the website, which all you need to do is have a Discord account, there's going to be like a forum section where people can upload builds in certain matchups. So it would be like Khorne versus Nurgle, right? They show the build, they can write a little bit of text about said build, and then everyone on the website has the option to upvote or downvote certain builds based on like if they think it's good. So there could be like top meta builds on the website. Very similar to like other RTS games or even card games where you have like build like deck lists. Like a build, I don't know about like being able to integrate it with the UI in the game, but you could still like copy the build from the website. So like it would be a place where everyone can go and like share builds with one another. And like they could write it like an article essentially. Like, yeah, this is my build and all that stuff. So if there's any other features, the other one I'm thinking about adding is win rates for factions when Immortal Empires comes out. So basically, when you play a tournament match on the website, you have to report what factions you're playing. So then the website would actually give you the win and loss rate for different factions, which I think would be supremely awesome. Not only for balance, but also for like giving CA feedback. Like, hey, look, like people on ladder, yeah, sure, Cathay might have like a 60% win rate on ladder, but when like actual tournament players play with them, they have like a 10% win rate, right? So yeah, should be kind of fun. On my way to downvote all of the best builds so nobody sees them and I can use them for myself, says Weston Sammy. I love it. Yeah, that's really good. But there will be another development cycle. Those are the two big things I want to implement: faction win rates and tournaments for season 2. With like a live document that would update, and then the build sharing thing. Yeah, Ryan, exactly, brother. Very much like the primers you write for Commander decks and Magic. Exactly. Win rates would be super cool. I think so too. Matchups would be awesome. Yeah. So like you could get some of these top guys to go on there, and I don't know if they'd want to share their builds. Maybe they would. I mean, you can just see them by watching the streams, but I think that'd be really cool for the community. I think it'd be really cool. And of course, there will be people writing guides and things like that. Right now, it doesn't make much sense since everything's going to change, but we'll be doing more. But again, if you guys have any feedback in that regard, just go to this video after it gets uploaded to YouTube as video and leave that feedback. We greatly appreciate it. Dude, I love your name, T-Rex Push-Ups. Imagine a T-Rex trying to do push-ups, dude. Yeah. More tabletop space. There you go. I'd love a matchup rating showing their hardest and easiest matchups for sure. Yeah, that would be really cool. Kind of like showing like, oh, bad matchup, good matchup, based on the data. Yeah, it would be pretty wild. All right, guys. So, it is time, ladies and gentlemen.
Did you need anything from me?
I'm good, darling. Thank you.
Is that all there?
Yeah, I'm all good. Dziękuję bardzo. Love you. All right, so Slaanesh versus Ogre Kingdoms. Oh, the Powder Guts are here, baby. Check it out. So the Herald of Slaanesh and the Ogre Kingdoms. It is time. It is going to be the Powder Guts versus the Herald. Dude, Powder Guts is the closest you can get. hands down to playing Empire right now, so I'm going to take it, and I'm not going to complain. There should be a meme build category. It could be. It could be the case. Yeah, I've got some plans for it, though, for sure. Like, I kind of want to see how things develop with Immortal Empires, though, 100%. But it will be a good time indeed. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are in a best of 3 between Reginald Puggington and Houseplant. It is currently game 2. Game 1 was taken by the dreaded Houseplant. Puggington put up an excellent fight, but was not able to edge it out. And now we have a million Marauders. It's going to be Marauders into the sunset. We saw Puggington play this style earlier, so just like the Slaaneshi Marauder swarm. And it looks like it's going to be backed up by very light mobility, I think. Is there any cav? We have a Herald. Is there literally no cav? Oh my god, just like all Marauders, dude. Crazy stuff. Which against Ogres can do work. It can definitely do some work for sure. So, if we're looking here, we see the Noblars, and we do also see the Powder Guts, Man-Eaters with pistols here. It's going to be some Ogre Bulls and a Slaughtermaster of Beasts. So it should be quite a bit of fun. Hopefully you guys are ready to party. But if you haven't seen the Powder Guts are the ROR for Ogres of Man-Eater pistols. They have adaptive tactics, which is one of the coolest things in the game. And basically when they start losing a fight, they get stronger. And they have superior range from apparently training in like Nuln with the Empire, which is rad. But yeah, like Iron Fists, I think are decent. They have a little bit higher melee defense. Oh, these are Man-Eaters with Iron Fist. Holy shit. Okay, these are no mere Ogre Bulls. He brought some Pirate Boys. Okay. Man-Eaters, and yeah, double Man-Eater Iron Fist in the front. I know Slaanesh doesn't have shooting, so some of you guys are like, why are they bringing shields? Well, shields come with higher melee defense. So it lets them sustain a little bit better in combat. But what I love about the Slaaneshi army is the massive horde here. Look at this. Yes, the Marauders, they do have the ITP. So these guys are immune to psychology. So if Ogres wanted to bring in like a Stonehorn or something like that, you know, wouldn't scare them off. Slaanesh has certainly, prepared them for the horrors of the old world. That is for sure. Hellfighters of Slaanesh with the anti-large bonus going to be running down this way. And let's go ahead and look at the high ground objective. It looks like Marauders with Hellscourge is going to be moving there. And it's basically just going to be a million Slaaneshi Marauders targeting the objectives. And honestly, Slaanesh Marauders are pretty good against Ogres. I mean, most Ogre units are pretty lightly armored. 40 armor here, 50 armor on these Man-Eaters. Like, basic Bulls have only 30 armor. So Marauders can swarm them for sure. If I'm Slaanesh here, though, I don't engage. What I do is I just form like a little bit of a battle line like this, right? And then just make the Ogres like charge into my spears and my brace formation. That's pretty much what you want to do. Now, on the far side here, we do have a couple Marauders with Hellscourges moving in, as well as Spear Marauders. And they will probably eventually win this fight against basic Ogre Bulls. I'm really curious how Houseplant is going to effectively break through just all these bodies here. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be absolutely crazy. And here we do have the Powder Guts, Man-Eaters with pistols, moving down to objective number 3 here. And the Ogres are just kind of preparing to try and blitz through this, man, which is going to be wild. Are they going to be able to break through? Up on the top here, just one Slaaneshi Marauder holding this, which is pretty cost-effective. Ogres could send like a Gorger up there if they want to, but the Gorgers aren't used terribly often. And now the Man-Eaters have piled into fight. They do have the support of the Noblars, which is really good. So if you guys are new to this game, it's a very, very good idea to put Noblars under your Ogres, especially with spears involved, because the Noblars will take many of the attack animations. But the Man-Eaters have begun fighting, and overall it seems like it's a little bit of a better engagement for Slaanesh. Although a big debuff going down, the Curse of Onrare is going to be debuffing the combat stats. We do get some Chaos Furies being summoned by the Herald here, and they're going to be attacking the Man-Eaters. Granted, they're winning in combat, so they're not going to be getting adaptive tactics, but it looks like the Slaanesh Cultist is going to be dropping a summon right here to target the Ogre army. Now, a big blunder by Slaanesh. Oh man, look at the slicing shards coming down. It does a little bit of friendly fire damage, but Slaanesh needs to get back and get this objective because Ogres might eventually outvalue you here, but they need to win on the objectives. And it looks like Puggington is going to be pulling back here. Look at this. Yeah, just grabbing this. Very nice play. Locus of Grace also going down, and the Ogres are kind of buckling to the mass amount of just Slaaneshi heretics here. Man-Eaters holding on like champs. They have 50 melee defense and higher armor value, so they'll be slightly more effective, but here comes Captain Pegleg himself, the Slaughtermaster of Beasts. And how is the Slaaneshi formation holding? Down on the low ground objective, it looks like Slaanesh is getting that slow bump and grind, playing some of those 90s smooth jams. And the Ogres are kind of being pushed a little bit, but overall the Noblars and the Ogre Bulls are holding pretty well together. The Demonette summons are finally going to be broken, and Slaanesh is just kind of comfortably holding on to a 2-cap. Now, You haven't seen any like really expensive units. Ooh, Fiends of Slaanesh being summoned in. I like this. Fiends are pretty durable actually by Slaaneshi standards, and they also do have the Soporific Musk, which means they're going to be debuffed the combat stats of these Man-Eaters. And this is just a messy, grindy fight as the Slaanesh forces are trying to pin the Ogres back. Ogres trying their best to fight out of this mass of heathens here, but nonetheless, they are not having the best time. Slicing Shards are going to be going down again. Slaanesh, the Dark Prince, is going to be sending in some love from beyond. And look at the damage on those Ogre Bulls. My goodness, that spell does a lot of work against these monstrous infantry, which you would not be expecting. Marauders of Slaanesh with their spears. They do have their anti-large shanks, and they're going to be poking away into the Ogre Bulls here. The Ogres are actually trying to push through. You can see Houseplant trying to move in, but this is becoming a little bit problematic for Houseplant because Slaanesh is starting to get a pretty decent little lead here, and the Ogres just simply aren't able to break through the Slaaneshi battle lines. The Man-Eater pistols back here are losing in combat. No, they're winning, and what's really cool about Man-Eater pistols is they actually can take down Furies very easily. How's the back objective looking? It looks like Slaanesh actually does have a little bit of capture weight on it, and this is actually a very precarious situation for the Ogres. The mass infantry build here from Puggington, it's so funny. Everybody basically thinks that Slaanesh is going to be bringing in Devonettes and mass cav, but then they just swarm with these haggard cheap infantry, which are immune to psychology and are actually very good in combat for their cost. And they just swarm you, man. They just swarm, which it's funny because even in a land battle, Slaanesh could do this exact same thing. They could just swarm with Marauders, and actually would be pretty good against Ogres, I feel. And you can see it is certainly paying some dues here. Now, looking at the objective, Slaanesh does have the capture weight on it. Ogres are kind of running out of bodies on the battlefield. The value is very even. Houseplant is actually up by a little bit. Probably because of the damage on the Herald of Slaanesh. Probably not the actual state. Now we get some Hellstriders coming in. Hellstriders with the anti-large charge do get right on top of the Ogres here. And these are no cheap Ogres. These are Man-Eaters. Man-Eaters do not want to be eating a charge from anti-large cav. You can see this very sad pirate boy going to be falling down. And it's kind of like the Ewoks in Star Wars. Yeah, Slicing Shards does a lot of damage for sure. Slaanesh wrestling control. Ogre's going to be coming in with the flank here. So we do see some dual weapon boys moving down from the hills with Saber Tusk packs. Saber Tusks, in my experience, are very, very good against Slaanesh units because they have high DPS against light armor. So here the Saber Tusks come crashing into the Slaaneshi lines, but the problem is everything here is large. And Slaanesh, this is all Slaanesh spears backed up by Slaanesh anti-large cav. And Fury's not going to be amazing here, but still do provide some bodies. So Narcissism being used, interesting. Oh, look at that combo. Okay, guys, I like this. Basically, Narcissism backed up by Slicing Shards. So it snares them in place, and then Slaanesh just gives them all the sweet, sweet payload here. Oh my god, masterful play there by Puggington. Bull weapons, the bull weapons. Yes, the Ogre Bulls got wrecked, the Saber Tusks got wrecked, and Slaanesh is going to take that objective. Now, Ogres look to have re-secured the back objective. They have pushed off the Marauders of Puggington here. So you can see these Marauders, for the most part, very tattered, a couple Hell Scourges. We do have some Furies here that are kind of at the point of breaking, but the Ogres have established a bit of a foothold here on the bottom. So they have objective number 3. 2 is somewhat contested, but still owned by Slaanesh, I would say. Ogres, the value's dead even. Like that Slaaneshi Bombardment, the Narcissism with the Slicing Shards combo, it's funny because that's something I never really think of. That actually seems like an incredibly strong play. We do see the Locus of Grace active, so melee defense and physical resist. Going to be buffing up these normally very squishy units, making them somewhat durable, and obviously they are going to be driving the Noblars back to the realm of shadows. So farewell, sweet Noblars, you will be missed by your ogre friends, I'm sure. We also have the Fiends of Slaanesh still in the battle. I wonder how they're doing in terms of value. Probably not bad, and yeah, looks like they got about 700 value, and they've been able to kind of sustain. Here we see a couple Marauders being very efficiently used. This is a great play by Puggington. He's basically blocking all these units from getting to the battle. Narcissism and Slicing Shards coming down again, dude. I love this combo. It's going to do so much damage against the Noblar Trappers. It really reminds me of like a net burning ahead type situation from Warhammer 2. And, oh, the Noblars are trying to get away from it, and it does some big work, I guess. But no, that wasn't as good because these are just Noblars. So really that was only like 200 value, give or take. So yeah, looks like it is still a comfortable lead for Slaanesh, and this means that the dreaded Puggington could be coming in with an upset here against the #1 player currently in Total War Warhammer 3. We will have to see, but you can never count out the Houseplant. The Houseplant coming in with a bit of a second wind, moving on to the middle objective. And how is the back objective looking? Is there any sort of a threat back here? It does not look like it. Hellstriders of Slaanesh did crump some Ogre Bulls that tried to move up there, and that's the scary thing about Slaanesh. They can move very, very quickly, and now we have a huge brawl down here as the Ogres get their second win and are trying to break through the formation here. And it seems like they're certainly struggling to do so, as Slaanesh is able to react to the Ogres very quickly. And that's what I love about Slaanesh in Domination Mode. is though they're squishy, they have such good reactions. They're so fast, they're so furious. They certainly know how to, you know, race their cars, and they get there quick, man. And they can just respond to any moves, which is so cool. And I think it really rewards high micro and good play and good decision making, really. Oh no. This is gonna hurt the ogres so bad, dude. They're so bunched. Oh god, just raining Slaanesh all over their faces. The Nobblar trappers are wavering. These ones are broken. The Powder Guts even took a little bit of damage there, and that is looking very, very grim. And I also do like in the back that Slaanesh is still pressing this objective 3, even though they know they can't get it. So for any of you guys who come from an RTS background, right? When I see those close-ups, I hear the initial music from Gladiator, only thing missing is the artillery. Yeah, there you go. So here's the thing. One of my favorite elements of Domination Mode is how it has made Total War into more of an RTS type game. Here's how what often happens in RTS. Any other game you've played, let's say you're fighting over a position in the middle. There's a resource node, there's something that's very high value. Your opponent, you're kind of deadlocked with them there, right? And you know, you can't quite break through it. Both you and your opponent are just kind of throwing all your pieces against each other. How do you get the middle? Well, what you do is you send a distraction or a raid into their base. They are forced to overreact in their base and defend it, and then you secure the middle position. That is a classic RTS principle. And that's what's happening here. Slaanesh is attacking the back, forcing the ogres to overreact on certain objective points, which allows them to really control, you know, what they really want to be controlling here. Hellstriders of Slaanesh with their anti-large, getting some nice shanks in here, cutting through the ogre bulls. You can see these ogres certainly not living their best life. They are this guy looks especially unhappy. And Houseplant is going to be withdrawing from the game. Slaaneshi victory. The pug is on the board, and it is 1-1, ladies and gentlemen. That is some exciting stuff. That is some exciting stuff. So let's update the scoreboard here. We got a rubber match on our hands. I love it. Value for the Slaanesh Herald, who was casting all those slicing shards. About 2,500. That's really good. Really, really good stuff indeed. How'd the Fiends end up doing? Yeah, about 700-800. Not bad. For the Ogres, the Powder Guts are a really good unit. They got 2,000 value. Man-Eaters didn't quite pay for themselves, but yeah, maybe basic Ogre Bulls might have been a little bit more effective. I loved the innovation of the Man-Eaters, though. I think that's really cool to see players trying new things. Pug Champ. You see, I don't know much about Twitch speak, but yeah, that's pretty funny. I like it. Oh god, a dreaded sneeze is coming. I'm going to try and mute the mic. I just need to see the next map. Oh, it's Eye in the North. Okay. Eye in the North. Oh god, the sneeze of doom. Oh man, it's like right on the edge. So I can't like quite focus on anything else. Hey Nightwish, thank you for the donation. That's very generous. Finally a big Warhammer tournament. That's right, baby. We got the big tournaments going. Pug Champ. We need an emoji for that. Oh, that would actually be really good. Yeah. Hey, Nightwish, thank you so much. And you know, big Warhammer's back on the menu. We've been keeping the torch lit, but you know, we're getting close to the Immortal Empires, and it's gonna be the good times will be rolling once again. Okay, the sneeze has subsided. I don't know where it went. I'm sure it will be back. I've been having wretched allergies lately. Gosh darn. Houseplant, your Total War Warhammer League, he's not the champ of Season 1 yet. How it works is, at the end of every Warhammer season, I'm going to close down the leaderboard, and the top 16 players are going to be invited to a grand tournament where I'm going to be trying to get a big prize, you know, with some sponsors and things like that, and it's going to be just like this, essentially. So you're going to have the Creative Assembly official ones, which is going to be probably the Summer Championship and maybe Winter Championship, but then you're going to also have the Total War Warhammer Season 1 Grand Finals, which is gonna, I think, be just as big as this event. It's gonna be huge. Hopefully we can get some big sponsors. I got some plans, which would be awesome indeed. So what is the match gonna be in the rubber match? Reginald Puggington says he needs to think about it. Unit caps on. Sounds good. I don't know why these weren't on. Okay, have fun. Good luck, have fun indeed. All right, let's see. Okay, looking all set. And perfect. Yeah, looking forward to that though. It's gonna be fun. And once we get like all the factions in, dude, it's gonna be so crazy to watch. There's gonna be so, dude, the meta is gonna be so nuts. It's going to be just insane. How do you keep track of 23 factions and like be practiced in all of them? I think what's going to happen is most players will be very good at probably 3 to 5 factions would be my guess. That would be my guess. All right, perfect. All right, so just have a quick admin question from somebody in the tournament, so just give me a hot second. All right, cool. All's good in the realm, man. It's been a fun day so far. Chris asks, did I watch some Dragon Ball? I mean, I watched the original one when I was a kid. That's pretty much it. Long time ago. Yeah, Puggington's a very fun player to watch, and so is Houseplant. They're both amazing players. They're both amazing players. Yeah, Black Orcs are going to be very good on objectives. Immune to Psychology, 110 armor, great weapon strength. They're going to be beast mode. What factions am I going to main? I'm going to main the Empire because that's what I play in tabletop. I will main probably Nurgle, Slaanesh. I want to get really good at Slaanesh. So Slaanesh, Nurgle, Empire, and I don't know who else really calls to me. Probably like Tomb Kings or something is someone I really want to get good at too. So those are the factions I'm looking at practicing, but I have to get my hands on it, you know, and really kind of test the waters here. Yeah, Rogue Idols, man, who knows? Maybe Rogue Idols will be great. Yeah, they're allowed to do mirror matches if they want to. Yeah, correct. I'm grateful we haven't seen any today, but it could happen for sure. All right. So it is going to be Ogres, Tzeentch, and Kislov, and banning Khorne. Really nice there by Puggington. Khorne is a great one to ban. Khorne is just so strong. You know, if Houseplant wants to get real crazy, Houseplant could pick Cathay here. Cathay is actually, I think, a favored matchup versus Kislov. I think Crane Gunners wreck like the entire Kislov roster. Cathay versus Tzeentch is a little bit scary, but I think Cathay can trade it into Ogres too. If there ever was a moment for Grand Cathay to emerge from the Dragon Emperor's tomb here, it would be right now. Granted, Eye of the North isn't like the best Cathay map, but it's not bad either. It's not a bad map either. So we'll see, my friends. Stone Trolls. Hadrius is excited for the Stone Trolls. I think Greenskins will be great. Turin will main Empire, Nurgle, and whoever else is struggling in the meta. That's right. I always play the worst factions. It's just... As soon as a faction gets good, I stop playing it. But I do really like Slaanesh. Lately, I've been enjoying Slaanesh a lot. So Slaanesh, Nurgle, Empire. Tomb Kings were one of my favorites, too. I really like Tomb Kings. I'll probably play Skaven a lot, too. I actually enjoy Skaven a ton. Yeah, you know what? Skaven. Okay, Skaven, Empire, Nurgle, Slaanesh, Tomb Kings. That sounds like the 5 factions that I would like practice a lot. Which old matchup do you think will be most impacted by the switch in Domination? Okay, let's see. Will Dwarves get wrecked as badly by Skaven on Domination Mode? I think so. I don't think that matchup's going to be changing anytime soon. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Turin? No, I'll never play High. I have like zero interest in High Elves. I don't know why. I don't like the High Elves. I don't like their aesthetic. It's just like nothing about the High Elves calls to me. All right, so let me just head on over to the tavern and check, see if anybody's reached the top 4. I just need to make sure the top 4 players don't play without the heads up here. All right, so please wait for to play your series for casting. Cool. So we have some individuals who've reached top 4. Let's go ahead and take a look here on the tavern and see who has made it. While the players do their picks and bans, it is going to be Slaanesh versus Tzeentch? No, it can't be. That wasn't one of the picks, was it? Let's see. Ogre, Tzeentch, and Kislov for Pug. Okay, no, they're still doing their picks. It looks like it's going to be Tzeentch, banning Tzeentch. Okay, so it's going to be either Kislov or Ogres versus Tzeentch. It's got to be a Kislov pick, I think. It's got to be a Kislov pick. All right. And... All right, perfect. Vampire Coast. Vampire Counts are going to be the strongest faction. Oh yeah, Bretonnia I'll definitely be interested in playing. I like Bretonnia a lot. But Vampire Coast is going to be a map-dependent faction, I think. All right, heading on over to the tavern, taking a look at the top 4. So we have Torpid, who's made it to the top 4. Pretty cool. Yeah, Torpid is the top. I think Torpid is the #1 player in Dawn of War 2 competitive, which is really cool to see. It's awesome to see like high level RTS players come to play this game, because normally you don't see it as much because there's not a ton of money in it. But that's really exciting. So Torpid is here, and then Torpid will be playing the winner of Rhineless and Lord Caterton here, who are still playing. On the bottom side, we have Evenstar, who defeated the Platypus 2-0, which is certainly no small feat. Platypus, I think, is number 5 or 6 on the leaderboard. And then Houseplant and Puggington, the winner, is going to be playing Evenstar. Crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. It's been a good tournament so far. Certainly been enjoying it quite a bit. And there we go. No, Patrick, you know, my dislike for the High Elves isn't because of any play experience against them. It's just, I don't like the aesthetic that much, you know? I don't know why. Like, Wood Elves are just so much cooler, you know, in my opinion. Even Dark Elves. I don't know. Like, Malekith is just so rad. And, like, yeah, just like the Executioners are just so much cooler looking than the Swordmasters. And I don't know. It's just the aesthetic, really. Wood Elves are going to be amazing, dude. Dude, Wood Elves will be nuts. Just summoning in archers, pounding you off objectives, like Wild Riders, just going deep in your back lines, like Pravenoth Rayma. Robert B says, Torpid beat me and then gave me advice for builds. Yeah, he seems like a very nice guy, for sure. I don't know him very well, but seems great. Yeah. We're at the scary part of the bracket. We are. We are indeed. Yes. Wood Elves are going to be insanely OP. I don't think they'll be OP, but I think they're going to be good. I think they'll be very good. So it's going to be Kislov versus Zinch. This is a matchup that used to be Kislov favored when the Chariots were OP, but now it's not as bad. Turin, it's your anti-Sparty bias. Yeah, Sparty does love the High Elves. He does. He has I think when he was a kid, he used to play High Elves in tabletop. So he's got some High Elf units. Okay, Eltharion is like the only High Elf character I think I really enjoy. He's pretty badass. Because Eltharion is basically just like High Elf Karl Franz. He's like the Walmart budget version of Karl Franz, you know? You know, Eltharion has magic, he lives thousands of years, and he still isn't as cool or awesome as Karl Franz, who is but a man, you know? Yeah, Franz is the dude. Professor Pone says, us High Elf mains are the true players who lurk in the darkness. Yeah, man. Yeah, Swordmasters are cool, man. I just think Executioners are way better looking. Like, way better looking. Eltharion has so many terrible abilities, like his Arrow Rain. He just has, like, crappy weapon strength. His items are mediocre. Yeah, Tyrion's not bad. I like Tyrion. As far as High Elf characters go, if I had to say, like, which ones I like, it'd be Eltharion and Tyrion, yeah. But how can you not like Franz? He's just the coolest. Like, Franz and Volkmar... Oh, man. Who are my favorite characters in, like, all of the lore and stuff? Probably would be, I mean, I love Gotrek and Felix. Those books are my favorite. If you guys are, like, looking to learn a little bit about Warhammer fantasy lore, just buy the Gotrek and Felix Omnibus, like, the books, and just read them. They're so good. But Karl Franz is super awesome. Volkmar the Grim is super... Dude, if you guys haven't read Volkmar the Grim's lore... Dude, Pone, you bite your tongue. Eltharion is not cooler than Franz. He is nowhere close. Emmerich, dude, Emmerich's so pompous. I hope to the true heroes of Warhammer. I love the battle we've started in chat. Yeah, no, but that's true. Like so there's kind of like two schools of thought. I feel like a lot of people come to a fantasy setting and they're like, why would you like the basic humans when you have all these fantastical things, right? Which I completely understand. But then there's people like myself who, like, oh, I love the humans in fantasy settings because it's so cool to see, like, the common man fighting a dragon or, like, fighting a demon. Like, that's, like, metal. You know, that's what's fun about, like, that's what's super fun about, let's say, you know, Ash versus, the Army of Darkness or Evil Dead. Is seeing, like, Ash Williams with, like, the shotgun and the chainsaw arm, like, battling, you know, all the Deadites and stuff. Like, dude, that's the cool stuff. That's what I'm all about. Oh, yeah. Does Franz ever show up in any Gotrek and Felix stories? I don't think so. He's mentioned, but he doesn't, like, show up. He is in some books, but not in those ones. Dude, the best Gotrek and Felix book, in my opinion, is the one where they have the siege of Prague. So Prague gets attacked by this, like, Zinch warlord, and Gotrek and Felix help defend the city with the Kislevites. It's super epic. It's so good. Yeah, there's some hits and misses with the Gotrek and Felix books, but they're very fun. All right, guys, so here we are. It is Game 3, the rubber match between Puggington and the Dreadlord Houseplant. So if we're looking here, I actually really like this scheme. It's actually kind of similar to my Empire. My Empire tabletop army is like kind of in this type of a scheme. Heavy War Sleds, very good against Zinch. High armor value makes them durable against low AP shooting, and of course they do great against Forsaken and Zinch infantry. Armored Kossars into the sunset with some basic Kossars. And, again, standard fare. It's pretty much your only infantry choice, so you're going to be bringing some of them. And the Ice Witch does have Ice Sheet and the Kiss of Winter. There you go. Good times. And now we take a look over here at Houseplant. Houseplant lost the last game, but looking to close out the series and give the business to Kisler. It is going to be a Soul Grinder with the anti-large Javelin. We saw Tim the Wilder bringing this against Kislov earlier. It's a pretty decent effect, I suppose. Pinks, Forsaken, and Blues. The Lord is going to be a Herald of Zinch with the Gateway spell, as well as the Blue Fire. So, interesting little tidbit here. I know that Tim the Wilder and Houseplant like host tournaments together every Friday, which I would imagine they also play together, because their build is identical. This is actually the same build that we saw Tim the Wilder bring against Puggington's Kislov earlier. So let us see if Houseplant is going to be able to make the build work. Those are very cool flags. They are. They are for sure. Pretty sure that's the same Zinchian Army as before. It is. I think they practice together. They're like training partners or something. So pretty cool. So Blue Fire is going to snipe the Kislov Lord, it looks like. But the good part about bringing these like smaller lords is they can certainly juke a little bit. But it looks like she's on horseback. Do you guys see the Blue Fire? Dude, they were doing like a full 360 loop right there to actually get that character. Oh my goodness. Some wild stuff. That did a lot of damage, dude. They need to get some Kossars up there, some Streltsy. Yeah, nice shots coming in, but the Discmaster is very elusive on his little his Zinch disc. He kind of has like a mullet going on a little bit, like a mohawk mullet thing. Like he's got like this little tuft of hair on his head. It's kind of hard to keep track of him on that disc, man. Yeah, if I'm the Kislov Ice Witch, I'm hiding back here, and I'm just letting Streltsy just like pound this Herald into the Shadow Realm. So the Ice Witch is getting blasted again. She takes not that much damage this time. Are these things going to do like a full 360? No, they hit the ground. Okay. And the Herald does take a little bit of fire, but his shields are able to hold firm. That is for sure. So Armored Kossars moving down towards objective number 2. Heavy War Sleds will probably follow up when the battle actually kind of gets heated. It kind of looks like from the posturing of the situation that Reginald Puggington looks like he wants to like pressure the back objective and not go for the middle as much. It's very tough to wrestle objectives from Kislov for sure. They come here, they form a little Helm's Deep. If they get overwhelmed, they summon in some heavy cav to go help. And again, like I talked about, one of the classic RTS tactics is to attack the back of your opponent's base to force the middle to be more open. And I feel like that's something that we will perhaps see here again. Who knows? Who knows indeed. But the objectives will be opening up in about 50 seconds, give or take, so we have a little bit of time before those bad boys go. Slight lag spike there. You can see the timer does freeze at 50. It happens a little bit, but honestly, it hasn't been too bad today. We've had a little bit of lag in these events, but it's the nature of the beast, man. We're trying our best, but until Creative Assembly adds dedicated servers, it's gonna take some time. There's gonna be these situations. Hey, NN, take care, man, and thank you for becoming a member as always. Armored Kossars moving to the back objective with the Heavy War Sleds. Will Zinch have the tools to shut down the Heavy War Sleds back here? It's going to be tricky. Certainly splitting their army up quite a bit. We do have the Forsaken battling the Kossars here. I think Forsaken might win in a vacuum in this fight against Kossars. It's a grindy one and takes some time, but if the Heavy War Sleds come in here and the Bears move in, oh yeah, release the Bears, baby. The Bears. And they get in there and they run over those Forsaken, and they also shoot them at the same time. So yeah, the Forsaken will start to lose that fight as long as the Bear Sleds do kind of stay engaged there. Now, in the back objective, which is going to be opening up, it looks like Zinch might actually be denied off this objective by Puggington's Armored Kossars. And the Sleds, of course, we could pretty much solo Blue Horrors all day. Like, Blue Horrors have almost no armor piercing, and they're just going to get run to pieces. You can see the Blue Horrors are taking massive casualties against these Bear Sleds, losing like 10 models every couple seconds. And now the Blues are going to move up, but Kislov does have Kossars coming over here as well, getting really nice concave shooting in the middle, too. So they have archers up on the high ground here in the Eye in the north, shooting down into the Blues. And overall, I think Puggington is getting some really good engagements. Now, the question is, are the Streltsy going to be able to line of sight this? Ooh, they are. So the Streltsy have a nice position up on the hill. They're getting some decent armor-piercing shots into the Soul Grinder here. The Warp Flame doing good work. The Blue Fire hammering into the Heavy War Sleds. And we do also see the Soul Grinder of Zinch able to stabilize a little bit. Probably going to run back to the middle at this point. Yes, the Chaos God of Lag. It is indeed the case. But look at this, guys. Objective number 3 currently owned here. Hey, darling, you looking for something? Oh. Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję bardzo. But looking like Kislov is going to be holding on to this objective a little bit. We do get some Spawn in there. Spawn are a very good choice because otherwise, without Spawn, what ends up happening is that the Kislov chariots just kind of perpetually run over your army, and it's a pretty feel-bad situation for sure. You will see. But yeah, Kossars are a counter against Spawn. Kislov might be able to just kind of endure on this point. So, Menacing Platypus in chat saying, lag plant strikes again. Does he have a reputation to be a little bit laggy or something? Is this, yeah, I don't know. I think dedicated servers will come. Like, Creative Assembly has been slowly escalating their support for multiplayer over the past couple years, and I do think that it will come eventually, because you have to think of it like this. My brain just froze for a second. You have to think of it like this. One of the major features in Total War Warhammer 3 is cooperative campaign. Simultaneous turns. It's huge, but it's often not really that playable simply because of the lag, right? But adding dedicated servers would help that as well. So not only would it help like the single player cooperative players, but it would also be very good for multiplayer, which is cool. Now, objectives, Kislov owns 1, Zinch owns 2, but Zinch is getting pressured very heavily back here. The Kossar is doing quite a number. Look at this, man. Oh my god, these Spawn are just getting wrecked by these Arnold powerlifter guys back here. Look at the biceps on these Kossars. These guys are so freaking jacked, dude. Like, none of these Kossars skip log lifting day when it comes to the Kislov camps. That is for sure. But the heavy war sleds sundered a little bit. These Zinch Spawn do have armor sundering, which is very, very powerful here. And it looks like Kislov is eventually going to be pushed off this back objective. You can see the Kossars here. Their leadership is a little bit fickle at this point. And Zinch is going very, very hard in the paint to kind of control this middle objective. Ooh, a huge vortex coming in from Houseplant, so that is going to be bombarding here on the Tsarguard. So the Tsarguard there going to be getting melted pretty good. Yeah, it's such a good spell. It's kind of like the modern Burning Head. It is incredibly powerful there. Don't say that, don't give me hope. I really think it's going to happen. I really, really do think it's going to happen. I think CA will add dedicated servers. It would just massively increase the quality of life. Because even if you're not like a sweaty competitive multiplayer guy, even for somebody who's very casual, who just wants to play co-op with their buddy, it would vastly improve the game experience. Like, vastly. So I think that's going to happen. I do. I don't think it's going to be soon, but I think like in the next like 2 years, it'll happen at some point. That would be my guess. All right, guys. So back objective here. Being contested a little bit. Kislov actually pulls over some Kossovite dervishes with heavy war sleds, and they're putting some hurt on Zinch for sure. Here, these Kossars, looks like they're trying to move back so then they can reposition and shoot back at the Spawn. Are they spear Kossars? They're not, unfortunately, so they don't have the good combat prowess against some of the Spawn units. And in the middle, we see Puggington and his heavy war sled sandwiching into the Forsaken, and Kislov looks like they might have a little bit of an opportunity here to wrestle this objective. The Streltsy have a really nice firing lane, and this is one of the best feelings on this map. They're able to just kind of sit here with their long rifles, and those Spawn are just getting absolutely wrecked. But it's only a matter of time until the cackling Zinch caster is going to come over here and just do his best Palpatine laugh. And is going to be dropping a big, big vortex on those guys, which will pretty much destroy them. For co-op campaigns, are they dedicated? No, they're not. It's all peer-to-peer right now. It's all peer-to-peer connections. So the Herald of Zinch has gotten away, although he took a little bit of damage. It's a very, very close fight, but Puggington is currently winning on value. Down a little bit on objectives, but he is up by almost 2,000 value on the battlefield, which, in this matchup in which neither of them are like truly healing factions, that really is an accurate representation. But his backfield pushing has actually been incredibly effective for sure. And here we get the heavy war sleds battling into the Spawn of Zinch. Certainly very nice. And the Soul Grinder, almost dead actually. Looks like the Soul Grinder's been tar pitted by all these bicep lords. Look at these guys. Dude, the Soul Grinders are such... I've always found them to be such an odd piece. I mean, they just look straight out of 40k. Like, look at the metal on that. Like, he's literally got, like, steam pipes in the back. I mean, I guess there are steam tanks in Warhammer Fantasy, but... yeah, that's, like, looks like such a 40k thing to me. And, like I said, it was inevitable. The Thanos finger snap. The Streltsy getting absolute shadow realms here by this big vortex spell. They're going to go down to probably about 30%. Still, we'll have some good firing power here in the middle. And will Kislov be able to finally wrestle this middle objective? Because Houseplant, even though he's down in value by about 1,100 now, so he has been able to kind of equalize that a little bit, is still doing a very good job holding on to the middle objectives. That is for sure. Griffin Legion has been summoned in. Griffin Legion, they hit hard. They're basically like Reichsguard Knights that are slightly less tanky, but have a little bit of a better charge bonus and also are faster. They have 75 speed. Reichsguard Knights have 66 speed, so that's kind of the whole trade-off with Kislov in general, is that they're a tad quicker. But Griffin Legion are a really, really good unit. And honestly, I think Reiksguard Knights might actually see a little bit of play as well. So Kislov finally kind of breaks the back of Zinch here in the middle with their cav. So the Winged Lancers have indeed arrived, or I should say the Griffin Legion. They have the Howling Wings as well. We might as well, you know, give them the Sabaton reputation. But the Spawn are getting sandwiched, and they're not enjoying that for one moment. Uh-oh! You're very bunched up here. That Zinch Army ability is going to be super good. The Kislovites really need to scatter to the winds. I guess they're all just going to run one way. If that actually got like a square hit on them, ooh, that's pretty good though. Still hits the Zargard. Actually, not so good. Okay. So Puggington did barely dodge that. And Puggington is still taking over in terms of value. About 12.5 to 1,100, give or take, or 11,000, I should say. And the cav in the middle, the Winged Lancers, and now Dervish is going to be moving up to intercept the Forsaken. Houseplant slowly losing grasp on the game as Kislov is just getting more and more value on the battlefield. The objectives are, of course, important, but, you know, trading effectively and good micro and all that sort of stuff is very, very important as well. Optimus saying Soul Grinders are just refurbished steam tanks. It kind of looks like that. Kind of looks like that for sure. We do get the Winged Lancers charging in. So these are, of course, the cheaper version of the Griffin Legion, slightly less durable, but really good charge bonus to boot. You can see the spawn of Zinch, when they ate that charge in the face, just got absolutely wrecked by that. And I think it's looking like a situation now that Kislov has been able to snowball their advantage that Kislov will win with just 2 objectives at this point, and there's not going to be any come from behind situation, right? And this is like something that I dislike about the come from behind mechanic. Like Houseplant is up by about, if Houseplant was up by 100 more value, Kislov would be getting bonus resources despite the fact that they're winning in value. So you see the big problem with the come from behind mechanic in that in this situation, it could just make it even worse for the person who's actually losing the game, just because they like got the objectives a little bit sooner. So hopefully that's a good illustration of kind of my complaints about that. So the Screamers are the last vestige of support here for the Houseplant. Houseplant is kind of in that mode where you're just kind of using the trickle-down theory here, right? You have the Forsaken coming out. Really nice Ice Sheet here. Ice Sheet is a big AoE slow, and that's going to be slowing down these Forsaken as well as the Spawn, and I really, really don't see the forces of Zinch getting back in this. I feel like they've just lost so much, and it's just like a Warhammer 2 land battle. If you have 12,400 resources in total, and your opponent's up by 2,000, and you're at this value margin, yeah, like you're going to be kind of out of stuff, and you're going to pay the troll toll. Man, great show, by the way. Great show. Dervishes back here, hanging out. We see some of the blues trying to get to the objective. The Dervishes could even roadblock them. We do have 2 sleds coming over. Heavy War Sled's still very, very good. And the Bears of Kislov will roar once more in the deep as they move forward. 1,700 on these bad boys, and the other ones I would imagine are doing very well also. But yeah, these little blues are going to get wrecked really, really bad. The middle objective has been taken by Kislov. Kislov would win with just 2 points here. They don't need to capture the third one, but just to be safe, you 100% should. And here comes the Heavy War Sleds with their 100 plus armor. The popcorn that is being thrown at them by these blues is not going to be doing too much damage, and they do get absolutely run down. Christopher in chat with an excellent bouncing suggestion. He says that High Elves should get the come from behind mechanic for free just for sucking so bad, which, hey, that sounds good to me, man. I'm down for it. Maybe Cathay. Throw Cathay in there while you're at it, too. So the blues getting blocked up. We do get the Winged Lancers moving in. This is one of the cool things about Kislov Cav. Super fast, even for a relatively tanky shot cav unit. They can grab the objective, and then as soon as Zinch tries to get in, they just boom, a thunderous fat charge right in their face, and they're going to be living their best life. And there's absolutely no way Zinch is going to wrestle the middle. Kislov is so good at holding. They're so durable. With the Buy Our Blood mechanic, dude, it's just going to be so tough to stop them. More Winged Lancers coming in. Sabaton music is queued up as the Winged Lancers do charge in. Oh, but a blunder! He didn't get the objective, dude. Oh, that pains my soul. Get back there. Get the objective. Okay, the Patriarch has gotten back on the point, so now there is some capture weight, which will start to get the objective here. But yeah, Griffin Legion and Winged Lancers in general, really good roadblock units. Empire Knights will be technically a better roadblock unit because they're tankier, they have more armor, but I think that at the end of the day, the Kislov Cav are better roadblocks because they're unbreakable for 30 seconds. So even if they're getting absolutely massacred, they're going to hold on to the bitter end, and they'll be fighting for the motherland all day and all night. So Kossars, need to get them up on the objective ASAP to try and get that. You need the triple cap. You really got to make sure you seal the deal against a player like Houseplant. Houseplant, of course, is the #1 ranked player on the leaderboard at the moment. But it just goes to show, any given Sunday, man, Puggington is playing like a man possessed today and is just playing like an absolute champ. And, you know, is here to play. No more games. Looking to qualify for the grand finals, of course, which will give him early access to the Immortal Empire's multiplayer. And all the good times, man. All the good times. How do you even deal with Armored Cav as Zinch, asks Mr. Sharma in chat. Well, the answer is you have the spawn of Zinch have armor sundering, so they can actually tear apart these winged lancers in sustained combat as long as they don't get charged and they have support. Number 2, you have exalted flamers and basic flamers of Zinch. You have screamers of Zinch, which are anti-large and armor piercing. You have lords of change, which are armor piercing and very large. There's tons of options. Yeah, the duration's pretty long, but honestly, it's like Kislov isn't like broken. I think it's fine as it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and with that, the Pug is able to claim victory, winning the series 2-1 and advancing on to the semifinals. Well played to the dreaded Pug of old. Houseplant, I'm sure will be back. There's several more qualifiers, and Houseplant is always a force of nature. So we'll be seeing Houseplant, I'm sure, in Dov's Qualifier and some of the other ones that are going on. I'll be certainly watching those myself. But for now, it is a victory for the Pug of Doom. Plague of Rust as well. Yeah, there's plenty of options. There's plenty of options. All right, guys. The Pugs are really tyrannical today, that is for sure. So let me go ahead and check over on the tavern and see how the leaderboards are looking. Do we have our top 4 yet? I think we just about do. Just about. All right, so the top side is not yet decided, so we can do Puggington versus Evenstar right now. So I will go ahead and remake the lobby. I always remake the lobbies just to be safe. Evenstar versus Pug. 1, 2, 3. So here we go. Copy that. Evenstar versus Pug. We have like I just like searched Pug in Discord and there's a lot of people with Pug in their name. 1, 2, 3. All right, cool. You guys are up. Make sure to save builds in case of game start desync. Yeah, sometimes there's a weird desync with some players. I think it's like a regional issue. GG, man. That was a really, really good game. Puggington's just getting all his games casted today because he happens to finish. Yeah, crazy stuff. All right, perfect. And I just want to thank you guys all for supporting. It's great to see the multiplayer community kind of coming back together here and getting these big old juicy events going. Never say die, man. We're here. You know, not to put a curse on it, but we haven't seen any Slanesh bots in chat today. I don't know what it is. And for any of you guys watching on Twitch, this is a YouTube thing where we get raided by like bots. We haven't seen any today. I do not know what it is. All right, so Puggington is here. Let's go ahead and reset these score plates. And Evenstar. First map is going to be Battle for Itza. Very straightforward. It's the best map. It's the best and most competitive map, aside from the spawn points, which probably will get changed, but even still. All right, so Evenstar is on his way in. Make sure to save your builds, my friends. Misha says, why you got to invite Slanesh? It's been so peaceful. It's true, it really has been. Hold on one sec, guys. Got to go get a paper towel real quick. Spilled a little bit of water. I'll try. All right, guys, I'm back. I returned to you from the shadow realm. Okay, perfect. And we're all set. I know. I think we're good though. I don't think we've been. Oh, Wicked says he just banned one. Okay, so players can do their picks and bans here. So good luck, have fun. Start with picks and bans. Maps are Itza, Death Pass, and Gully. All right, so the maps are Itza, Death Pass, and the Broken Leg Gully. And I'm ready to go, man. I'm just hanging out, enjoying all of your company. It's been great so far. No rest for the Pug, dude. I know. Well, it's kind of good in a way. When I used to play StarCraft 2 tournaments a lot. Back in Wings of Liberty, I was a relatively high-ranked StarCraft player, and when I played in tournaments, I did not want to break because I felt like when I got in like a heated game, I was like warm. My hands were good to go. My like mental acuity was really good. And then if I like took a break and like ate some food or something, I felt like I got like sluggish again. I like to just, if I'm in a match, I like to just rapid fire, like go, go, go. But everyone's different, of course. Yes. More matches, that's right, Sotek. That's right. How you doing, man? And let's see what they're doing. I think they're doing their picks and bans and DMs. Oh, I forgot to set up my picks and ban graphics today. I'm sorry, guys. It's a me. Dude, Itza's a great map. It's a good map. It's really fun. It just feels good. Some of the other maps, like a little bit too much terrain for my liking. But yeah, I guess terrain in tabletop has been my best friend when I play with my Death Guard army in tabletop 40k. Without terrain, you kind of just get wrecked. Yeah, I like to just go back to back, honestly. Hadri says he likes tea breaks. Yeah, so see, Hadri's here. He likes to get a little bit zen, you know. He has his tea, he cools down, gets that mental flow going. Pug is doing this Mortal Kombat style. He has to fight everyone. Yeah. Well, it seems that way because we're only casting Pug's games. But to be fair, Evenstar just played a best of 3. Like, everyone had just played a best of 3. But it just seems like that with Pug because we've just been kind of following his bracket progress today. No, there's still mirror matches. Storm, no, there's no rules against mirror matches. They can do it. Because there's only 7 factions right now, so like banning mirror matches would be kind of silly, I think. Dude, imagine Lord Croak just rolling dirty on Itza, just like bombarding everyone. It's going to be great. Dude, Dowie have another... I think Dowie could get a DLC someday. I do. I think Dowie will. Like, I bet you way down the road, like 2 or 3 years from now, we'll get like a Dwarf versus Chaos Dwarf DLC, which will just be awesome. Tournaments have been really good so far. We've had some amazing games. Had some really, really good games. Uh-huh. I think they're doing their picks and bans. I'm not sure. Let's see. I don't see any typing, but they are on Kislov and Ogre Kingdom, so I have a feeling that's what we've ended up with, which is actually a very fun matchup. I like this one. Professor Pone says, what about a people's champ for the July tournament? Like, say, just throwing my name out there, Professor Pone. An honorary champion, just throwing in there. Yeah, maybe like I could convince CA to be like, all right, Creative Assembly, look, nobody's going to play High Elves unless we invite Professor Pone. And, you know, I'm sure some High Elf players out there want to see him. Lord Croak might not be bad in Domination Mode, you know? He might not be bad. Little Croak on the objectives. Dude, Nurgle is not going to get away from his bombardments. Plague Bearers and stuff, oh, they're going to eat it. I'm doing very good, thank you for asking. What about Dreadsaurians? Dreadsaurians might have niche applications and some of the demons, because like they're big and, you know, hard hitting. They could like fight a great unclean one or whatever. They need to give the dwarves Cav. They need to give the dwarves Goat Riders. No, I actually I don't think they should, but that's going to be stressful for dwarves for sure. That's going to be stressful. All 5. I think of like 4 or 5 High Elf players. Yeah, there's not too many of them. Who's a High Elf main? Okay, Professor Pone. I think Loopy is too, right? Loopy, you're a High Elf main, aren't you? You're in chat. Felcon likes High Elves, I think. Yeah, Felcon likes High Elves, but I don't know if he would consider them one of his mains back when he used to play. It's hard to say. Zyphos likes all elves, but he's a Wood Elf guy. He's not like a High Elf main, although he's very good at them, but I think like he really mains the Wood Elves. Yeah, I don't know. What dwarves need is they need Malachi and his giant blimp of doom. The dwarves should get a giant ROR battleship blimp that just costs like 4,000 gold, and it's just like the unholy destroyer. They get like a thunder barge, and on the side of Malachi's like thunder blimp, it has 2 organ guns mounted on both sides. So it's just like broadsiding armies with organ guns. Dude, I would just be so excited. Imagine a dwarven artillery piece with organ guns mounted on the side, raining hot dwarven steel down on the heads of everyone's faces. Oh my god. Oh my god, imagine that. That would just be a majestic thing of glory. Truly magical. Truly magical. Yeah, Hadri's, of course, the classic Frost Phoenix meme. So, it's going to be Slanesh versus Zinch. That is a very Zinch favored matchup, but maybe Puggington has some sort of a scheme. We don't really know. Don't really know. Zarix was a High Elf main, was he? Somebody in chat asking. I don't think Lotus Moon plays anymore, no. I don't think he likes Domination Mode. To each their own. It's not for everyone, you know. I personally like it. You know, like not having to like officiate rules, attacking rules and stuff is just like the biggest thing. And like anyone can just pick up domination and play. You don't have to like memorize attacking rules and all these like things like that and like forest rules. And yeah, it's just so much easier. Dude, the Thunder Barge with just a massive organ gun. Okay, so it has, maybe the Thunder Barge has like 2 broadside organ guns, and then on the front it shoots like a flame cannon. And then it also can drop like bombards, but it's like a super long like carpet bomb type thing. Oh my god, imagine that. Yeah, and it can summon gyrocopters from its like bay. So it has like a bay where it can like launch attack gyrocopters. Oh my god, this is just getting even better. Imagine just gyrocopters flying out of the side of this thing and just like Flight of the Valkyrie just playing, dude. Oh, that would be so good. Come on, guys. CA, if you're listening, make this happen. This would just, every dwarf player would just, oh, be so happy. Although it'd be so hard to balance. Be so hard to balance. Yeah, imagine that. Like a bay. Yeah, like a Dowie mothership. Kind of like in StarCraft, how they have carriers, but instead it launches gyrocopters. When can we roughly expect the old factions? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if they've given it an official time yet, but you'll get to see them in July. I don't know when it's going to become like... Oh, unit caps? Why are they not on by default? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's weird. I had the unit caps on. Yeah, got it. Thank you, Puggington. Sorry about that. All right. Cool. All set. Yeah, I do not know why the unit caps weren't on. They should be on by default. I mean, they usually are. I mean, maybe I got to change something in my settings. Alrighty. Hope they take it straight from the Gotrek and Felix novels. Yeah, that'd be really cool. That would be very cool indeed. Yeah, I honestly think they could add him as a legendary lord for the dwarves. Malachi. He's really cool because he's a slayer but also an engineer. So he's like this like renegade engineer because, you know, as you know, like Thoric Ironbrow, he like there's like a whole culture within the dwarves that hates like technological advancement. They embrace tradition. So they don't like the fancier technology that's being made. They like think the old stuff is the best. But then there's like renegades like Malachi who are like making blimps with like cannons and just like all this crazy stuff. And he's like a slayer. He's a slayer and also an engineer, which is like he's like a master engineer slayer. Like how cool would that be? Imagine a legendary dwarf lord with like a long rifle, but he also like had anti-large melee and could just like, that would be so cool. Hadri says, if they added Ulrika, do you think that she would go to Kislov or Vampire Counts? I think Vampire Counts. Yeah, I think Vampire Counts. They could even do like a weird sub-faction for her, like a Musion type situation where she gets like some Kislovites, but that maybe are like under her spell and then like, yeah, but overall I don't think so. Oh, Danox, I don't mind. I like to have control over it anyways. Yeah, I don't mind at all. How could Bretonnia fare against the demon factions? I think they'll do pretty good. Like, if you're getting swarmed by like Plague Bearers, Bloodletters, you have a ton of cheap peasant archers. You also have Battle Pilgrims who are pretty fighty with really high leadership. I think that Knights of the Realm will be very good against like Corn Dogs and Toads. You have Grail Knights if you want to get even heavier in that department. Questing Knights can kill armor. Like Bretonnia and Fey Enchantress Mortis Engine is just always good. Like I think Bretonnia is going to be a good faction in Domination Mode. I think they'll be very good. Yeah. The only Slayer Lord is Ungrim. Yeah, Ungrim's pretty awesome, dude. They're pretty awesome for sure. Look at the Slaanesh army. They didn't bring a lord. They brought their lord and reinforcements to avoid getting sniped. That's a classic tactic. So there is a lord in the Slaanesh army, but it's just not on the field right away. The lord is watching from the shadows, waiting to be summoned in. Okay. So it's like a super, super wide build. Hopefully we don't have the dreaded desync. It often happens with Evenstar for some reason. I don't know why. It's very strange. It could be like a regional thing, but yeah, it looks like we're going to be okay. But worst case, they just start with the exact same armies, and that's pretty much it. So it makes no difference. Hey, it looks like that problem has been solved. Great. So we are all set. All right, guys. Here we are in the semifinals. So this is going to be a best-of-3 showdown between these two fine players. It's going to be Slaanesh versus Tzeentch. Normally, Tzeentch dominates this matchup, but Puggington has taken down the #1 player in Total War Warhammer leaderboard today and is looking for blood, so you never know. Ozzy asks, Turin, I'm getting into multiplayer, and do people one-trick pony? You can, but you'll probably never be a top-tier player if you do that, but you can be like a one-trick pony and get through the earlier rounds of tournaments, but you need to know at least 2 factions, really, because many tournaments will be best of 3. So if you don't know, you know, more than 2 factions, like, you might win a game, but then what are you going to do? Then what are you going to do? Hey, Drees, that's right, man. That's absolutely the case with this army. All right, so we do have the dreaded Marauder Legion. So it's just Marauders with shields, obviously very good against Tzeentch shooting, and spawn. That's pretty much it. Look, the spawn of Slaanesh are the lords of the army. Apparently this lord partied a little bit too hard, and you know, he became a chaos spawn, so it's always fun. Now for Evenstar. Evenstar is going to be coming in with Kairos Fateweaver. We got blues, and we got spawn in the back. So certainly a very standard army. You know, you just get the blues to move up. They're good against most of the lightly armored Slaanesh stuff, and the spawn just give you sustainability and mass to make sure that you don't get run over here. So we'll see. We will see. The Lord up in the sky is going to be a giant angry chicken of Tzeentch, and it is going to be the... Oh, it's Kairos, actually. Okay, he's got Pendulum. Pendulum did get nerfed, but it's still a decent spell. And Blue Fire is just always good. It's a little bit OP. It's very, very good. And he has Gaze of Fate. So clearly, you know, he was like, maybe... Oh, my God. Look at the Pug... The Pug Legion, dude. He's got so much stuff. So much stuff. Just Marauders into the sunset, man. And they are ready to go. He's going to move up here, and move here. Now, if you're playing Slaanesh here, I don't think you engage. I think you just wait for the objectives to open up and then you push. Because you don't want to give too much value to the Zinchian Army early. You're going to be playing more of the objective game here. Now, what's really good for Slaanesh, though, is that Tzeentch invested super heavily in sniping Lords with the Burning Chariot plus also Kairos, right? But there's no Lord to snipe. So, like, a lot of this whole unit is kind of like dead weight here. It's not going to be that good. Granted, you know, Evenstar is a very, very good player, and he's going to be able to figure out a way to, you know, make this thing useful, I'm sure. But Slaanesh is probably just going to be summoning in mass amounts of infantry. So it's just going to be Marauders all day. And yeah, he literally has all 3 variants. Ooh, nice Pendulum going down. Is the Pug going to see it? Okay, pretty good Pendulum. Partial dodge. But if that was old Pendulum, that would have just absolutely annihilated these guys. They would both be dead, basically. They would have both been dead. So yeah, I think for Slaanesh here, you just triple cap Tzeentch. You just try and triple cap them and then just win on points. Because trying to, like, the Slaanesh, like, just the way their army is, just like the glass cannon, they usually just get blasted so hard by Tzeentch in value trading. Although, you know, the Marauder Infantry might be able to do something. Looks like the Great Heathen Army landing off the shores of yeah, the old world, huh? All right, that's cool. Kairos looking for another Pendulum, but you can see Puggington is like staggered his formation, so he's kind of like put all of his guys so that Pendulum will only hit 1 unit. So if you are Evenstar here, maybe do you use the Burning Chariot to go snipe these Marauders up here? It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I mean, you could maybe snipe the Marauders off the high ground and then send some Forsaken up there, but the problem is then Slaanesh will just summon some super fast Seekers and just annihilate you. So it's a very, very scary situation. Yeah, the Pendulum was a good call. Good instincts by Evenstar for sure. Knowing that Puggington is the Dark Lord of spamming out infantry here. But like, I don't think this is just like Puggington style here. I think many Slaanesh players in this matchup would play this way. They would just bring like 1 million infantry and just like hope that there wouldn't be enough firepower to take down all the chaff. Just kind of drowning them in bodies here. We'll see. 40 seconds until the objectives open up. We do get more spawn being summoned in by Slaanesh. But currently Puggington is banking a ton of resources. It looks like Evenstar is going to be summoning in some pinks back there. No RORs. He didn't bring the Blazing Squealers, which I understand because they're a little bit vulnerable. The Blazing Squealers could be targeted and gooned out by some very, you know, effective Slaanesh cavalry like Hell Scourges or some of the Seekers or something like that. Maybe even Furies, but yeah, Slaanesh has got a pretty good stranglehold on 2 objectives. Big Chicken, thinking about landing. He's kind of doing a little Tokyo drifting over here, but okay, now he's back up in the sky. We will have to see what the Chicken wants to do. He does not want to land there, and yeah, I feel like Evenstar's kind of like trying to figure out how he wants to approach this. He's like, okay, there's nothing to snipe. I have the Burning Chariot, and I have Kairos. What do I do with them? Where do I put them for them to be effective, right? So the back objective is now being captured. The Burning Chariot is awfully suspicious back here. Sitting and watching the boys, looking like it wants to get some shots. That's probably what I would do. I'd probably get Kairos and the Chariot and just like take them off the high ground objective and maybe like delay them a little bit. But now is Slaanesh going to be advancing? We'll see. They got 1 objective here. They got 2 objectives. I think Slaanesh just is going to play a little bit pacifist. and force Zinch to come to him, which is a very smart play. Because the thing is, Zinch is like entrenched on a hill with their spawn points near them is going to be, you know, in a state of advantage, right? But in this case, now Slaanesh is forcing... Ooh, I love this. I love that he's luring him back here. And now he's going to summon in Cav and hammer them down. Yeah, that is beautiful. So we see not only... I think they're both Hell Scourges coming out. Yeah, very nice. So the shooting obviously doing big damage. Pendulum's going to be coming down. Burning Chariot. We do see the Forsaken of Zinch who are going to be attacked by the spawn. The spawn of Slaanesh are really good. They are probably, I think, one of the best spawns in the game. Burning Chariot shooting into them a little bit, doing some damage. But again, the Burning Chariot's pretty mediocre if it doesn't have like an SEM to snipe. That's really all it's good for. But Slaanesh does not want to yield this objective. I think that's a little bit of a mistake. I think Pug needs to kind of double down on this playstyle, but it looks like he's going to be playing the high ground objective super hard right now. So moving in here, spawn, Seekers, like a ton of pressure. Slaanesh is blitzing from all angles. Some of the blues are shut down and shooting. Marauders of Slaanesh fighting against spawn. Certainly not an engagement they're going to enjoy. We do have some Hellscourge Marauders here. Hellscourge Marauders will handily defeat blue horrors in combat, especially with some of the Slaanesh spawn in combat there. And it looks like the Big Chicken is also getting his hands dirty. So Kairos is looking to fight here, but the Marauders in a very cost-effective engagement against some of the Spear units. Pendulum coming down there, does a little bit of damage, tickles the pickle ever so slightly. But Slaanesh needs to move back on this objective, and it looks like they do. So now that Zinch is kind of focused on the other side a little bit, the Marauders actually move back on the point, and it looks like Puggington, with a very nice kind of bait and switch there, does move in. Now, is the high ground objective going to be contested? It looks like Evenstar may be thinking about going up there with some Forsaken. Overall, in terms of value trading, this is very normal. This is very, very normal here. Typically, Slaanesh will be massively behind, and they only have a chance of winning on points. Evenstar, this is like probably the worst matchup for Slaanesh, I think, in the current game. Couple spawn, chasing these Hell Scourges, being dragged into some spears. I would imagine the Hell Scourges will turn around and space jam them. I would honestly not be surprised to see a rear charge there. I think it'd be pretty good. But yeah, just pouring bodies out, man. Still holding on to the middle objective. Spawn a little bit beat up in terms of value trading. It's getting close a little bit. It looks like now that the initial shock and awe of the Zinch shooting has died down a little bit, Slaanesh is actually finding some picks. A lot of Seekers and Cav back here have been able to get on top of the blues, and they're certainly popping them like popcorn candy. Yes, they're getting ran down by the Hell Scourges and by the spawn and these other denizens of the old world. This objective actually also being threatened by Slaanesh. Slaanesh has just got the Dark Prince's claws everywhere. Although I think they're going to be able to hold this. I think Zinch should be fine on that objective there. The middle objective is just very wild. Both sides are like on death's bed. We got the blues here. These blues are a little bit beat up. These Hellscourge Marauders sitting at 11 leadership. But like the Burning Chariot is going to be dead weight relatively soon. We still have not seen a Slaanesh Lord this entire game. Big sandwich coming in. Slaanesh going to be getting the devastating flank into the back here of this big Zinch position. And we got spawn up in the high ground, the Hammer and Anvil. Although in the case it's basically Hammer and Hammer. Pretty much the entire Slaanesh army is a hammer. There's not too many anvils, but yeah, they're hammers. They do their thing. Really nice charge though. Those Forsaken do get buttered up pretty good. In the back we do see some more pinks coming in, but Slaanesh is actually really equalizing the value, which is not a good sign for Evenstar. Because, you know, Evenstar's shooting positions are becoming a little bit compromised. Slaanesh spawn will be slightly more effective than the Zinch ones, and also the Slaanesh infantry are proving to be pretty durable in these long grinding engagements, right? Like Marauders of Slaanesh, it's funny, it looks like they have spears, but these ones don't. These are actually the anti-infantry variant, but they still do a little bit of damage against the spawn and are grinding them down. You know, they're getting some progress done. Oh, they actually do have some Marauder spears there. Okay, so I was wrong. They looked a little bit funny to me. Over here, we get a big AoE. It looks like a pendulum going down, but the spawn of Slaanesh holding quite firm. We get a blue fire coming out. And look at this, the Herald of Slaanesh has finally been summoned. But as soon as it gets summoned, Evenstar just like laser focuses in. But the Burning Chariot had already used about half its ammo, so it looks like the Herald of Slaanesh on its little whatever that thing is, antelope that it's riding, is going to be able to survive. Yeah, look at that. The Herald of Slaanesh lives, and that is super strong because the lore passive is super powerful because it gives huge melee attack buffs to your entire army every single time you cast a spell, right? Which is beautiful. In the forest, Slaanesh is trying to get a bit of Zinch is trying to get a bit of a push. They have Forsaken as well as Pinks looking to move up to the middle, but it's been a very solid stranglehold here for Slaanesh, and this is getting very close to the point where Evenstar could simply lose this game because Slaanesh is able to hunker down on one objective. Up in the sky, got the big bird. What a nice play by Puggington. So he summons in some Chaos Furies, or they basic Furies, and he surrounds Kairos, which buys time. And also, this is just so micro-intensive. He's hiding his Herald of Slaanesh, like, behind these pillars. So the Burning Chariot and Kairos aren't able to get square engagements. Dude, it is just straight up like Benny Hill. Cue the Benny Hill music. So value for Evenstar is still a pretty substantial lead of about 1100, but it's close enough that Slaanesh can still win the game. And Slaanesh is also winning this engagement down here pretty decisively. It looks like they're swarming, trying to take advantage of the weak points in the army. And I really think that Creative Assembly captured Slaanesh's playstyle so well. They're glass cannons, but they're so fast. They'll find the weaknesses in your armor, and they will exploit them. Even if they might be losing the battle in other ways, it's just, it's so flavorful. I really like the way they play. And the Burning Chariot, yeah, kind of dead weight, honestly. It's not going to be super useful. Here, this objective is going to be going to Slaanesh. And despite Evenstar being up on value, it looks like Reginald Puggington, playing like an absolute man possessed today, might be able to get this. Oh, look at that! Some sort of the Phantasm there. Lowering leadership and snaring them in place so the Forsaken actually break due to the leadership debuff. Spawn don't really care, but nonetheless, this objective is going to be going to Slaanesh, and that is going to be a triple cap. It's going to be too hard, I think, for Evenstar to capture all these objectives back. Obviously, with infinite time, he might be able to. And the Herald of Slaanesh does get sniped there, but not before she's able to do some really good work. I mean, she got a ton of spells off. She's been very disruptive. And yeah, Evenstar will get the kill eventually, but she's been just a huge, huge asset on the battlefield ever since she's been summoned. And I think that's really the classic case of Evenstar essentially... This is the Herald, right? Yeah, the Herald of Slaanesh. But I think that's a classic case of, too much sniping in your build, not able to deal with your opponent's width. Because the Kairos is very expensive, and so too is the Burning Chariot. And the Burning Chariot has been basically dead weight. I think that Tzeentch needed a little bit more stopping power in the battlefield that wasn't meant for gooning a single character to deal with the Slaaneshi army. Because at this point, Evenstar has basically no chance of coming back. And now Evenstar is going to start losing value as well as he gets more desperate and has to try and scramble to all the objectives, because the only way he can win at this point is with a triple cap. I am super impressed with Puggington's play. This is like, probably most Slaanesh players would consider this the hardest counter pick, but he comes in like just an absolute alpha pug, the true apex predator, and is able to get the W in a really hard matchup. Evenstar played well, mind you. Evenstar had some really good engagements, good value, but I think a lot of it came down to the inefficiency of the opening. Letting Slaanesh get that stranglehold on the objectives, the Burning Chariot not really having too many homes, and I mean, let's see what the Burning Chariot got. Can we see this? Still 1400 value, very solid. That's from the late game though. That came in a little bit later there, so. Yep, GG, well played. Game 1 is going to be going to Puggington, guys, in this best of 3, and he's one game away from getting to the grand finals. Of course, the top side of the bracket is soon to be in progress. Pendulum going down over here, but Kairos is definitely out of steam. The big bird, the goose has been cooked. The goose has been cooked. Very clean Slaanesh play. Hit and run, playing the objectives well, tar pitting with just countless mortal bodies. And yeah, look at this build, dude. It's literally 5 of each of the Marauder variants. That is so funny. Oh, I forgot to check value again. Sorry, guys, but yeah, it is what it is. So, Death Pass is the next map. We will let them do their picks and bans here, and let's go ahead and update these scorecards. The Pug has emerged victorious. Yeah, it was great. It was very, very strong. And Tzeentch has the tools to deal with that. Like, you know what would have actually been good would have been a unit of Chaos Knights. Like, imagine a Chaos Knight just cleaning up all the Hell Scourges and basic Marauders. I think a Chaos Knight would have been really good there, actually. Like, that Slaanesh army, although Seekers. No, because Slaanesh can summon in Seekers and Furies to kill it. So maybe it's a little bit too risky. I don't know. Hey, Ryan says he's heading out. Thanks for casting this great tournament. I'm stoked for the future of this game and your channel, your inspiration for my own channel. Hey, I'm glad to hear that, Ryan. And if you ever have any questions, hit me up, man. Thank you. The Great Heathen Army. Yes, Puggington is the lord of the Great Heathen Army. So let's see what their picks and bans are going to be now. Very impressive stuff. Just had to have a little swig of water there. I had a pretty good feast this morning, actually. I had a big old Italian deli sandwich. It was great. All right, so let's see what questions the folks of old may have. They are, yes. Outstanding. And let's go ahead and double check the top side of the bracket as well. So is the top side decided? Do we have our lads ready to go on the top? What was banned for Pug? I'm not sure. He's clearly a Slaanesh main. All right, so looking at the top side of the bracket here real quick, we do have the tail of the tape. So we have Lord Catterchin versus Torpid. Yeah, this is exciting. It's gonna be a good one. You know, Torpid is also a Slaanesh main. I've seen him talking in chat, and he's just a diehard Slaanesh player, so that's gonna be super exciting to see. And he's also the #1 player apparently in Dawn of War 2. competitive multiplayer. So yeah, very exciting to see the crossover here. So the other round is set and good to go. No one will forget what Puggington has done here today. Let the boy watch what's been consecrated here today. Versus the chat mortal followers. I know. Yeah, mortal followers did work, man. They're cheap and effective. Kind of gives you hope for some of those old world factions too, right? Well, the really good thing about Slaanesh chaff is they're immune to psychology. Like Empire chaff, I guess you could do something similar with like flagellants. Like flagellants cost the same as hell scourges, but they're not quite as durable. So they don't have like the shields and stuff, but they are unbreakable completely. So I'm sure some weird Empire builds will emerge like that, where it's like, yeah, I think that could be. You know what units I think will be amazing in Domination? Are Empire grenade launchers. Like grenade launchers would just absolutely wreck infantry builds. If you have like a grenade launcher just plowing through like fields of infantry, oh, it's going to be so good. It's going to be so good. All right, so Slaanesh and Tzeentch are still the picks here. I'm going to go refill my mug real quick, and I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Ogre Kingdoms vs. Khorne. Very cool. Very cool. So you say in chat, crossing your fingers for the Knights of the Empire DLC. I would love that. There's actually a couple things the Empire doesn't have. Something that they're missing, the Celestial Hurricanum, which like shoots lightning and has a Celestial Mage on it and also like buffs nearby units. So the Celestial Hurricanum would be a super cool unit for the Empire. They also, Kurt Helborg and... Kurt Helborg could be added. There's Ludwig Schwarzhelm, I think is his name. And then the Empire is... I think there's a couple core troops they're missing too. I'm not sure. Yeah, you could also add Elspeth von Draken. Should be really cool. Like Empire getting a Deathcaster on a dragon would be so metal. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you could do for some of those older factions. Like I have in my tabletop army, I have a Celestial Hurricanum. I haven't finished painting it yet. It's pretty close. I just need to do some detail work on it. But it's a really, really cool piece. Has like some mage standing up on the platform and stuff. Yeah, it's rad. Yeah, Glorious Feeder. I actually think the Celestial... I think the Luminarch is going to be good in a couple of matchups. I think they're going to be pretty good. Empire needs the Ulrich DLC. But here's the question. With Ulrich and like Middenheim and stuff, do you make them their own faction? Like, you can take some of the... You can copy-paste some of the Empire units, like Swordsman, Spearman, like the basic ones, but I think you could actually make Ulrich its own faction that's different than the Sigmarites. Like, they have... I think like, with CA working with GW, I think they could make, like, enough, like, unique units to do that. Which would be really, really cool. Be interesting to see, like, Border Princes, too. I mean, there's so much they can do. That's why I think once we get Immortal Empires and get through the Dark Ages we're kind of in right now, I think this game... is going to be one of the greatest games ever after a couple years. You know, it like 2-3 years from now when we're all playing, there's going to be like tons of cool factions and units, and it's just going to be nuts. It's going to be absolutely nuts. Yeah, the Empire does have a Master Engineer type character, yeah. The Imperial Engineer. I have one in tabletop as well. Yeah, he's missing. So the Empire could get like a Dwarf Master Engineer type character. Like very similar in functionality. There's a lot, and I'm sure they will, because I don't know if you guys have ever heard about the statistics of the most played factions and like all the Total War games, but the Empire pretty much blows everyone out of the water. Like in Warhammer 1 and 2, the Empire was hands down the most played faction. I mean, that's why it's a running joke that like whenever the new games come out, the first thing everyone plays is Empire on the new map, right? It's the truth. Like I'm gonna do that. My first campaign on the channel when the Immortal Empires comes out will probably be like a Karl Franz or Volkmar campaign or something. Yeah, I would love to have the Ulrich stuff get its own faction. That would be really neat. That would be really cool indeed. Yeah, Tilia and Estalia. Yeah, I'm sure I bet you that'll happen eventually too, honestly. I really do. Like, I think that this game will probably get supported for a while. Like, probably like 3 to 5 years. Like, we saw Warhammer 2 get supported from like 2017 to what? Like 2021, more or less? I think we'll see something similar, like a 4 or 5 year cycle of life. And then my guess is like this game gets supported. I think like a couple years from now, like Creative Assembly will do like a big historical title. I think we'll get like a flagship historical title, like Medieval or something. I bet you it would be Medieval. And then after that, I think that considering how effective the relationship has been with Games Workshop, I bet you we get 40K. Those are my conspiracy theory tinfoil hats. Yeah. Gelt will return with the steel chair. He will. Just making sure they don't have any questions. Scorn versus Ogres. Okay, sounds good. Thank you, man. So it looks like Puggington is just ironing out his build, which is totally fine. Normally, you know, we put some time constraints on picking your armies to like 5 or 10 minutes, but considering it's a really high stakes tournament, I'm going to be a little bit more chill about it today and just kind of hang out with you guys. Hopefully you don't mind. All right. Oh, hell yeah. Playing the Empire as with the new ally mechanics is going to be sweet. I'm for sure going to ally with the Dwarves. I'm going to play a Balthazar Gelt campaign. I'm going to ally with the Dwarves, and I'm going to get a Gyrocopter Legion. Balthazar Gelt's going to be flying, welcoming everyone to Estalia with mass gyrocopters. I'm sure that some of the Warhammer meme channels will like have videos of that like on the 2nd or 3rd day of release. It's going to be so good, dude. What about Total War Lord of the Rings? The thing about Lord of the Rings is I feel like it kind of conflicts with the Warhammer IP, and it also is probably really expensive to get. I think it'll just stay within the Games Workshop sphere, which, you know, I certainly enjoy. Like, dude, I paint every single night. I sit in my little hobby room and I just paint minis for like 2 or 3 hours and listen to podcasts. That's my nightly routine. Painting my Sons of Sigmar at the moment. I'm actually thinking about doing something like for a major tournament that we host. Maybe for one of the Season 1 Grand Finals, I'm thinking of like painting up an army for the individual who wins, and like they get a painted army as a prize. That'd be kind of cool, right? Like a Nurgle or Zinchian Army or something. So yeah, like my wife and I could like paint like a small battle force, and that would be the prize for first place. That'd be pretty fun, huh? All right, guys. So we are here in Game 2 between the dreaded Puggington, who's been taking no mercy today, clamping his pug jaws on the bodies of his opponents, I guess. And he's going to be here with the Herald. He's got Halberds into the Sunset, Chaos Warriors, and we do also see a couple spawn of Khorne. So yeah, very simplistic. Like Khorne is usually just going to be infantry with a couple monsters and Khorne dogs. That's like more or less it. I did leave out the part where I cry. That's true. But it is going to be a Herald of Khorne, Chaos Warriors with Halberds, and that is it. Which is good, right? Because Halberds will deal with most ogres, and Spawn are really good against ogre units, and they also clear out the Noblars. So I think that is very, very strong for sure. Yeah, Storm, I'll do a video of my minis when I finish the army. I'm pretty close. Double Iron Blaster. What is this, the launch of Warhammer 3? So double Iron Blaster from Even Star, backed up by a Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw, a Hunter on a Stonehorn, and some Maneater pistols back here. Double Iron Blaster, dude. That is some wild, wild stuff. Jeez. This is nuts. This is crazy. We have, like, these things got nerfed so bad. They're still good. And look at this. Khorne knows. The Blood God, you know, Khorne wants blood. But he doesn't want it that bad. He doesn't want it bad enough to just get blasted in the face by Iron Blasters. So the Khornate army is going to be hiding in the bushes. And then when the objectives open up, they're going to push, which is very smart. There's no reason to just be an open field and let the ogres just blast you into oblivion with those Iron Blasters. It looks like they're shooting into the trees, and they take out a couple Chaos Warriors, but nothing too bad here. Yeah, no, you can totally do this here. We have the old unit caps on, and yep, it is the dreaded double Iron Blaster. He often goes with double Stonehorn Hunter here, but yeah, even Star. I mean, it might be his downfall is the thing. Like, this build is very, very sniper focused, which I guess isn't bad, but like if the Khorne army is able to just overwhelm you with sheer numbers and you're not able to snipe out the key elements like the Lords, like it's really not going to be super great for you. Yeah, the Khorne has become the Wood Elves. They now live in the trees. They have communed with nature. They have forsaken Khorne. They have embraced Ariel, and yeah, now they're here. They're hanging out, man. They're gonna learn how to shoot some bows. Wouldn't it be funny? The Khorne army just like starts shooting arrows out of the trees. Like, it was us all along. It was the Wood Elves. Surprise! Early mortal empires. Look at this. The Stonehorn's even getting up here. Even Sar just trying to get whatever poke he can. But the Khorne army is gonna blitz out of here as soon as the objectives open up. It is gonna get real. When keeping it real goes wrong, well, or right in this case, we'll have to see. We will have to see. But nonetheless, the Chaos Warriors of Khorne kind of moving up. It looks like they're going to be doing the classic back pressure play, which is very standard on this map. What Khorne will do is they'll just like pressure the back, force the ogres to react, and then they swarm the middle. That's how they roll. Nobody's going for the side objective here. Okay, it looks like some Khorne Warriors are. So some Khorne Warriors here are going to move over to that objective, and they'll be doing their best for sure. Yeah, shooting into the forest certainly isn't cost effective. If you're getting blasted by ogres, just hug a tree and you'll be okay, according to Hadrius. And Hadrius is a very skilled player, so we can certainly take his opinion. Now, the double Iron Blasters, they cost like 1,800 or something like that. They're very expensive. So the rest of the ogre army is going to be severely lacking in terms of like infantry-based stopping power. Corn dogs are very good in this matchup. Not only are they delicious, cheap frozen food, but they, yeah, corn dogs are so good. I could eat so many corn dogs. Like, if we're just talking like regular hot dogs versus corn dogs, I could put down so many corn dogs. Chaos being very cautious here, though. It's looking like he's like kind of rotating here, not sure if he wants to like go all in the back. Like, the ogres have actually like reinforced this pretty well. And ogres are a very quick faction. Like, the basic ogre bulls have 54 speed. So these big boys with their long legs are, I don't know, I guess they're not super long, but they can bounce back and forth between the objectives like super well. Khorne living in the trees, leaving some Chaos Warriors here, but it looks like they're going to rotate back to the middle. So Khorne is going to be going for blood in the middle, blood for the Blood God, skulls for the Skull Throne. As the halberds move in on all sides, Chaos Warriors collapsing. It kind of reminds me of that Mark of Chaos cinematic, which I think is one of the best like Warhammer cinematics of all time. When like all the Khorne Warriors like emerge from the forest and ambush the Empire. Such a cool trailer. But how are they going to deal with that Stonehorn? I guess just like halberds and spawn can eventually get it. And the back objective being guarded by a fair amount. So if you really look at the situation here, we have 650 apiece. So this is about 1,800 gold guarding, you know, a far less gold here. So that's actually very cost effective for Khorne. But the Man-Eater pistols here for Evenstar getting some good work in, actually able to rampage the spawn of Khorne. And I mean, they rampage onto the Stonehorn here, and the Stonehorn's like, screw this shit, I'm going home. I'm fleeing the scene, and he should be able to kind of get away here. But yeah, like Khorne is going to get this objective 100%. The question is, can the ogres get the value they seek? And the spawn have now stopped rampaging. Khorne is getting all their warriors and their halberds, and just the Iron Blasters don't seem to be doing a whole lot of damage. Not a whole lot of damage at all. I mean, this one has gotten about 200 value so far, and it's already used about 40% of its ammo, which is not a good sign at all. So Warriors going to be cutting through these Noblars. Talk about one of the biggest mismatches in the old world is just some giant, like 6'8" Chaos Warrior of Khorne just beating up a Noblar. But then the big boys come in. But Ogre Bulls with dual weapons will get their bonus against these guys, but they don't really have good armor piercing. And look how quickly Khorne takes that objective. Look at that. Just so fast with their just meaty armored legion. And it does not, like the Ogres invested so much in sniping, they don't have the tools to backcap. I mean, they could summon in some like Noblar Trappers or something like that. We'll have to see. But Khorne, oh, that's going to be a nice Power Fist. Is that going to be the Power Fist? Yes. The 40k Power Fist. And a decent little dodge there by Khorne. They actually do kind of get away from that. And the Halberds are just trading effectively, grinding into most of these units. Man-Eater Pistols are being forced back by Halberds. More and more Khorne warriors coming in, and Khorne dogs also preparing to ambush in the backfield here. So they're coming up at around, most likely going to be going after the man-eater pistols, I would wager. And now, you know, the back objective is also going to be threatened, right? Chaos warriors moving up, halberds moving in to engage. Like, eventually Khorne will win this fight, and will have an opportunity to press the back, which is very, very strong. And yeah, Khorne has got a massive capture weight advantage here. And you can see that the Stonehorn Hunter, you know, though an impactful unit, is going to be losing to these halberds. The halberds are able to push it back, and the spawn keep the Stonehorn from, like, rampaging through them and really, really causing a lot of problems. So, yeah, I just saw that. The Iron Blaster did shoot into some of its friends, which, you know, things are getting a little bit wild here. Evenstar is up on value. That's to be expected because his army is, like, very shooting focused. But the question is, once the sustained grind really gets going, how is this going to go for him? Another nice fist right there. Yeah, that did some really good damage against those Chaos Warrior halberds. The Man-Eater pistols being hunted a little bit. Khorne dogs all up in the backfield. Looks like they're going to be jumping on some Nobblar trappers. It's not bad. You know, kill some of the capture weight units. Nobblar trappers, and Nobblars in general, do have good capture weight. So taking those guys out is certainly quite cost effective. How's this little fight looking? Yep, the halberds have actually made it onto the objective. Oh no, this is not good for Evenstar. And Khorne dogs too. Khorne dogs, if a little bit of a lapse in micro from Pug, he forgot about these two units. He's clearly very focused on the middle right now. But if Puggington makes a play and triple caps Evenstar, that is going to be very tough to come back from. Because though Evenstar is outvaluing him, it's there's still a lot of Khorne armor and durability on the battlefield, which is going to take quite some time to remove. But Iron Blasters are still shooting, and it looks like they're actually going after the spawn of Khorne. But they should get this objective. They should for sure. The Khorne dogs will eventually break the Nobblars. The halberds are going to get through these ogres, and I would imagine the ogres should send some reinforcements over here. Like, I would probably summon in a couple of basic Nobblars to go support that just for capture weight, because Evenstar is value trading pretty well, and Nobblar trappers, much like gutter runners, are pretty good against spawn. They have their little ninja stars, and they can drag down some of these elite units. And the Khorne army is looking a little bit thinned out in the middle now that I look again. Another power fist coming in from the Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw. And the back objective being ninja'd here by the ogres. This cannot happen at all. This can't happen at all. If Reginald lets one of his back objectives get taken down, then I think he's going to lose the game most likely. Because he's behind on value, so he needs to really, really be accruing a points lead. Granted, Evenstar has been doing pretty good on points, but yeah, this objective is... Khorne dogs are just so good. The Fleshhounds of Khorne, they're so powerful. These dual weapon ogres just get absolutely bullied off that objective. And on the back, let's see how this looks. Evenstar is going to be forced to respond to this, but the problem is, like, sending just ogre bulls back here is they're just, like, getting grinded into halberd units. The halberds are shaken, but Khorne dogs can actually take down ogre bull units pretty effectively. And the warriors have the capture weight advantage. Evenstar has turned his Iron Blaster and is ripping some pretty good shots right there. But yeah, it's a tough one. Middle objective still held by Khorne. Ogres are on the back foot, and obviously being on the back foot here, they have like the quick reinforcements, whereas Khorne's are like much further. But the downside of that being is that, you know, the downside of that being is that he's not on the objective, right? But he does have the home field advantage and is going to be able to get reinforcements in quicker. Cultists of Khorne fighting here. Herald of Khorne still very much active. Could go after this bad boy. Khorne really needs to make sure to hold on to these objectives. And are they going to get the triple cap? It looks like it. These Khorne units on the flanks are just so cost effective, man. These warriors and these halberds just doing the work of the dark gods. Khorne cackling, eating some, you know, I don't know. What would Khorne eat? I guess cornflakes or something, or corn pop, whatever. But Iron Blaster blasting away. Ogre units getting chased off by the Fleshhounds of Khorne. And we certainly have a Royal Rumble on our hands as Khorne has the triple cap, man. Ogres, if there was infinite time, would probably eventually wear down this Khorne army, but of course that is not the nature of the game. The Khorne army is really, really playing the position very well. Fleshhounds are going to be incredibly tough to break. Ogres do have really good capture weight, though, and they're very quick. So if ogres are good at one thing, it's moving on to the objectives with just a ton of ogre bulls and even gorgers. But we're starting to see the greed of the Iron Blast. Like, double Iron Blaster is very, very skewed in terms of a build. It's going to be good at sniping things, but, like, they're not what they used to be. They're still good. Maybe, like, I would have liked to have seen Evenstar bring one Iron Blaster. I feel like investing almost 4,000 gold in these two pieces against, like, an infantry-based army is just not going to be that good. And ogres trying to send some units over there, but, like, Khorne dogs and even some beat-up Khorne warriors are going to be very, very tough to break. And it looks like Reginald Puggington most likely will be claiming the series 2-0 and be advancing on to the grand final, which is absolutely impressive. He has taken down potentially the #1 player on the leaderboard and will definitely the #1 player in the house plant. And then Evenstar, I think, is #3. So Reginald Puggington is the slayer of kings today, man. Nice blast right there. Spawn of Khorne getting hit by the Iron Blaster. And I do like that the Iron Blaster seems to have done pretty good work against the spawn. But When you invest so much in sniping, it's just like in land battles in Warhammer 2. In Warhammer 2, you would often see people come in with builds like so focused on killing the enemy lord that they don't have the tools to deal with the army. And this is the exact illustration of that. Evenstar's going to be grabbing this one, but I would wager that Khorne should be able to kind of jump on the back objectives and just Helm's Deep those. Although, you know, Evenstar does have some sneaky plays coming in. He's got some Ogre Bulls, but I think Khorne will probably save up for a Fleshhound and just come over here and wreck these guys. Because these are dual weapon Bulls. They will not beat Fleshhounds with the Cultists of Khorne. And yes, Chaos Furies. Furies plus Cultists, maybe. I like the Fleshhounds better. I don't know if he has any on the battlefield. Okay, the Fleshhounds are running across. Check it out. So the Fleshhounds are going to make it over there. Oh, no, he's actually opting to go back to the middle. Interesting. I think that's a bit of a mistake. I think Puggington should go secure his back objective there. And although maybe he just assumes he's so far ahead, it doesn't matter. Ogres are now starting to... Look at this. All three objectives are actually being taken by the Ogres right now, a little bit. Khorne is just barely hanging on. And that's why I think going for the back objective is the smarter play, because you can just secure it and make sure you have enough points to finish. The middle objective, the Ogres have too many units there. Okay, guys. This could actually be an Evenstar comeback because of this blunder. He might have thrown the game. He's got Furies coming in, but Furies will kill things, but they don't have any capture weight. Oh my god, it's so close. Oh my god, man. If Ogres had had another like 15 seconds, Khorne could have lost the game. But the Pug just barely pulls it out. Like, Evenstar almost triple caps him back, and there was no way they would have gotten it. Oh man, really close. I think going for the back objective was the right play from Pug, but it didn't matter. He played like so well. So well. And we see Pug's playstyle. He likes to go very wide, right? So I think Evenstar maybe should have adjusted the build, but in the end, Evenstar played very well. You know, obviously he's a perpetual contender, always does very well. Top player in the community, but Puggington is playing absolutely insane today and is going to be winning the Series 2-0. And Puggington is going to be advancing on to the grand finals to face the winner of the top side of the bracket. So GG, well played to the Pug. GG to Evenstar as well. See, the double Iron Blaster is just too much sniping. And also, like, in the Stonehorn Hunter, like, I think if Evenstar went with double Stonehorn Hunter and then, like, no Iron Blasters, his army would have been a lot better. I just felt like the army picks were off today for him a little bit. But he played very well. GG, well played. So, let us go ahead and advance to the top side of the bracket. Once again, I want to thank you all for joining. If you're having fun, do make sure to drop a like. And yeah, let's get this party started. So this is going to be Torpid versus Lord. All right, so we'll host this. Let's get the game up. Copy and paste. And the Pug awaits in the grand finals. Outstanding. So Torpid, let's get these guys. Versus, I think he's playing the Lord. Yes. All right, cool. All right, they'll be on their way soon. Great play. Yeah, he's in the zone today, man. The Pug he finally gets a little bit of a break. Is there a place where you can see the capture weight? So yeah, capture, I can explain it to you. But I don't think there's a place you can see like every single unit, but infantry have the most capture weight. Infantry have the most capture weight. Like foot-based lords have really high capture weight. I think it goes, and then like cavalry have like mid-tier capture weight. Ranged, it's hard to say. I have it all in a document somewhere. I'd have to pull it up. But yeah, infantry typically have the best capture weight. All right, so Lord is here, and they can start with their picks and bans. This is cool. We have a new ODM recruit making it all the way to the grand finals here versus the Dark Lord of Dawn of War 2. And let's get this going. Yeah. Unit caps turned off. Yeah, it's very strange. I don't know why that is, but we'll get it back on here. All right, cool. And let's reset the boards here. All right. We got that versus, and he's facing off against Lord. I don't know, his name's quite long. It's going to be a hard one to fit. Outstanding. Let's make it fit. We've got to shrink their names down a little bit through the power of science fiction technology. And there we go. Cool. This is the other best of three. So if we refresh the old leaderboard, let's give you guys a little bit of a look here. The Pug is unchained. It has been let off its leash today, and it is showing no mercy. So Puggington, let's make sure he updates the leaderboard here. All right, cool. You can do it here. Yes. And Puggington. So when he updates the score, we'll show you guys the new leaderboard and let you guys know what the Rock is cooking. Do you ever think we'll see Total War multiplayer LAN tournament? Yeah, I do. And the reason why I think that is because I'm planning on hosting one in the United States. So assuming the multiplayer keeps going well and we get some nice quality of life changes, I'm thinking about hosting something in California where we could fly some players out and have like a LAN tournament and do good. Yeah. And do good. I wonder if it would make sense to have capture weight be the inverse of the unit speed. No, I think having infantry have good capture weight is good because they're slow, and that's typically how it is in most situations. Like in Warhammer 40k, infantry have objectives secured, so they're better at holding objectives than like a big stupid tank, right? Like that makes sense to me. So I'm happy with how that is. And the map is going to be maps are correct. So Broken Lake Gully and Arnhem are going to be the maps. Perfect. And did the Pug update his tavern score? I can always do it for him if he doesn't, but that's okay. And yes, the Pug has made it to the grand finals. So heading on over to the tavern, we can see that Reginald Puggington with a 2-0 victory over Evenstar and a 2-1 versus Houseplant. Talk about a hard bracket. Like Puggington literally had to play like three or four like top players to get here. Insane. So the Puggington is here in the grand finals, and now we have the top side, which is Lord Catterton versus Senpai Torpid here. And whoever wins this will be going on to face Pug. Pug is best of 5. It is best of 5. The finals. The semis here are best of 3. And that is what we are doing right now. All right, cool. Boom. And Kislov versus Kislov, are we going to be seeing a mirror match here in the first game? I don't think so. I think they're both just sitting on Kislov. I wonder, I know that Torpid really likes Slanesh. So we could see some Slaneshi action. We'll have to see. But yeah, I'm thinking about hosting a LAN event. It's tricky. It depends on like, how the channel's doing. Because right now, things are very slow on the channel compared to how they were before. Obviously because we don't have Immortal Empires yet and whatnot. But when things start to pick up and I can like afford to invest in a LAN event, it will happen. I do want that. It will happen. Yeah, Pug is unleashing his inner wolf. That's right. Many generations ago, pugs were once wolves, and he has it deep inside of his adorable little pug face, and it has been unleashed. Yeah, pugs are pretty hilarious little dogs. They are indeed. So let's see what the picks and bans are. I will follow it and give you guys updates. All right, so Lord is going to be going Khorne and Kislov on Itza. So now, I wonder if we're going to see a Slanesh pick. Are we going to see a Slanesh pick from Torpid right away? We certainly could. Khorne. Okay, so he goes Khorne. So now it's either a Khorne mirror match or it's going to be a Kislov versus Khorne match. I feel like it might be a Khorne mirror match. Yep, it is a Khorne mirror match. Use different flags, please. The very different ones. All right, I told them to use very different flags, but it is going to be a Khorne mirror match. So this is really just going to come down to who gets the better engagements and yeah, and all that stuff here. Is one of the yeah. So if you qualify for the grand finals by winning today's tournament, you're going to get early access to Immortal Empires multiplayer. Yeah. If I go to Turin's Fest, I promise not to take bets and give Turin. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know if like how we would do the LAN event. Like, if we would have like people could actually like come and watch it, and we had like a live audience or something, or if it would just be just the players in like a casting area. I don't really know. We'd have to gauge interest because, it's all expenses and stuff, right? Yeah, we're having a good time here, man. It's good. It is good indeed. Maximum Skulls. This mirror match is probably the most common mirror match. We see this one all the time. We see it all the time. I don't know why. It just happens. Khorne is probably one of the strongest factions in the game, so I think they're just like, I don't want to give you an advantage, so I'm just going to pick Khorne too, and the playing field is perfectly even. They have access to all the same tools, Yeah, it's not a proper tournament without a Khorne mirror match. That's right. Or it can be whose Scarbrand is bigger. Yeah, whose dad can beat up whose dad. I don't think it's going to be Scarbrand, though. I have this feeling it's just not going to be him. That was the meta when the game first launched, but I think it's kind of shifted to wider armies. Yeah, guys, we're going to fill up a stadium for Total War Warhammer 3. We're doing it. You just wait. Do a mono corn tournament when the blood pack comes out. I'll do it when the chat DLC comes out. Yes. All right. Oh my god, it's a skull cannon. The most Chad play of all time. Okay, this match just got interesting. We legit have a skull cannon, and then we have a soul grinder of corn. So the armies are more or less like interchangeable, but one army has a skull cannon and one army has like a soul grinder. Can you organize a group bus ride from Europe to California? Yeah. Absolutely. It could be some good times. Yeah, the corn mirror match, I agree. It's not the most fun to watch, but it is the nature of the beast. Just like in any other RTS game. I don't enjoy watching like mirror matches in most RTS games, to be completely fair. But we will see. How's Khorne at the moment? Khorne is hands down one of the strongest factions. Khorne and Nurgle, I think, are the easiest and strongest to play. I simply can't believe there's a skull cannon. I have no idea what that thing's going to do in a mirror match. I guess it can shoot spawn, right? And it did get buffed. So this army is going to be the classic spawn formula, like spawn halberd combo. Because theoretically, spawn kill the infantry and halberds kill the enemy spawn, so it's a good combo. We do have Herald, double cultists on foot, and we have the skull cannon, which has big AP, and it did get buffed, but it's still kind of janky. Quite excited. So it is going to be a soul grinder of Khorne. He's got his mighty sword, and yeah, this guy's a great fighter, man. I mean, if he can catch any of those characters or cultists, he'll certainly take him down. We got Exalted Bloodletters in Spawn, a much more elite army. It's actually several units of Exalted Bloodletters, which actually don't do terribly against Spawn. They do okay. Oh, the Skull Cannon shot. So if you guys haven't seen Torpid playing Dawn of War 2, I actually watched some replays of him playing, and his micro is insane. So he is the top Dawn of War 2 competitive player, or at least one of the top ones, and I'm excited to see what skills he can bring to this community. It's going to be quite a bit of fun. All right, shots coming in. Does hit the spawn as well as the Exalted Bloodletters. Khorne taking out a couple models there, and now they're going to be moving up on the objective. Gojira says, after the LAN event, we will have a no holds barred MMA fight tourney. I would do that. Yeah. I would fight an MMA fight. I know I'm getting a little bit older, but it'd be a lot of fun. Like, screw it. I prefer to do like a boxing match or grappling match though, but you know, they had that Creator Clash event, you know, the big boxing event. I actually reached out and asked if I could be in the next one. I obviously haven't heard anything, but it would be a lot of fun. All right, so the Soul Grinder of Khorne's getting a little bit crazy here. It's trying to get some pot shots. So if you guys haven't used the Soul Grinder of Khorne, it's really good in melee. It does have shooting, but you can't control what it shoots. So you have to kind of line it up with what you want it to shoot at. And yeah, not bad damage. This is like the shootiest Khorne armies we've ever seen. Skull Cannon. Oh, the shot from downtown, the swing and a miss. Well, that's actually not true. It did hit one to the spawn, but dude, it didn't even kill a model. That's a pretty feel-bad situation. The Skull Cannon has shot like 3 shots, and it just hasn't, no, 5 shots or 6 shots, and it hasn't even killed a single model yet, dude. It's pretty slim pickings there. So yeah, just the Khorne skirmishing phase. This is something that I never thought I would see, is 2 haggard Khorne armies just like trying to skirmish with one another instead of fighting. Okay, that one did some HP damage, but still didn't kill a spawn. I'm sure right now Lord is like very disappointed in the Skull Cannon. He's like, come on, man. Because the problem is the Soul Grinder, when it runs out of ammo, will still be really useful at fighting. But the Skull Cannon is pretty mediocre in combat. It's pretty mediocre. Yeah, it tries its best. Has anybody played Cathay today? No, nobody has played Cathay yet. Okay, that was a little bit better. Took out a couple Exalted Bloodletters, or actually no, that was that spawn formation there. But the army of Lord is going to be chilling out. And as far as banked resources go, it looks like more spawn have been summoned in. And if we're looking at Torpid here, he's not banking too much either, just summoning in more spawn. And it looks like, excuse me, we're going to be seeing just the good old-fashioned Khorne grind. Dude, how are these spawn not dying? They've eaten like these Hell Cannon shots to the face, or these Skull Cannon, which does have 465 weapon strength, mind you. I'm surprised it hasn't been able to do more. The dreaded Khorne range build. No kidding, dude. No kidding. But the objectives are going to be opening up now, and I would imagine the players will be advancing up to do a little bit of skirmishing soon. And as soon as the objectives open, the die is cast. Both players are going to be moving forward, and here it is. Dude, what if everything in this battle... Oh, look at the Skull Cannon! Look how... oh, is it going to hit something? It did. Look at that. I thought it was shooting at the Soul Grinder there. But yeah, armies are moving up. Khorne, you know, Khorne's ready. They're like, all right, guys, now that the clock is off, the round is up, the rest is over, now we can fight. We've seen this mirror match a lot, and it's almost always like a Bloodletter build versus a Halberd spawn build. And it kind of goes back and forth, honestly. Both of them kind of win. I guess it depends on like how the SEM fight goes. What kind of value have we seen out of the Skull Cannon yet? I would wager around 400. Oh wow, 600. Okay, I was wrong. Almost 700 value on the Skull Cannon. That's not bad at all. I mean, the Skull Cannon itself does cost, I believe, 1,100, give or take, or 1,000, somewhere in that ballpark. So if it can accrue its own value and, you know, pick off some spawn units, that's certainly not bad. Now both players kind of posturing a little bit here. Soul Grinder still looking to shoot. They want, both of them want to get that like slight advantage, you know, where they just kind of just barely poke each other. And of course, this is one of the issues with the come from behind mechanic, right? Like these players might be playing with the mentality in that they don't want to capture the objective because they don't want to give the other person come from behind points, which is very funny. But we did see this actually in Hugo's tournament. So Hugo, of course, had a tournament in the Spanish community, which was open to everyone, but he did have a tournament, and we had a couple battles in the grand finals. I was watching one between Zyphos and Ranger, I think, and like they both just literally sat there for a couple minutes staring at each other because they didn't want to give the other person the come from behind mechanic. Granted, we haven't like seen it be super impactful today, but I completely understand the approach. Yeah, the Skull Cannon's doing some work. It is, and I don't know where it is actually. Where is that bad boy? Skull Cannon is it around? Did he unsummon it? He might have unsummoned the Skull Cannon. Oh my god, how funny would it be if he just keeps unsummoning and resummoning the Skull Cannon? So it looks like the army is moving over. Yeah, thank you, Optimus. It's 1,100. I knew it was somewhere in that ballpark. The Soul Grinder doing a little bit of back and forth poking, just shooting here and there. And honestly, the Soul Grinder shooting hasn't been terribly effective. I think the Skull Cannon did get unsummoned because you do get a little bit of a refund by unsummoning units. So I think he just is like, okay, this thing is like paid its dues. It did get him up on value by about 300. Granted, the Soul Grinder might be able to get the back. Dom needs an attacking rule. I know. And this is what I've told to Creative Assembly. I'm like, dude, you got to get rid of the come from behind mechanic, or else this kind of stuff's just going to happen. And the players will just kind of stick and move a little bit. Calling it from the... Yeah, I hear you, man. Yeah, it does make it sound a little bit funny. But, you know, he could go for the triple cap. That honestly wouldn't be a bad idea. Like, if I were in this situation, I would probably triple cap. I would try and triple cap Torpid. And then I would just stuff him in his deployment zone. Because triple capping, the amount of points you get is so crazy that you win so fast that they don't have time for the comeback mechanic to really benefit them. So that's probably what I would do if I were Lord here. I would just move in and go for the cap here. These players, yeah, domination is good because it forces you to fight. These players, challenge accepted, I know. He's moving up to fight now. But if you're going to be the aggressor, you have to get a triple cap. You have to play for the triple cap. Looks like he might just move in. Okay, he's moving up a little bit. He does have some capture weight on the two objectives. Let us see that. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure Creative Assembly is going to get rid of the comeback from mechanic. It's terrible. You guys, I'll release my salty video tomorrow, be ranting about how much I hate it, and you guys will get the true scope of my fury in this regard. So one capture point here, one here, and yeah, you got to go for the triple cap. If you're going to like play this way, and you know Torpid wants to go for the come from behind mechanic, you got to just go for the triple cap, and then just stuff them in their deployment zone. Just absolutely push them back. Absolutely push them back. And is he going to get the top ground one? It looks like he is. He's got some Chaos Warhounds up there, so just basic ones. And it looks like Torpid is going to be summoning in some Skull Crushers here. So the Skull Crushers are out. The two objectives are owned. The triple cap is on, and yeah, it's going to be a tough one, man. If you let your opponent get too far ahead, it's really easy for the game to kind of slip away. I've had games where I've seen people try and abuse the comeback mechanic, and yeah, it can work sometimes. But if you're a little bit too like slow to get the objectives back, then dude, you can be in trouble. And I think Torpid is going to go in for the fight, which means like all that posturing was really kind of like pointless for both players, which is kind of funny. But yeah, Khorne needs to move in and fight. He needs to protect this objective, although he does have the high ground one. It looks like right here we do get the Skull Crushers. Skull Crushers are the anti-large variant, so they're actually pretty good against Corn Dogs, because Corn Dogs are considered large, but not if they're supported by like ground-based infantry. So Torpid is going to be space jamming into this objective right now, so he's going to grab that. And I think it's a mistake from Lord here not to grab the, like, put up a better fight on this objective. I think he really should have pushed for that. Granted, he still has the two objectives. The come from behind mechanic has not picked up yet. Now it has, so now he's going to be getting bonus points. But it's only going to be 5 per second. It's still impactful, but it's not like game ending, but we will see. Really nice summon here by Lord Catterton. He summoned the Bloodletters behind the army of Torpid, and he was able to get a good sandwich. The Soul Grinder here is kind of getting wrecked, actually. The Spawn and Halberds are doing a bunch of damage against it, but both players are trading pretty equal. I mean, their armies are more or less identical, right? So, and as far as the grind goes, we'll give you guys some nice cinematic action. Here you go. Here's some Khorne units just rubbing their Khorne together here. And over here we do get these Skull Crushers of Khorne getting a nice charge. So it looks like, yeah, it looks like he's going to be able to maybe wrestle the middle objective. Are these Exalted Bloodletters? They are. So they're putting a little bit of hurt on them, but they need some Corn Dog love. And yeah, in the end, this Exalted Bloodletters do hold. He's got triple Corn Dog up here. Double Corn Dog, one of them is going to be a Fleshhound. And it looks like the Fleshhound Legion is going to be swarming down from the hills here. As this fight is just absolute anarchy. It looks like Torpid is kind of winning the engagement a little bit, although the value is dead even on both sides, so it's really just going to come down to the points and whatnot. And that is a big value lead right there. That's almost 2,000 points. I think if he had fought for the triple cap... Oh, he actually never lost this objective. Torpid actually moved off the objective a little bit. Oh, that's actually a big mistake. That's because now you're getting the come from behind mechanic like as you want it, but your opponent is just going to be skyrocketing up in points. I mean, this is going very quick. He's getting 15 per second, which is going to get you to 5,000 very, very quickly. A little bit of a blob fight here. We do have a bunch of Hounds and Exalted Bloodletters pushing back the units of Torpid, getting a little bit of work in there, and more Flesh Hounds being summoned in on both sides. Corn Dog's up on the high ground, going to be trying to get that. And this is where like kind of the panic sets in, where you're like, oh god, I have to get all these objectives. Lord actually pulled ahead in the value quite substantially, so that value differential should make up for the come from behind mechanic, or at least it's what it's generated so far, because he's going to have quite a bit more on the battlefield. Some of these like niche engagements have been going better. If we look right here, let me get my handy drawing tool so you can see this engagement went for Lord, this one did. Torpid, and he still didn't capture the objective, dude. Oh man, Torpid needs to get that right now. This objective has been in the hands of Lord the entire time, and he's finally going to get it, but dude, that is so many points that have gone to his opponent, and it could be a death sentence for him, essentially. Because right now, Lord could win by just holding one objective. He could just Helm's Deep on one objective, and as long as he could just hold that point, he's going to win the game. So that is going to put a lot of pressure on his opponent. The Exalted Bloodletters doing well. It seems like the Skull Crushers haven't done like super well. Although, no, that's the Bloodletters. Let's see what the Skull Crushers are. About 1,000. They cost more than that. They're like 1,400, 1,500, so we'll see if they can actually accrue their value. But Lord has gone up in values at about 1,500 compared to 13.8, and the points are going to be crushing too. Like, even if he's getting a little bit more value, he's down by 1,000, so it's not going to be as impactful. Dude, and he's still... Wait, did he not get this objective? Oh, no, dude. Oh, man. Lord had never... Not Lord, excuse me. Torpid never followed through and got this objective. So Lord Caterton has just been cackling on this objective so hard, just laughing it all the way to the bank. And man, that is very, very tough. And he's coming back now, but now it's too late. Homeboy's got some units here. He's got some Chaos Warriors. He's got some Chaos Warhounds looking to jump in the back, but they actually shatter. Classic Chaos Warhounds, classic. The middle objective might be taken by Torpid, but I think that it's just over probably. It's going to be too hard to get all these objectives. It's going to be very tight. Right now, you can see the momentum starting to shift a little bit for the defending Khorne player. Now, the come from behind mechanic is really kicking in, and he's getting, you know, these free points. He's getting 25 as opposed to his opponent's 15, so you're going to start seeing the weight of those units come back, and the middle objective could be threatened here, but the capture weight is still very slow. Down here, it looks like Khorne was able to secure this one, and this, like, he's starting to triple cap very effectively, right? Like, Torpid is doing an excellent job. He's getting the middle back. He might be able to get the high ground objective here, but if he had just captured this objective, there would be like 600 or 700 points less. He would have way more of a cushion. And he might be able to get it even still, but these Exalted Bloodletters, if like a Fury came over there and just wipes them out, that's pretty much GG. He was a little bit off in that, and the high ground objective is being held by Lord Caterton as well. So you can see the comeback mechanic is kicking in. He's getting a little bit of a benefit, but in the end, he was just a little bit off on capturing that objective. That's going to hurt. That's going to haunt his dreams for sure. If he had gotten that, he might have been able to win. But in the end, Lord wins it. He gets the triple cap, and that's what I'm talking about, the risk of playing the come from behind mechanic. It can be very dicey. But Lord also outvalued him too. The problem is, if Lord had been equal value with Torpid and captured the objectives, Torpid would have steamrolled him because he would have been getting extra stuff. But Lord was 1,000, 1,500 value ahead, give or take, 1,500, and he was able to nullify the comeback a little bit because of that. But the problem is with even trading, the come from behind mechanic is an issue. But GG, well played. A good scrappy match. A good scrappy match indeed. So, ladies and gentlemen, GG, well played to both players. Next map is going to be the Broken Leg Gully. Let's see if we get a Cathay match. Do you believe in the rhythm of your heart? I believe in Cathay. It is happening. Maybe if we all just start chanting Cathay, they might appear. Maybe if we will it into existence, Cathay will come down like it will appear like a magical unicorn in a mighty green bluff. Who knows? Soul Grinder probably wasn't that good either. Yeah, the Skull Cannon. I don't know if the Skull Cannon was actually. I mean, it got a little bit of value, but who knows? But yeah, Torpid played very well. He just needed to get that objective a little bit earlier. Yeah, that cost him, man. He moved units off it. He could have had that objective so early. I'm not a big fan of Soul Grinders. The only Soul Grinder I like is the Nurgle one, because it has like that mortar, which is actually really damaging. And it's a good fighter too. Everyone's just chanting Cathay. I believe. I believe. How's everyone doing over on Twitch chat? Hope you guys are doing well. I know the stream's going there. I don't think you guys can chat there, unfortunately. But if you guys want to chat, you can come on over to YouTube. We have an open chat room here. Let's see what the picks are going to be. I'm starting to sweat. It's how hot is it here? Oh, solid 90 degrees. Hell yeah, dude. I was born in the heat though, man. It's weird. I could sit in like 98 degree heat all day and just like as long as I'm not getting sunburnt, I can take it. Like I'm good. I'm not going to be affected. I'm not going to feel tired. It's a weird thing. I used to, when I played football as a kid, we would have like 100 degree weather and we'd be out there practicing, and it just, I was born in it. I was raised in it. Okay, is the Cathay chant working? I don't know if it is. Oh, chat is enabled on Twitch? Okay, glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. I know it wasn't earlier, but I'm happy to hear you guys can chat there. All right. Perfect. 1 second. Excellent, excellent. So, Broken Lake Gully has some shooting potential. Kislov Coast, the Kislov gunline builds can be very effective here, potentially. There's a lot of options. So Nurgle and Kislov are the two picks from Torpid, who I believe, I was expecting some Slanesh. Maybe saving Slanesh for the rubber match. But Nurgle and Kislov are both really good picks here. Kislov can shoot effectively down the lane, control the back objective well with reinforcements and cav. Nurgle, of course, is just always good. And yeah, feels pretty good to me. Yeah, the Slanesh grinder is interesting. I missed it. No, I don't have a Twitch channel myself. Since this is a Creative Assembly official event, we're streaming it to their Twitch channel. Yes. Allrex says my brain stops working at 85 and I become a human wreck. Yeah. That's my wife really doesn't like the heat also. Yeah. Oh my god, 114 where you are? Where do you live in, like Arizona or something? Android? That's brutal. Oh my goodness. That is some sweaty weather. That's even too hot for me. I mean, I could endure it, but I would not like that's too much. Yeah. 79 in downtown LA. That's not too bad, Kevin. That's not too bad. Yeah, LA, I'm surprised. Yeah, where we live in a little mountain valley. It's very, we moved out of Los Angeles like a good, about a year ago almost, like 8-9 months ago. And we moved to this like mountain valley, which is absolutely beautiful, but it's pretty hot here, for sure. It's pretty hot. Slanesh Soul Grinder. A Memphis, that's funny, dude. Oh, man. What if it's another mirror match? I like, Lord, if you're listening to the stream, you don't need to pick Cathay for us. Do your best to win. Like, you don't need to suffer for our sake. Only pick Cathay. Okay. Oh my god, I think we're going to get a Nurgle mirror match. So, Torpid picked Nurgle and Kislov for his 2 picks. Lord then picked Nurgle for his pick. Now, Torpid can choose between Kislov and Nurgle here. Is it going to be the dreaded mirror match of Nurgle? Oh my god, please. Please no. No, God, no. Don't do it to us. Don't do it. I'm too weak. Nurgle mirror matches are like vampire count mirror matches. They're just a true monstrosity. Any bets on who will win it? Ooh, these players are both really good. I mean, everyone who's made it to the top 4. These are arguably the most competitive tournaments we've ever had in the history of Total War Warhammer 3. 3. Not necessarily 2. But, yeah, so the players we're seeing here are definitely paying the troll toll. They're earning their keep. They're earning their keep. Frank says, I dislike the heat like your wife. I think it's a Polish thing. Yeah, I think it's a different climate for sure. People are betting hard on Torpid for round 2 on Twitch. Okay, so I gotta, hang on a sec. I'm gonna pull up the Twitch chat because someone told me earlier that there was no, like, it was turned off on Twitch chat, or else I would have been reading it and talking with you guys too. So let me pull that up real quick. All right, we're back in business. I can pull it up now, so everybody smile and wave. What's up, guys? How you guys doing? Thank you for joining. It's been a good day. It's been fun. How do you think the Total War Warhammer 1 and 2 armies will stack against 3? I think they'll do fine, but honestly, there was a lot of people who were kind of saying like, yeah, Total War Warhammer 3 is going to get crushed. They have less stuff, but I actually think like some of I actually think they'll trade pretty well into some of the factions. The balance is really actually quite good considering the circumstances. Yeah. They did turn it on back after a while. Okay, good. 1 caster, 2 chats. How do you do it? Dude, all day, man. All day. I can do this all day. Torpid would probably do better with Kislov here. His micro is really good. Yeah. Dude, I was watching him. Okay, it is a Kislov versus Nurgle match. I was watching Torpid play some Dawn of War, and I was super impressed. He is the Terminator in that game. And Dawn of War 2 was a really micro-intensive game. Like, really, really micro-intensive. And honestly, I think Torpid could have maybe won that last game if he had just captured that objective. It would have been it would have given him a lot more cushion to triple cap. And since he had the come from behind mechanic going, I think like there was a lot of tools. A lot of tools for sure. Yeah, humidity is the worst, dude. Humidity is the absolute worst. That's one thing I hate. I hate humid weather. Oh my God. I remember going to Florida when I was a kid and I was just like, end me, I'm too weak, Anakin. Help me. It was just the absolute worst. But, you know, we do it. We do our best. All right, one sec here. Trying to see if I could like pop this out. Perfect. I'm getting the chat boxes set up so I can like read both the chats effectively now. Perfect. Look at that. Got everything open, man. We're good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and now we are here in game 2 of the semifinal round here between Lord Caterchin and Torpid. Senpai Torpid, I should say. And it's going to be kind of an old school Nurgle build, really. It is going to be the Festering Stooges, well, they're new, of course, and a bunch of Spawn. So just Plague Bearers and Spawn. Just move on up and enjoy life. It's good. A little bit susceptible to Focus Fire. If we did see like a Kislov Coast build, like a mass gunline from Kislov, this would just be absolutely devastating. Absolutely devastating for sure. Couple Cultists of Nurgle, looking good. Herald of Nurgle up in the sky, obviously a really good choice. If you go with like a Great Unclean one or any big targets like the Big Chungus himself, the Kugath, you're going to get shot down by a lot of Kislov units. So having like a cheaper Lord is quite strong. On the other side of things, we do have the Grey Kislovites, the Grey Legion of Senpai Torpid. And he is here with a bunch of Kossars. Zargard are actually pretty good against Nurgle. If Nurgle does not have a Mortis engine, they can hold pretty well. But they're also very vulnerable to the Stream of Corruption. Ice Guard with swords. Now this is one of my favorite picks, hands down. I love the Ice Guard with swords. These guys are, or ladies I should say, are very, very good against Furies. So one of the main ways Chaos shuts down shooting is with Furies. And if you send Furies into these dual-wielding swords with a bonus versus infantry, dude, they just do so much work. They do so much work. So, the time of heroes is here. Ice Guard, I believe there's going to be 2 of them. Nurgle could still summon in something to counter them. And Stream of Corruption and AoEs are going to be very strong here. But I actually really, really like this build. I love the Missile Kislov builds. And yeah, this is quite a strong position for Kislov, right? Because they have an excellent firing lane here. They can just like summon things and immediately have line of sight. They can also concave. If any of you guys have ever played like other RTS games like StarCraft, getting a good RTS concave, that big semicircle where you're just like shooting things down is very, very strong, right? But I think bringing 1 Streltsy is good also because otherwise people can just juke back and forth and dodge your arrows. Whereas Streltsy don't really play that game. Oh, is he going to dodge it? Oh, Torpid, no. No, the overcasted Stream of Corruption. He could have probably dodged that if he was paying a little bit closer attention. But in the end, he is going to be paying the troll toll. Wyatt, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really do appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. The good times are a-rolling. Here comes the Kislov army. Going to be posturing up on the middle objective. And it looks like Torpid is not going to be playing for the come from behind mechanic this time. He has perhaps learned his lesson and is going to be playing up on the objectives. Taking a more, normal approach to the game, I would say. Nurgle is going to be taking a very kind of circuitous route, so it looks like they're going to be kind of like looping down here, trying to avoid the shooting box, right? Because if they're just like walking in this big open field, at least here they can kind of like hug the edge of the terrain and maybe get down there. But the only problem about Nurgle here is what really good Kislov players do, is they attack you with chariots right here. And then when you're blobbed here, they just hit you with like a Heart of Winter or like all these big AoE spells. And it can be really, really rough for sure. Miles saying the Ice Guard dodged the Kugath Soul Grinder build. Here we go. I agree, man. All day, dude. All day. So up in the hills, Kislov dervishes hiding in the shadows. A very, very good roadblock unit. And that's honestly what I would just do if I was Torpid. I would block Nurgle at this choke point right here, just hold the 2 low ground objectives, and just, you know, enjoy the finest drinks that Kislov has to offer here. So, Kislov dervishes, probably going to ambush like that. I would imagine they'll like rear charge something on the hill, try and block however they can. We will see. Marco says 0 drawings today. Very strange. Yeah, the reason why is because it's a CA stream as well, so I can't be doing my usual drawings. It's I mean, I could, but you know, there has to be boundaries to some things, right? There has to be. Mercy says it's the tournament. The tournament is open to anyone, so you could have signed up, Mercy, if you wanted to. But you are seeing the best of the best playing. Certainly quite exciting. Good shooting here. The Kossars and Ice Guard. Ooh, look at that. Oh, I love it. Cool play. He uses the Gust of True Flight to increase the range to 182 on these Kossars and Ice Guard. That is super cool. So we can actually range Nurgle up on the high ground a little bit. Granted, it's about to wear off here, but it does kind of force the Nurglite forces back, which is very, very cool. So Nurgle is gathering in the middle as well. Plague Bears and Spawn looking to push up here. We will have to see. We will have to see. A Total War stream with chat open? Always, man, always. Yeah, I'm sorry about the Twitch chat. The previous stream I saw, the Twitch chat was shut down. So I assumed it was going to be this, like, CA was doing the same thing today. But if I had known it was open, I would be here hanging with all of you guys the entire time. Yeah. All right, so Bombardment's going down. Plague Bears of Nurgle certainly getting a little bit of a tickle. Not too much. Really not going to be taking too much damage there. And, yeah, they're moving up. I believe that did frostbite them and slow them down a little bit. But Nurgle has to go now. And the double cultists are here. I love the roadblock. The Zargard, unfortunately, are on the low ground. They're going to be getting Anakin'd here. But we'll see if they can hold. Yeah, I mean, they will. Their leadership's very good despite being beat up. And they do have the Buy Our Blood trait. And, like, all these Spawn of Nurgle are just getting wrecked so bad. And look at the Gust of True Flight still active here. That's going to be giving range as well as accuracy, so they're going to be doing more damage. The Zargard holding on like champs, and look at this, we do get the downhill charge coming in from the Kislov dervishes. So this time around, we do see Kislov playing the 2 objectives, but Nurgle is starting its big push in the front. Another bombardment going down, which does apply the slow. Oh my god, the Plague Bearers, guys, look at this. Oh my god, the Plague Bearers have 19 speed. They are so incredibly slow right now from the Kislov magic, which is awesome. But it's all sunshine and rainbows until Nurgle gets in your face. You know, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth, as they say. And right now, Nurgle is about to get right on top of the Kislov army, and it is really going to be changing the paradigm of this battle. So, double Snow Leopards battling in there, pretty good against some of the big boys like the Spawn. But now Nurgle's going to be using their demonic summon, so we do see the cultists coming in with the Plague Bearers. And hey, Tunhammer, thank you for the SEK, man. Really appreciate that donation. Super generous. Super generous, and we're going to keep this party going. Middle objective owned by Kislov. Nurgle's getting a little bit worn down here. The Winged Lancers have arrived. Look at that, getting in there. Beautiful lances, certainly doing some work for sure. But Nurgle, man, is getting that fat heal. Fecundity coming down, going to be doing a nice AoE plague heal. So it's like a plague that spreads to your units and heals them with Nurgle. Kossars, you know, probably for Kislov, you want to move up on the objectives a little bit with some of the Kossars to make sure Nurgle doesn't get it back. Although, honestly, here we do see the Kossars, and that's what's so good about Kislov gun lines and bow lines, is that even their archer units are going to be unbreakable for 30 seconds. So steamrolling Kislov is incredibly hard to do for sure. So the Plague Bears of Nurgle getting popped. Spawn kind of low as well, but Nurgle does have big momentum coming down from the hills, and they even have more Plague Bears here, but you have to remember, much of the momentum you're seeing from Nurgle right now is summons. So we have a couple summoned units out on the battlefield, which are going to be disappearing very, very soon. Kislov with a nice AoE on top of the Nurgle block here. Winged Lancers are starting to break. Obviously, they're good shot cap units, but in sustained combat, they're not amazing. Look at the Kislov forces in the hills, dude. Just so much shooting. None of these Kossars are spears, though, so the Plague Toads of Nurgle might actually be able to cause some disruption. We'll have to see, but Torpid seems to be in a commanding position, up by a fair amount of value, and overall, getting those nice bow shots. But guys, the dreaded Toads of Nurgle have arrived. Here they come, charging into the Kossars. That was one of the limpest and saddest charges I've ever seen. And you know why that happened? He actually gave the charge attack order to the Kossars behind them. So they didn't have the order to charge this unit, but still guard mode and good shooting here. Might be able to bring down the Toads. The middle objective still pretty firmly in the hands of Kislov, and this is why Ice Guard are so cool. These ladies are actually really good in combat. They do magic damage, so they can kill Plague Bears very effectively, because Plague Bears really heavily rely on their physical resist. But it looks like they're going to be pulling back right now to maybe try and get their shots back online, considering they still have a ton of ammunition. We will see. Bear Sleds moving in. Nurgle looking a little bit worse for wear. Up in the sky, the Herald actually getting popped, so it looks like the Herald of Nurgle got Karate chopped here by the... dude, look at the Gust of True Flight. Giving the accuracy buff to the Ice Guard. I just really like this playstyle that Torpid is using. I think it's very cool. And the old Plague Bears of Nurgle waddling, but they are walking into a torrent of fire, and Nurgle does not like being shot at. That is for sure. One of the big weaknesses of Nurgle in both this game as well as tabletop. Now, I'm surprised we're not seeing more Toads. I think the Nurgle player, if he were to bring in a bunch of Toads, like Plague Toads of Nurgle, like cheap ones, and just swarm on these Kossars, dude, it would just be overwhelming. I don't know if Kislov could handle that. I think he got a little bit too excited for the Plague Bearer spam and was just a little bit predictable here for the Kislov army. And now look at this. We get Snow Leopards taking down the Cultists, and Cultists are one of the most annoying units in the entire game. That is like the good feeling that everybody deserves, seeing a Cultist get punted into the Shadow Realm. But yeah, Cultists are being chased off, one in the back and one here by these Snow Leopards. Nurgle not really looking like they're going to have much of a chance here. They're down by... And I don't care how good your healing is. If you're down by like 6,000 value, that's going to be a little bit too much. For sure. So here we have it. Exalted Plague Bearers moving up. Plague Toads of Nurgle on their way in. One of my favorite looking units. I love the Plague Toads. I've always really enjoyed Toads as creatures. I think they're pretty cool. When I was in college, my roommate and I, we found like a really disgusting Toad statue at like a yard sale. It was like from the 80s and it was like super disturbing, and we bought it, and he was a noble toad that adorned our apartments for years and used to scare everyone that came in. It was always great. But looking here, Festering Stooges are going down. We have what appears to be a Plague Bearer unit, but the Concave Fire coming in, man. The Ice Guard, Gust of True Flight, the accuracy does increase the DPS as well. And these Plague Bearers are just going to get absolutely melted off the objective. I wouldn't be surprised to see an early tap out from Lord. I mean, because what's going to happen now is it's basically going to be like a trickle of units. You're just going to see like Exalted Plague Bearers waddling in and just getting just absolutely pounded. And good Griffin Legion charging, using the Griffin Legion to move in and just like roadblock them a little bit to allow the missiles. And then we get the bombardments coming in, which apply the Frostbite effect, down to 20 speed, down to 44 speed. And good night, sweet Prince Nurgle. I don't think that is going to be it. I do not think that's going to be it. Looking around here, Kislov is here, Kislov is here. Objective 3 is being taken by Kislov. And Torpid is going to be tying up the series with Lord Caterchin 1-1. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another rubber match today. We have been blessed by the gods of chaos with a multitude of good matches. And now, look at the Ice Guard. Oh yeah, 2,400 Ice Guard value. I love it. I love it. Ice Guard are like the coolest unit in Kislov, along with the Bears. Great stuff. Great stuff indeed. And Lord's army needed a little bit more, like he didn't have any Furies, number one, and no Toads. You need Toads and Furies to shut down Kislov shooting, or else they're gonna mow you down. So we saw that coming into play. All right, 1-1. And I believe the last map is Arnhem. Let's go and double check. Let me roll up here. Yes, it is Arnhem. All right, guys, if we get the Cathay chant going, this is the Cathay map. We can maybe see them. All right, so if you guys have any questions, now is certainly the time. You just let me know, and we can get there. Yes, so I probably need to change it. Let me see here with the score. Yeah, I need to switch the score. Sorry, thank you. So appreciate the feedback, Sebastian. It was from the previous match. I forgot to switch them to the correct side. So now the scores will correlate to the players in the game. I just need to make sure it fits. All right. Very good. Thank you so much for that feedback, boss. Really appreciate that, Sebastian. And cool. So, Jean-Cat asking, will there be more factions besides Kislov? Besides more human factions. I mean, Cathay is the only one, but when the game eventually gets Immortal Empires in the next couple of months, like, yeah, there's going to be a bunch of other ones. You're going to have, you'll have the Empire, you'll have Bretonnia, so it's going to be good. He did his audio again? What is this audio? The Cathay chant. If we summon and will Cathay into existence, maybe it will happen. I know there's only 6 factions in competitive multiplayer in Total War. The 7th one is the mystical Cathay. Legend has it that they're ruled by a dragon emperor in the mountains. Yeah, we'll see. Legend has it. Yeah, Bretonnia is human for sure, dude. Bretonnia is definitely human. 100%. Which old world race do you think will pair best with the 7 Total War? Will do the best against them? I think Vampire Counts are going to be the best. I think Vampire Counts are going to be tyrannical. Like when good players get their paws on the vampires and like learn the tricks, I think they're going to be just unholy. I think they'll be unholy. Yeah. All right. Do you believe in Cathay? And by the way, if you're playing in this match, Lord or Senpai, and you're listening, don't pick Cathay on our behalf. I don't want you guys to like... You've been playing in this tournament all day, and to lose because you picked Cathay as a meme would feel really bad. So play your best. But I'm just saying, we're just saying, if you happen to, you know, be playing Cathay anyways. Some delicious water right there, guys. Make sure to stay hydrated, all of you guys in chat. I know it's been a long event. We've all been here together. I'm getting pretty hungry myself. I'm sure many of you are feasting. By the way, any of you guys who are feasting or enjoying snacks right now, what delicious snacks are you enjoying? Do let us know, so I can be jealous, and then I can get really hungry. Oh my god. Let the boy feast. I'm gonna go just get the most massive burrito I can find after this. It's just that's one great thing about California is we have such good burritos. Cathay got buffed, but they still have hard matchups. And Cathay really isn't a terrible faction in all reality. It's just they have bad matchups versus the demons because of Furies and cultists. If you like put Cathay against like old world factions, I actually think they're going to be fine. I actually think they'll be fine. I think they'll be okay. Ooh, pecans sound pretty good. Ham cheese chips. That sounds pretty bomb. You say I just took down an absolutely sinful Philly cheesesteak. Oh, that sounds so good, dude. Philly cheesesteaks are one of the best thing ever. It's so good. Someone's just like alcohol. Eggs and bacon, popcorn pizza. All right, chips and salsa are probably one of my go-tos. Like some really good like chipotle salsa with some chips late at night when you're watching a stream, dude. Oh, it's like chef's kiss. Tiramisu. Oh man, that's some classy stuff. Nice. Let the boy feast. Let the boy watch. So what are the picks going to be? All right. So they're doing their picks and bans. They're going to be taking a slight break right here while can you guys just imagine Puggington sitting in the finals? Just his bulging pug eyes just watching the screen waiting to see who makes it. That's what's happening. A burrito stream? I actually thought about doing a cooking stream. I do. Didn't Creative Assembly used to do a food stream? They did. In Warhammer 1 and 2 in the early days. They had like, I think it was with Grace and Dogbert, like a couple other people, I can't remember. But they did a cooking stream where they would cook like Warhammer recipes. Yeah, I remember that. Creative Assembly did do that. Dude, Philly cheesesteaks are so good, dude. Oh my god. It really is a sinful meal. It is a sinful meal. Man, what is they have these like this, so there's a type of burrito which is like probably the most sinful burrito you can eat, which is what is it called, a chimichurri or something like that. So basically what they do with the burrito is they get all the normal burrito fillings. So you get guacamole, you get sour cream, cheese, like meat, rice, beans, like cilantro, onions. You just jam those things so deep in that burrito. And then what you do after that is you fry it. So you get the wrap and you fry the burrito. So it's like a burrito, but the casing is like a fried dough instead. Dude, that meal is so heavy. It's probably honestly like 1,400 calories, which is like what some people eat in a whole day for their like, you know. Yeah, chimichanga. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. I forgot. That's the one that when I'm feeling real naughty, I get. That's like the naughty burrito. Thank you guys over in chat there. You know what I should have set up today? I should have set up some like trivia stuff. That would have been fun. I do plan on doing that on future streams. Having like Warhammer Fantasy trivia. Sorry, Sotek, you can't do it. You would just win every time. But we would have like Warhammer Fantasy trivia or just ridiculous trivia of some sort. And we have some sort of a prize. Like if a new DLC comes out, we could like, you know, give away the DLC or something. That could be fun. Yeah. That sounds like blood clots for the blood god. Sebastian, it is, dude. It really is. Yeah. Deadpool's favorite food. It's so good, though. Yeah, I need to start exercising again. I'm just too much of a sausage right now to eat such food. Because I'll get punished. Dude, when you get into your 30s, you start to feel it. I remember, like, up until I was, like... It literally happened right when I turned 30. Like, when I was, like, 29, I was doing jujitsu, and I was, like, super fit, running, and I had, like, just a rock-hard six-pack. And then, like, 30 hit, and, like... just these random ailments started happening. I just, like... was like, oh, man, okay, I guess I'm just gonna get fat now. Yeah, I don't know what it is, man. Yeah, it's crazy. Well, anyways. Oh my god! It's happening! Wait, he hasn't picked it yet. He's on Grand Cathay. He's on Grand Cathay. All right, let's see. Oh, okay, I have a trivia. There's no prize for this one, but oh, let's see. Okay, hold on. I gotta think of some ridiculous trivia. Hold on. Yeah, I'll think of it. I'll think of some good ones. I have some good ideas. Turin, I'll take you to lunch to the Warhammer. yeah, the Warhammer Cafe. Yeah, I've been there before. It's fun. I see Cathay. Torpid is sitting on Cathay, but he said they said they were taking a quick break to get some water and use the restroom and stuff. So I don't know. I don't know if he's teasing us or what's going down here. Like, I have no idea. Cathay would be very exciting. It would be very, very exciting. I believe. Dude, Limp Bizkit trivia. I could for sure do some Limp Bizkit trivia. I don't know if that's like appropriate for the stream, but I'll do it on my own streams when it's just me there. Yeah, that's good times. There's some crazy trivia with like all the nu metal bands. There was like all these like weird rivalries between like nu metal bands in the early 2000s, like Limp Bizkit and like Mudvayne and Stained and all those kind of bands. Yeah, that was fun. We'll do something fun though, guys. We'll do something fun. Just name that Steven Seagal movie. I could do that. Oh, I could do that. Okay, here's a trivia. In which Steven Seagal movie does he say that he's just the cook? Let's see who gets it first. I'm watching both chats, both Twitch and YouTube. I have a harder one for Steven Seagal trivia after this. Hammond says, "You're gaining weight because you never had the makings of a varsity athlete." So Uncle June tells me. I was an all-county athlete in high school. Yeah. All right. So yeah, Xenocat got it. Xenocat got it in Twitch chat. He says Under Siege. Yeah, he nailed it. All right, Xenocat, you get the honorary victory there. Yeah, Xenocat was the quickest. He was the fastest on the draw. I don't know if there's like different delays in Twitch and YouTube, but he was the fastest. Yeah, Xenocat. All right, here's another trivia, another Steven Seagal trivia. In which Steven Seagal movie does Steven Seagal tell Senator Trent he's going to take him to the blood bank? All right, let's see who finds it. This is a little bit of a harder one. So in the movie, Steven Seagal's watching a corrupt politician on TV, and the senator says, "I'm going to take you guys to the bank," as like a political statement. And then Steven Seagal's like, "I'm going to take you to the bank, Senator Trent, the blood bank." And then it has like this really cheesy bit. Let's see who gets that one. All right. Who's going to get that one? All right, I'm looking. No, it's not that movie. It's not it. Let's see who's getting it first. I'm watching. Never watched that one. It's more niche. The trivia can get harder now. All right, who's gonna get it? All right, no one's gotten this one yet. Man, nobody's gotten this one yet. No, yes, Nifty wins. Nifty TV, hard to kill. All right, we have a winner. That one was a little bit harder. Yeah. It's a little bit harder. Misha got it like shortly after. Yeah, that one's hard to kill. All right. You guys want some more like 80s trivia? Let me think of some other like good ones. I'll think of something good. Do we want more? I mean, we could do some like Van Damme trivia too. Yeah. I saw some people come in afterwards. Yeah, Storm, you got it, but you were a little bit later there. Yeah, there's some really corny stuff in those ones. There's some really corny stuff. All right, are they still... Okay, guys, the dream is over. Wait, hold... No, it's not. So, Senpai Torpid says, Nurgle, Grand Cathay, and Ogres, banning Kislov. So, we could get, like, a shooty Ogre army, or even Grand Cathay here. I would love to see Grand Cathay in the rubber match. I would love it. That would be super, super good. Let the good times roll, man. Let the good times roll. Man, I'm trying to think of the corniest movie of Steven Seagal is probably the one where he plays like a vampire hunter. He literally is like a morbidly obese Blade. Like every time, there's like scenes in the movie where he's like wielding a katana and he does like a backflip to get away from a vampire, and it's just like clearly like a different person, like a stunt double. Then he like lands on the ground. Oh my god, it's just like, it's just pure magic. Just pure magic. Okay, I see him sitting on Grand Cathay, dude. He's teasing us. Torpid is definitely giving us the false hope here. The dream isn't over yet. It's not over yet. I believe in a thing called love. Oh my god, the Slanesh bots are here. Slay them. Slay them all. They've gotten here. Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll set up some sort of like a stream tool next time we stream, guys, and we'll have something where it will it'll like actually like keep track of the winners who get it right and all that. Yeah, we'll get it going. Yes, Sife, absolutely. That seems really good. That seems really good. Oh yeah, Mango. Mango. That movie is. I think that movie's literally just called like Sniper Special Forces or something terrible like that. Yeah, there's so many bad ones. YouTube is like 40 seconds behind Twitch. Oh, okay, so that's not fair. So the people on Twitch or the people on YouTube are not getting the trivia. Okay, so it's not fair. Okay, we'll figure it out for another time. Oh, that's above the law, Nifty. Yeah, that's above the law. That was actually his first big movie. Yeah, he's in the pool hall and he puts the pool ball in the sock and is like swinging around, taking out all the thugs. That was one of the most fun elements of like 80s and 90s like haggard action movies, was like the fact that like all the henchmen look the exact same. They're just like these big like corn-fed like guys with mullets and like just like the most ridiculous like mullet curly hair situations ever. It's so great. Like every 80s and 90s henchman looks the same. It's just pure magic. Yeah, so that's good. Good times. Good times indeed. Are we going to get Grand Cathay? Banning ogres. Oh, baby! We have a Cathay pick from Lord. Cathay is here! All of your chants have succeeded. So it's Grand Cathay versus either ogres or who did he ban? He banned ogres. Oh no, it's Grand Cathay versus either Grand Cathay or Nurgle. Oh man. We're going to get a Cathay mirror match. Nope, Nurgle versus Grand Cathay. Oh baby, sign me up. I'm so excited for this. Nurgle versus Grand Cathay. It's here. It's happening. Believe. Believe, dude. Believe. Oh man, it's going to be so good. It's going to be so good. Yeah, Cathay banning ogres. I mean, that's kind of an old school thing. Like ogres used to wreck Cathay because they bring in double Stonehorn with like 30% missile resist and then 15% ward save, and you just can't even kill them with your guns. So I think banning ogres makes sense. I really do. So they look like me. Yeah, 80s and 90s henchmen don't quite look like me because I'm not big enough. Like I'm about 5'10" and a half, like 185 pounds. Like I'm not like a small guy, but I'm not like big enough to be like an 80s henchman. Like the 80s henchmen are always like these 6'3", like 240 pound, like, you know, more of that kind of a gorilla type build, just these jacked dudes. Yeah. Afet says, I'm a noob to this franchise. Why is Cathay exciting? So the reason why Cathay is exciting is because they're considered the worst faction and they don't get played very often. So them being played in the semifinals of a really high stakes tournament is actually quite exciting. Yeah, it's quite exciting. Dude, it's happening. I can't believe this is happening. Cathay is here. We have willed this into existence. We have. The magic was in us the entire time. Oh my god, the Slanesh bots, they always come in at the end of the stream. I think they know that's when everybody's hanging out. No, Tom Cruise is like the guy who like beats up all the henchmen in that time period, right? Like the action actors for the most part were like a lot, they're usually smaller than the henchmen. Just think of like Roadhouse with my brain is just like fried from all the casting today. Roadhouse with, oh my god, this is gonna haunt my soul. I'm usually an encyclopedia of all this stuff. Well, Roadhouse anyways with, oh god, man, okay, I have to Google this. This is really gonna upset me if I can't remember. Patrick Swayze. Yeah, Patrick Swayze. You know, like he's not like a massive guy, but all the henchmen he beats up in those movies are literally like twice his size, you know? Yeah. 80s henchmen, yeah. They're usually like part-time pro wrestlers, exactly. Exactly, that's a really, really good way of putting it. Yeah, Patrick Swayze. Dude, man, I can't believe I couldn't remember that right away. I must be getting old, guys. I'm losing my edge. I'm losing the edge. Yeah, he was great. 80s had some really... Dude, one of the things that made 80s movies so good was the practical effects. Like, that is just so... It's such a difference when you have, like, really crappy CGI that which just kind of took over the 90s versus, like, 80s practical effects. Like, that's why, like, RoboCop, remember the scene when the toxic waste gets, like, the Nurgle waste gets spilled on the guy? That scene is, like, disturbing. Whereas, like, with CGI, it would have been like, all right. But the practical effects stuff is really, really good. And that's one of the reasons why, like, Bruce Campbell's, like, Evil Dead was, like, really fun, and, like, Army of Darkness, and, like, all those movies, right? Yeah, Seventh Pun. I've seen both those. Yeah, absolutely. Turin looks like the father of a bully in the 80s movie. Yeah, I can see that, actually. I can see that a little bit. I can see that. Yeah, good times. Oh, yeah, I see you guys over on Twitch talking about The Thing. That's, like, in my opinion, the greatest horror movie ever. It's so good. Wyatt Welton, why is it high stakes? Hey, thank you for the donation. So this is an official tournament sponsored by Creative Assembly, and there is over $3,000 in prizes, and also the individuals who qualify through today's qualifier and the other 7 qualifiers will be getting early access to the Immortal Empire. So not only is there a monetary stake in it, but they also get to play the new stuff sooner, which is cool. Quite exciting. Quite exciting indeed. All right. Oh, baby. It is Cathay Coast. They've been taking some notes out of the Vampire Coast playbook. Iron Hail Gunners, backed up by Jade Warrior crossbows, a cannon, double Astromancer. So the reason why people bring 2 Astromancers is because they have the Cloak of Pomé. This gives you 60% power recharge, so obviously they're going to be stacking that buff, which is very strong. And we do have a Dragon-Blooded Lord of Yin to be summoning some Ancestral Warriors and all sorts of other good stuff. So guys, this is Game 3. The winner of this match will be going on to face Reginald Puggington in the Best of 5 Grand Finals. And on the other side, let's take a look at what we got. Let's see what's going on. It's going to be Plague Bearers. No surprises. Plague Bearers, Cultist, and ooh, this is the money pick from Torpid. This is so good. So good. Because this big Chungus is just going to sit up on the high ground. He's just going to plop down like right here and just like nuke that Cathay army. Oh, beautiful pick. Beautiful pick by Torpid. This is just so good. Well, anyways, that thing is going to carry the game for sure. The Cultists, of course, are very good as well, but I'm curious how Lord is going to respond to that high ground mortaring. Like, how is he going to deal with that? Maybe you get the Dragon-Blooded Lord and go summon some Ancestral Warriors on top of it. That's going to be really nasty. And yeah, if you're playing Cathay, you come like up and under like this. And you form a battle line like so. And then you can shoot them off this objective, control this objective. Nurgle is obviously going to go into the trees here, and then they're going to move up to the bushes. And yeah, that is going to be their game plan. It is on, baby. It is on indeed. So, looking over here, we do have the Cultists chilling up on the high ground here. Let's go ahead and keep track of the Soul Grinder. I think that this is going to be really the epicenter of the game for Nurgle, because Soul Grinders are really, really good anti-infantry pieces. And the first one, partial hit, not too much damage. So that Iron Hail Gunner certainly lucked out that that wasn't like a square shot. If you guys are playing in tournaments or multiplayer, you should switch your targets often if it's like a unit like this. Because if you shoot the same target, your opponent can adjust to it and start trying to dodge you. But if you switch targets, they might not know which one is going to be getting hit, right? So that is certainly good. Oh my god, look at that. One bombardment from that thing has the Iron Hail Gunners here wavering. That has got to feel really, really bad for Cathay. But look at this. In the meantime, we do get the Grasp Talons of the Night coming in, and it brings Plague Bearer down to half health. So both players are kind of trading back and forth. The magic of Grand Cathay versus the dreaded Soul Grinder, which he can't get line of sight on it. The cannon needs to be like over here. If the cannon was back here, it could actually draw line of sight on that thing, and it could potentially like do some work. And yeah, man, it could be happening. But nonetheless, we will have to see. Up in the skies, we do have the Herald of Nurgle chilling out. Herald of Nurgle here going to be getting hit with the Storm of Shadows. The Storm of Shadows is going to be coming down and slowing them down quite a bit, maybe allowing Cathay to get a little bit of a shot. Nope, doesn't quite look like it. Iron Hail Gunners are pulling back. Value trading, somewhat even. Nurgle, I would say, is winning the trade overall. They baited out some unnecessary magic here on the Herald of Nurgle, and on top of that, you know, they can heal. And Cathay doesn't really have any access to healing. I don't think they do. They do with Miao Ying, actually. If you bring the Dragon Sister, she is able to get some fat heals going for sure. And with Earthblood and Regrowth, but, you know, it's not super cost-effective to heal things like Iron Hail Gunners, right? Not going to be super great for them. Nonetheless, guys, Soul Grinder of Nurgle still just absolutely dunking on these guys. Really just miserable, miserable time for the Cathay gun line. And that's the risk you run. I almost wonder if Cathay should have brought like a Longman Rider to like harass this Soul Grinder to keep it honest. Because as it is now, man, they are just getting blasted into oblivion. They're gonna have to grab the objectives. So Toasted Waffles asks, are the old races available in this tournament? Not in the qualifiers, but in the grand finals they will be. Not in the qualifiers. So the individuals who qualify are earning a spot in the grand finals event, which takes place on July 9th and 10th, and they are going to be getting the goods, which is very cool. Iron Hail Gunners hanging out. They got a nice little row of fire, but certainly have been getting wrecked really bad by that Soul Grinder. But now the cannons are finally starting to get some good shots. They are pounding into the Plague Bears here. Nurgle looks like they're getting ready for the Blitz, and Cathay doesn't really have a front line. Now, one concern I have for this army is the fact that they're not staggered. Okay? Normally you would have a gun here, a gun here, a gun here, like that, like kind of like a checkerboard formation. So there's a little bit, like now the front line can be compromised super easily. If like one unit gets pushed there, it can start collapsing into the other ones. But in this case, I don't think the deployment formation is going to be super great. We'll have to see. So it looks like some witchcraft is going down. The Blossom spell, that spell is really weird. I always feel like it's kind of crappy. But it does a little bit of damage. I don't think it's worth the wind's magic, though, that's for sure. Stream of Corruption coming down. Cathay is trying to get the Iron Hail Gunners to shoot that Nurgle Fly Lord up in the wall. And not to be a doomsayer, but I feel like I've seen this before. And I feel like Nurgle is just going to basically steamroll this. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to happen. It might. I want to be proven wrong in every regard. I would love to see a glorious Cathay victory. But Torpid is playing very, very good clinical play, and I think he's going to shut down the cannon here. We get Jade Lancers coming in to try and shut down the cultists, but let's go ahead and watch the gun line, because this is really going to be the most important thing. So Iron Hail Gunners certainly doing a ton of damage against the Plague Bears, and it also staggers them and kind of keeps them from moving a little bit. We do have the crossbows in the back, also peppering them down, but the Toads are going to be able to get in there and really, really just cause a ton of havoc in these battle lines for sure. So one unit of Plague Bears is almost dead. Iron Hail Gunners do a ton of damage for sure. They can really, really pound it here. But the Plague Bears, they're crumbling down. The other one, they need to probably switch their focus fire into the healthier one, because they're just going to get there. It's basically like The Walking Dead. These guys are going to close the distance, and they are going to be causing problems. We already see the Cathay Cannon shut down by Plague Bears. We see the Jade Warrior Crossbowmen shut down. Cultists trapped up by Jade Lancers, but holding very, very efficiently. Jade Warriors are a support unit. They're not going to be defeating these giant, just massive Forsaken in combat, right? Like, I mean, look at this guy. They have friggin' spikes coming out of their chest, dude. You think you're going to win that? No, definitely not. So Jade Warriors will lose that fight, especially with the Soul Grinder. And, yep, this looks very similar to many a Cathay game. I think Cathay can beat Nurgle. I just think some of the positioning was a little bit off. The army comp needed to be a little bit different, perhaps. As much as I loved it, it's feeling very much like a Cathay game right now. Stream of Corruption coming down, absolutely melting those Jade Warrior Crossbowmen. Brutal damage. We do get some Jade Lancers coming in. And unless Nurgle really screws up somehow, like really, really bad, I think that Nurgle is just going to triple cap them and win on points. And that is going to be it. We will have to see. So, Isaiah in chat asking, how many more matches are there today? We have a whole best of 5. This is the rubber match in the second semifinal. And we have an entire best of 5, which is the grand final. The grand final is going to be determining who qualifies and who does the goods. But looking at Cathay, they do have an isolated cultist. Like, they are up on value, but Nurgle has healing, so it's not really that big of a deal. A couple Iron Hail Gunners are trying to escape, but they're being dragged down by these Plague Bearers here. See, they got their guns out. We'll see if they're actually going to be able to kind of organize and shoot. A single Fury is like routing like this entire like shooting column. And yeah, man, more Jade Lancers coming out. A little bit of desperation in the eyes of Grand Cathay. We do have some Iron Hail Gunners. Maybe they can go up here. But nope, Nurglings are going to come down and just absolutely give them the business. And Cathay using Talons of the Night here on the middle objective, trying to get some Jade Warriors up in the point. But picking Cathay is a bold strategy, Cotton. And I certainly don't think it's working out too well here. And again, I think Cathay can beat Nurgle. I just think that this build wasn't... Like, the mass Iron Hail Gunner is cool, but Nurgle has the double Cultists and Furies. It's very, very tough to protect. I think something more like maybe 2 Iron Hail Gunners and then like a bunch of Jades with some cannons in the back could be much better for sure. But now Longmas come out, but a little bit too late. Like, Longmas will kill these Furies. That's what they're really good at. But it's just a rock-hard triple cap. Although the middle objective, is Cathay going to maybe get this one back? Cathay is getting bonus points. So if you guys want to see the illustrated come-from-behind mechanic right now, you can see it is 25 per second for Grand Cathay against 15 for Nurgle. So there is a slight chance. There is a slight chance that maybe Cathay could wrestle some objectives from Nurgle here with the extra units that they're going to be getting. Jade Lancers running in here. And the Jade Warriors need to get up on that objective with the Jade Lancers. They need to push up on that, like, super badly. Nurgle, though, still has quite a bit. We do have the Duel of Fates. We have the Darth Maul versus Qui-Gon Jinn fight up in the sky here. We have the Rotfly versus the Dragon-Blooded Lord. And the Rotfly should win that, probably, with healing and also the poison. It's a pretty big factor in SEM fights. Poison is very, very good. Cathay does get pushed off the middle objective, so here Jade Lancers get wrecked by the Toads and the Soul Grinder. And Cathay is pretty much just summoning in horsemen, like, to try and get some units on the battlefield, but I think that is going to be pretty grim, ladies and gentlemen. Great Long Riders circling above. They're like, sorry guys, you're on your own. Chaos Furies, have fun down there. Those have fun with those demons. It's going to be good. And the Great Long Riders are heading over to the middle, maybe to try and help out. Nurgle is up by a lot of points right now. The only chance Cathay has is a triple cap. Cathay's up by a decent amount of value, by about 1,000, but considering Nurgle's healing, it's actually, like, there's no lead. It's pretty much a dead even game, if not a Nurgle advantage. So, we will have to see. Peasant Horsemen charging in. They'll do okay damage against Toads. The Plague Toads have relatively low melee defense and are not good at, taking cap charges, but with the Soul Grinder here, the Soul Grinder is just going to, like, terror out these things and really just cause a ton of problems. Grand Cathay's reinforcements, what do we got? We have the dreaded Iron Hail Gunners coming back once again. Great Long Marauders descending from the heavens of Cathay. Getting some decent lances on the Toads. The Toads are ready to feast. Let the Toads feast. Cathay is going to have very good matchups versus many old world factions, but they really do struggle against, like, durable summons as well as flying units. But if we're talking, like, Cathay versus, like, other shooting factions, Dwarves, Empire, maybe even against, like, Wood Elves, Cathay might be okay. But, like, I just think here against Nurgle, it's winnable, but the build was not quite on point. So we get cannon shots going downtown. Ooh, nice cannon shots. I mean, that does kill the Soul Grinder. It does a lot of work against him. And Nurgle does not have the side objective. Grand Cathay should be able to hold this. With Long Riders and Jades fighting here, I think they will. Hey, Andrea, thank you so much for the $5. It's been a while. Hope you're doing great. I'm doing very good. Thank you for asking. Life is good. Life is good indeed. All right, so cannons still shooting. Cathay waddling. The dreaded Cathay waddle. We've all been here. Every Cathay player also knows this pain of a single just Haggard Fury, just all over your cannons, just pure misery and suffering. And yeah, the high ground objective actually being wrestled by Cathay a little bit. So really good scrapping here by Lord Catterton. Despite being on the ropes, he's still fighting very, very hard to try and get the triple cap. And, he kind of is, like, getting more value now. Yeah, he's creating more of a lead with Nurgle, but I just don't think he's going to have enough time to get the middle point. Here's the nice little wind spell. Good to be hitting those Plague Bears. Let's see if the timing is good. Here they come. And the Blossom, yeah, that was pretty good, actually. Yeah, it does go through those guys and debuff them a little bit. Trying to get them off here, but there's no way. Nurgle can just kind of hunker down on that objective, but, if this game had another 15 minutes, maybe, but no. Nurgle actually pushes the Haggard Cathay Spearman off the high ground objective. Little Nurglings do beat Peasant Spearmen in combat. Nurglings are durable little creatures. They try their best. Yeah, they try their best for sure. And they're very, very majestic. So GG, well played, and with that, Torpid is going to be advancing on to the grand finals to face the dreaded Pug. It has arrived. The grand finals is upon us. GG, well played. And that is going to be it. All right. Let's take a look at the Cathay army, a very ambitious army. Mass ranged against the Plague Mortar. This one big boy screwed up the entire Cathay strategy. This one mortar piece. And Cathay didn't really have an answer for it, honestly. Like, it was able to line of sight him, and maybe if we had seen some Longmas harassing it, I think that would have been good. Like, Longmas, like, threatening cycle charge on it. Could have maybe kept it in check a little bit, but also the positioning of the guns, they were in just like a straight line. You need to be more like staggered, like a checkerboard type formation. So with that, Torpid is going to be claiming the series 2-1, ladies and gentlemen. And the finals are here. So let's go ahead and remake the lobby. All right, so we are going to do this. Grand Finals Turin. You guys can see all the information. It's all good. And let's get the invites going. All right, it's time. The Pug has had time to rest. So let's get Senpai here, and then we have Puggington. Look, have fun. This is best of 5. Maps are Itza, Death's Pass. Then we have the Gully. Then we have Crossing of Sea of Cross. And perfect. I think we are about good to go. Gotta get one more map for these guys. Cool. All right, so players are joining the lobby. The die is cast. Every time I say Waddle, have a drink, you don't want to do that. No, it's a bad idea. Very bad idea. So Reginald, let's put Puggington. His name is very, very epic and long. Yeah, all right, that should fit there. Cool. Get the unit caps on, and we are all good. Thank you, thank you. So Xenocat asks, wouldn't a more skirmish stance win this since Nurgle is so slow? It can be good. I think Xenocat, something like in between would be good. Like having like a decent melee wall of like elite units. Like I actually think Celestial Dragon Guard can be good against Nurgle. Backed up by like some shooting and then some longbows to protect your shooting. And like, or even just like a single cannon back there. Something like that, right? Would be very good. Yeah. Should be great. Should be great. So the Pug is here. The map is going to be Itza. The first map, it's one of the better maps. The map pool is going to be Itza, Death Pass, Gully, Crossing of the Sea of Claws, and Arnhem. Stand up and stretch to drink water. Yeah, no, we're doing it. We're doing it. We're stretching out the old hands. I have a standing desk, so when I have these like 4 or 5, 6 hour streams, I'm standing the entire time. It's good because when I used to sit, my back would get a little bit like kind of my back and neck, but the standing desk kind of forces me to have good posture a little bit. So it's been a boon for me. It's certainly been quite good. Just a big old standing desk. The lack of Dune Dragons are actually good because they do magic damage. So they can kill demons pretty quick. Or quicker, I should say. Not like super turbo quick, but they try their best. They try their best. All right, so what are the picks and bans going to be? I hope to see some Slanesh. I would like to see some Slanesh from Torpid. I know he plays Slanesh. Arthur, thank you for the donation of the $9.99. I can't wait to see the Empire in these tournaments. It's going to be so awesome to see them fight the Fell Demons. Dude, Sigmar is going to just beat them down with his powerful mustache. You just wait. Volkmar the Grim just going to be rolling dirty on his cart, dropping fat, juicy banishments on the demons' faces. We're going to be seeing grenade launchers, just glorious Luminarchs of Heish, just blasting just big SEMs. Oh god, I'm so excited for that. Possibly Reef in Twitch chat says, your earlier comment about being 30 plus hits hard. I'm 31 and realize I need to go on a diet after a youth of football and swimming. Yeah. Currently sitting here painting a Grey Knights Rhino and snacking on healthy things. Hey man, that's good. Grey Knights are a fun army too. They're really fun. I think Italian Spartacus is actually starting a Grey Knights army. We got Lane from Finland in chat. He says, hey Turin, do you have any tournament experience from FPS games? Never at like a high level. So back, you guys want to hear my claim to fame with first person shooters? So back in the year 2001 or 2, I can't remember. I think it was 2001. Halo Combat Evolved came out. Okay, and the Fry's Electronics store in my hometown nearby held a Halo tournament. They held a Halo Combat Evolved tournament. There was like 8 people at it. It was like an actual thing. You show up and you play, and the winner got like a free Xbox controller. I went to that tournament and I crushed it. I was like 11 years old and I smashed a bunch of like dudes in their 20s. I was very good at the original Halo. That is my claim to fame though. Aside from that, I'm not very good at first person shooters anymore. Yeah, that's my claim to fame. That's like, yeah, that's pretty much it. I was pretty good at Halo 1 and 2. But then RTS has always been my passion. Michael says, Turin, why don't you play? Because I'm casting. I'm casting and hosting the events. I'm hosting the grand finals for the summer championship, and I'm hosting qualifiers and stuff. So, yeah, I would love to play. But you know, it's not my my deck of cards here. Gather up, kids. It's story time. Yeah, it is. Dude, Fry's Electronics was pretty cool back in the day. You would just like show up, and there was like just these giant alien spaceships, and now you go, and it's just like it's a decrepit relic of a time long past. You know, it's like seeing the last blockbusters. Yeah, I basically have a mullet. Yeah, my hair is very long. My hair is straight out of the Bible right now. Yeah. The fatal flaw, Dark Age Rush. Was that you playing? You played very well, dude. The fatal flaw was that cannon placement, as you pointed out. Yeah. It was also the staggering position. Like the guns shouldn't have been in a straight line. You need to stagger them. Yeah, you need to stagger him a little bit. Ever play? I did not play Halo Wars actually. That was one of the RTS games I kind of skipped. I never played that one because I pretty much went hardcore Warcraft 3, hardcore Starcraft 2, Wings of Liberty. Then I took a little bit of a break. I kept playing Warcraft and Starcraft over the years, and then Total War was the next big one I got into. Lame claim to fame, exactly. Exactly, it really is. It really is indeed. Isn't it funny that the portal glyph is supposed to be a lost one of the kind of let's see this. Yeah, it is pretty funny. Lich 109. That is pretty funny. Yeah. So it looks like it's going to be Kislov versus Slaanesh, which is actually one of my favorite matchups. I really like that one. And it's a really, really fun matchup. Unless they're still doing it. Okay, never mind. So Torpid has said Kislov, no, Khorne and Tzeentch. And now it's time for the Pug to counterpick. So the Pug is going to scheme here. And he will come up with what he thinks is best in life. What is best in life? The Pug is just like Conan. He's like, what is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of their demons. That's so cool, dude. Yeah, good times, man. Good times. Did they ever make like a Conan RTS? I don't think they did. I know they made like an MMO. Turin, since you like RTS, have you ever played... I'm not sure what that stands for. You can just type it out in full. No, I haven't. I don't know that one off that. And maybe type its name in full and I'll know. Is this going to be a Slaanesh mirror match? No way. No, he's just looking. Okay, Khorne and Tzeentch are the two picks. So there's no Slaanesh from Torpid. Puggington could go Slaanesh. And we know he's a Slaanesh main. We've seen him playing Slaanesh pretty consistently. That is for sure. They did make it. Okay, Pious Skeleton. I didn't know that, actually. Wow, I'll have to look into that. The final is best of 5, Weston. Yeah, best of 5, brother. It's going to be great. It is going to be great. We're going to have some epic duels here. The winner, of course, is going to be qualifying for the big finale on July 9th and 10th. And a salute to those who have fallen today, man. We've had some serious competitors. Let's head over to the tavern real quick and take a look. So this is the bracket. We had 119 people sign up or something crazy like that. Yeah, big tournament. So you can see these are the full brackets. If you guys want, you can head over to the website and check it out. Follow the story. So let's follow the story of these two players. Torpid, did he update his scorecard? No, he didn't. Torpid forgot to update his. Come on, Torpid. We need to do that, man. But Puggington defeated Evenstar 2-0, Houseplant 2-1, Tim the Wilder 2-0, Human Boy 2-0, and Baron Lloyd 2-0. Dude, Puggington, just an absolute beast of war today. And on the top side, Torpid defeated... He defeated, let's see, Lord Caterchin 2-0. Or 2-1, excuse me. Big B's 2-0, who's a top player for sure. Eldar Alpha 2-0. 2-1 against Bob. And wow, look at this. Torpid almost lost in the first round. A 2-1 victory. That could have gone either way. That's very scary. That's very scary. Let me go to the leaderboard. Let's go ahead and take a look and see what has changed today. So yeah, you can see some of the familiar faces. This is the leaderboard for Total War Warhammer Competitive here. And also the qualifiers. This is my qualifier. Elkai has one. Here's the Korean qualifier. Some of the qualifiers do it differently. Each qualifier is up to the host completely, like the structure and the rules and everything. So they're not all the same, unfortunately. They will be in the future, though. I'm really pushing for that. But yeah, you can see like the different win rates of all these players. And I don't think Torpid has played in like too much. Actually, let's see. Let's go look. Leaderboard. And then Torpid. Yeah, look at this. So I think this is like his second tournament. Because he said he was like training to play in tournaments, and now he's emerged. Yeah, look at this. So Torpid has gone with 8 match wins and 1 match loss. The 1 match loss was against Alfredinho, who of course is a Warhammer 2 semifinalist in the World Championship and like a super high level player. Alfredinho actually lost in the earlier rounds today. And of course he has his match with Puggington right here as well. So you can see the current match at the top if he's like in a tournament or something like that. Yeah, pretty fun stuff. And if you want to go like look at the catalog of tournaments we've had on the tavern, you can go look. There's a whole bunch of them right here. These mostly domination. I'm just going to be doing domination tournaments from here on out. I might do like a land battle thing every now and then, but it's for more casual stuff. But for competitive, it's going to be domination. We also post our minis on the website, so if you guys want to see, you can see all these glorious Warhammer minis we have on here. We have a little gallery to check out. All right. So what is the matchup going to be? Khorne and Slaanesh. It is Khorne versus Slaanesh. All right. Two very fast factions, actually. They're both fast and furious. Well, I mean, one of them's less furious. They're both pretty fast, though. And it should be good. Should be good indeed. No, I haven't tried that one, Nassar. No, I haven't. Oh, I have played Battle for Middle-earth. Yeah, is that what you're talking about? I played all those games, the Battle for Middle-earth games. They were really fun. Really, really fun matches. Fun games. All right, guys, gonna go fill my water. It's very hot in the room here, so I need to go grab some, and I'll be right back. All right, I return. Take me into the sauna where I belong. All right, guys, I'm back. How's everyone doing? The header still says best of 3. Thank you so much. I will change that, Weston. Appreciate the help there. And it looks like it's, oh my god, we're going to get Inkari. Hell yeah. It's oftentimes people nowadays do tend to go wide, but I think Elite Slaanesh can be deceivingly strong. Exalted Demonettes can definitely cut through mortals pretty quickly. They might struggle against bloodletters, like the elite bloodletters, exalted ones, but in this case, I think that's pretty damn good. Do you ever play? No, I haven't, Chad. I haven't played that. Baron Lloyd says, "I hope Puggington brings the full build that he brought against me today." He might. We'll see. I'm very excited. Just to make sure you saw it, I did see that. Thank you. All right, so let's get this switched up. So this is the best of 5 grand final. And once again, I want to sincerely thank you guys for all sticking around today. Thanks to CA for letting me kind of host this on their channel as well. Pretty fun to get the whole community involved. And here we are. So it's going to be Puggington with an Inkari build. Oh my god. And what are the spells going to be? Slicing Shards, Acquiescence, and the Witsealer Sword. Okay. We got double Exalted Demonettes, Spawn of Slaanesh, and it looks like a couple Cultists. Yeah, man. A very elite build. That is pretty unusual, to say the least. Pretty damn unusual. Now, looking at the Khorne army, it's going to be a super wide army, just mortals of Khorne. So it's going to be Chaos Warriors with Halberds to deal with Cav and dual weapon warriors to fight everything else. It's a very simplistic army, man. Just breathe out of your mouth. No nose, just pure mouth breathing. Just pure move forward and go. And that works. It certainly works. So let us know in chat, who are you rooting for in the grand finals? Is it going to be Senpai Torpid Dow, which I believe stands for Dawn of War, or Reginald Puggington? Let us know your allegiance. Who is your champion, and who do you wish to win? I'd be quite curious to see what you guys all say. So, Inkari's coming across. I'm super hyped to see this. Inkari does heal when he's able to like wipe out a unit fully, so if he's able to like completely destroy an enemy demon unit, it does heal him, but we'll have to see. And it looks like the elite units, the Demonettes, as well as the Cultists, are going to be moving up to the high ground a little bit. So they're looping up and around, and oh my god, what is this? Is this a Seeker Chariot? What planet are we on, dude? You never see this. These are one of the like least picked units ever, but Reginald Puggington is just full of surprises. Okay, we got folks rooting for both people in chat. I like that. Robert predicts a 2-3 win for Torpid. Okay. We'll have to see, man. I'm pretty hyped. Let us know your predictions. So here we go. Inkari going to be moving in. Looking a little bit excited there, but now going to be moving on across. Ooh, Inkari's going for the kill on the Herald of Khorne, actually. Eyeing the prize. And the Khorne army doesn't really have any like serious mass, so the Seeker Chariots might actually be pretty good here, which is pretty funny. He's looking for an opportunity to get in there. Maybe he charges the Chariots in, lets Khorne blob up on it, and then uses the Slicing Shards to like punish the blob. That would be pretty wild. Okay. So some of the Khorne warriors get lured out, and Kari doing some sort of a weird anime move there. Able to take out one of the warriors, but yeah, and here comes the chariots. The chariots do have good armor piercing. You can see they get in there and actually do some work. So good harass from Slaanesh for sure. Taking about 10% off that Chaos Warrior, maybe a little bit more, and you know, keeping them honest, forcing the halberds forward. And this is what Slaanesh wants to do. They're fast, they harass, they get all the work in, but the Khorne army is very tough to deal with. That is a big army. Granted, the Exalted Demonettes with the spawn of Slaanesh will really make quick work of any infantry. And here comes Inkari. The Wit Stealer Sword is active, but unfortunately, the halberds move up pretty quick, and the attack did miss. The melee defense of the Herald of Khorne did hold up and was able to survive. And now some of the spawner... Ooh, this is dangerous. I don't like this. Inkari does not want to fight a bunch of spawn. These spawn hit super hard, and Inkari is not super tanky. So Puggington has got to be very, very careful with this. This is a very, very sketchy engagement here. So unfortunately, the sword was a bit of a swing and a miss. Demonettes moving up with the double cultist now. Wonder what they're going to play. Are they going to like try and pressure the Khorne like spawn area to like open up these objectives here and here? All sorts of stuff. All sorts of stuff. There's all kinds of schemes. Khorne is really putting a lot of respect on Slaanesh's name right now. Like a lot of respect. Like pulling back, not necessarily engaging super heavily. Chariot's going to get another beautiful charge here. And that will probably kill some models. We'll have to see. And they pull back the right direction, barely take any damage. And those Khorne warriors, pretty durable though, man. The Khorne warriors are just really tanky. More Exalted Demonettes coming out. So Exalted Demonettes are going to be the unit of choice. And Spawn of Slaanesh going to be teamed up with each of these Demonette units. I'm really curious how they're going to trade. This is such a huge army. Dark Age Rush, thank you for the $10. Thanks for the great commentary, and stream is always Turin. Hope my senpai wins. There you go, man. Dark Age Rush, thank you so much. And hope you had fun playing in the tournament. Pretty sure you said you played earlier, right? So just checking with you. Exalted Demonette's going to be trying to capture the objective, and they do have two. So Slaanesh is not messing around. Puggington is going to be going for the objectives. But is Slaanesh going to actually fight on this objective and try and hold this one? Khorne is going to get here quick enough, and they're certainly going to wrestle it from Slaanesh. Maybe Slaanesh just plays the other two objectives and waits for the more simplistic Khorne army to like maneuver to try and get them, and then it like isolates things and picks them off and does all that sort of good stuff. So we got Hellstriders of Slaanesh, the anti-large unit, which are pretty good against spawn. If they can actually isolate them, they can certainly drag down the spawn units. But Khorne is going to be piling onto these two objectives like a wrecking ball. They're going to straight up Miley Cyrus this. And we will see if the Demonettes are going to be able to hold with the spawn. I think so. What you do is you get the cultist, you summon some like roadblock cultists here or Demonettes, and then you can like isolate things a little bit better. But it is going to be a two objective game. And the issue for Torpid is now that he's kind of captured this objective, it's the comeback mechanic isn't going to come into play for a long time. So it's going to be a fair and normal game, which is good. I can't wait for them to get rid of the comeback mechanic, my goodness. Can't wait for that. Exalted Demonettes of Slaanesh rolling down the hill, eyeing some Chaos Warriors in the backfield. That actually wouldn't be a bad play. Like move up here, try and like beat up some of these Chaos Warriors. Chariots are kind of, you know, keeping the army tight. Because against the Chariots, if you start to spread out your army, they can like pick off these like loose infantry, right? And really, really can get some good work in. But this Khorne army is very, very scary to fight. But Slaanesh is getting good points. Are they going to go for it? I think so. Exalted Demonettes will for sure mess up these Khorne warriors. And the charge bonus of them is like 28. Yeah, they turn their backs and run. They're like, screw this, I'm going home. I didn't sign up for this. As the Demonettes scream through the woods and are going to be just attacking into the backs of these warriors. And they're really quick. That's the thing about Slaanesh. You don't want to run from Slaanesh. There's no getting away. You can see the warriors getting absolutely massacred here. Taking massive casualties. They're charmed, so their melee attack is lowered. And what's scary about these Exalted Demonettes is they can then push through and like really pressure the spawn point there. Yeah, I do like this. Moving some spawn and cultists. But now Khorne, the die is cast. He's going for it. He's moving up to contest the objectives. And how is Slaanesh going to play this in response? Is Slaanesh going to actually like fight for the point? Are they going to like move over and alpha strike this point? It looks like Slaanesh is actually going to take a big blob fight versus Khorne, which, you know, honestly, it can go either way. Who would win, Slaanesh or Deli Sultanate? Probably Slaanesh, honestly. I mean, come on, look at these things, Jesus. And over in the bushes, though, a really, really nice value pick. The warriors are wavering. Demonettes took a little bit of damage, but honestly, they just break and rout those warriors. And now another unit of warriors is going back there, which the Demonettes will probably beat them also. Granted, those are dual weapons. Now, we do have a little bit of a fight up in the hill. Inkari is involved, and he's getting in there with his crab claws. And the spawn of Slaanesh also helping out. Some Demonettes up on the hill, perhaps going to be piling in to help out. But looks like a pretty scrappy little fight. Sulfurific Musk is debuffing some of the spawn of Khorne, and overall Slaanesh seems to be value trading slightly better, but they have given up the objective. So the objective has gone to Khorne, And that, of course, makes sense. Slaanesh is going to be a little bit more effective in these value trades with their mobility, and the Khorne army, which is more infantry focused, will thrive in other ways. So how's it looking here? Exalted Demonettes do get pinned in by these Chaos Furies, but not before they actually just like take them apart. And they are being chased by the dual weapon warriors, but so far these ladies have been doing just the work of the gods, getting really good value. Will probably pay for themselves by the time it's over. Inkari a little bit trapped up, but Slicing Shards is going to be coming down. That's going to be some big, thick damage. So the sky's open, the Slicing Shards come down, and the Khornate army there just gets absolutely smashed. And you can see Reginald Puggington is up by about 1,500 value, give or take. Going to be another Khorne cultist coming in. We do get some Fleshhounds looking to loop in. Maybe they're going to go for a rear charge here against the spawn. Wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea, but the Exalted Demonettes, you can see the Khorne army's like starting to get a little bit like disconjointed, right? Like they're just spread out. And Slaanesh is getting these like scalpel plays. The Hellstriders are like charging into the spawn, really bullying those guys down. The Demonettes are able to obviously buzzsaw through many of the threats, although I don't think these are the Exalted ones, are they? No, they're the summons. Those are just fake ones, but overall, Slaanesh is up by about 1,500 points, and the middle objective is going to be contested. Hellstriders do move in and attack this Herald, but the Herald of Khorne is on foot, so he's not going to take much damage from these guys. So they're going to go want to move on and find something else if they can. But Inkari, though, looking at the prize here. And this Greater Demon of Slaanesh will absolutely handle this Herald of Khorne in a fight. Like, absolute beatdown in a straight fight. But if there's halberds there, it's a little bit of a different story. Slaanesh coming in with Seeker Chariots. They need to get something to kill these halberds here. And just as I say that, Exalted Demonettes pour out of nowhere and start just going after these halberds. And I think the Khorne Lord is probably going to die here. Inkari is going full anime villain here, just chopping through this unit. Oh my god. That would probably be one of the scariest Greater Demons to fight. I don't know. We've had this discussion on stream before. I think personally Nurgle would be the worst one to fight. You know, Slaanesh would probably, you know, kill you quick, but Nurgle's a bit of a different beast. But anyways, yeah, Herald of Khorne, he's definitely outclassed here. Very, very close to death. Inkari is one of the best duelists and assassins in the entire game. The middle objective has been taken by Slaanesh in just a second. Looks like the capture weight's getting there. And Khorne is kind of, like I said, disconjointed. Their army's all over the place, and the forces of Slaanesh are just rampaging at the loose formations. Just wild fighting across the board, but I am so stoked to actually see like a big, scary Greater Demon getting in here and doing some excellent work. All right, so here comes the Crab Claws of Doom. The Herald of Khorne fighting very, very valiantly, mind you. And now the big Slaaneshi sandwich going to be moving in as Slicing Shards. I think there's going to be a trend in tournaments over the course of the next couple weeks of seeing Slicing Shards getting used. Puggington has been tearing it up with these. Look at this, here it comes. It's cool, like the black sun just opens and then, yeah, there you go, Khorne Warriors. Oh, that is a lot of damage right there, guys. That is a lot of damage. And looking around, we see the Khorne army looking pretty bare bones, ladies and gentlemen. Slaanesh has traded pretty efficiently, and you know what one of the big problems is? Pretty much the entire Slaanesh army here is fighting, okay? And Khorne had like 2,000 gold sitting over here holding an objective, which I understand the principle of holding the objective, but Slaanesh had their entire army fighting, which is something you have to really balance out. Do I guard an objective? Is it that kind of a game? Or do I get my whole army committed to fighting and then take the objectives later? So I think in this case, the slight blunder here from Torpid was maybe having some units on the objective for too long. But it's kind of scary because Slaanesh can then wrestle the objectives from you if you abandon them. But the Exalted Demonettes have really, really just been showing their mettle. And now that Khorne doesn't have a Lord, and Inkari is still just like fully pissed off running around the battlefield, I just don't see any answer for this Greater Demon of Slaanesh. It's going to be a rough one. It's going to be a rough one. And Slaanesh is up on points. Although a couple objectives are being contested, Khorne does get some Khorne Dogs up here. Very nice, and they push off the Hellstriders defending this. But Slaanesh can respond very quickly. Hellstriders with anti-large should actually trade very well with Khorne Dogs. And Inkari's coming up here. Middle objective is potentially being taken by Khorne, but now Slaanesh is in like kind of cruise control. They're just going to summon in a bunch of infantry, target the objectives. Khorne just doesn't have the width on the battlefield. Being down by 4,000 against Slaanesh is not good. Not good. Slaanesh is one of those snowball factions that the more you get beaten down by them, the worse it's going to get because they're so fast that they can really just overwhelm you once they get like the superior numbers and things like that. So there go the spawn of Khorne up on the high ground. The Khorne Dogs are gone. That's going to be a triple cap very, very soon. As soon as some Exalted Demonettes get over here, that's going to be it. Torpid's down by 6,000 value, and Puggington just continues his reign of absolutely pug tyranny. We see some halberds come in, not going to do anything. They're just going to get cut to pieces by basically all of this. That's all that's left. I mean, Khorne has a couple of routing units on the battlefield. You know, Total War is an interesting one. People aren't really used to saying GG and leaving games early, but in like, you know, most RTS games, it's pretty common, right? Like if you were in a situation like this, you'd be like, GG, okay, let's get the next one going. But this is, yeah, this is a Slaanesh game. Exalted Demonette build, super heavy metal. These ladies are not messing around. They certainly got the work in there. And, yeah, a couple loose cap, chasing down some of these Chaos Warriors. And we do see Inkari coming up here. He's looking mighty hungry. GG, Puggington taking game 1 in the grand finals. Getting closer and closer to that qualifier, but Torpid is a ferocious foe and will not give up easily, that is for sure. So let us go ahead and update the scorecards here. Switch on over to the next map. Puggington claims game 1. The Prince of Excess there, Slaanesh. I love seeing Slaanesh games. Death Pass is going to be the next map, and the players can get their business ready. Yeah. Yeah. Pug champ. He's the pug champ. He is. Please check the chariot value. I'm sorry. I don't think it was that much, though. The chariot value was probably like 800 to 1,000. I don't think it was that much. Inkari kind of carried that, like sniping the Lord and really doing some serious work. That was the first Khorne battle I've seen him lose. They do lose, for sure. But Puggington is definitely playing just super, super tight today. Yeah, no mercy. The pug's off the leash. Yes, we said that earlier. It's pretty good. Oh, yeah, buddy. So what are the picks and bans going to be? Torpid saying, Senpai Torpid, let me, he said, I let you pull me apart too much. You naughty Slaanesh you. So fun to chase. Yeah, Torpid, it seems like a really good sport. And also is relatively new to the scene too. Like a lot of the players we've seen are like longtime Warhammer veterans. But the thing that's so impressive about Senpai Torpid is he's pretty new to Warhammer competitive and is like in the grand finals of this huge, huge qualifier. So big shout out to Torpid here. Doing a great job. Great job indeed. Yeah, we saw Khorne lose to Khorne earlier. That's true. I agree. I've been saying the entire time that Slaanesh is good. And there's been people be like, oh, they're not as good as Khorne and Nurgle. I'm like, in the right hands, they can be. That's for sure. Any mortals you would like to see for Slaanesh? So I love the Mirror Guard, the ROR for Warriors of Chaos. I would love to see Slaanesh just get some like Chaos Warriors or something that have like mirrors on them. I don't know, like something like that would just be super cool. Yeah, Breslian, thank you, man. Yeah. No, it's great, man. I'm having a good time. That RTS background helps a lot. It's very true. It's very true. Even though like Total War is a pretty unique RTS, like unit management, multitasking attention, like objective control, these are all things in other RTS games, right? So like I think actually Dawn of Wars is a pretty good like transition to Domination Mode. Because in Dawn of War 2 competitive, you have like capture points. You have like, you basically are summoning in reinforcements with a base. There's not really base system, so it's not that different from Total War Warhammer in some ways. Do you think Khorne's Minotaurs need a buff? Yeah, they're pretty bad. I don't know. Maybe they'll be good in other matchups. They just never seem like they're worth it. What would you call a high skill cap faction? Okay. Let me think about this. Let me get a notepad out real quick and just put my thoughts down. So as far as like hard to play, it's weird because Cathay is hard to play because they suck. It's not because it's like a high skill cap faction. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Pug's been around forever. Yeah, he's been around forever. He always snipes me on streams. We always have good battles. Slaanesh is probably honestly the highest skill cap faction. They're so squishy. And like, if you are really good at micro and can micro like 10 things at once, I think Slaanesh rewards you the most. Probably the least difficult faction to play is going to be Nurgle. And Khorne would be on like the bottom end. So you would have number 1 would be Slaanesh is the hardest to play. Nurgle is probably 7. Khorne is probably 6, maybe. Let's see. Zinch. Like the unbreakable factions are all easier to play. Ogres. Okay, and then we have Zinch. I'm just putting together like a little like go list here of like what I think like difficulty to play wise is. Kislov is Kislov harder than Ogres? I think Ogres are harder than Kislov. Because Ogres like you got to be like pretty micro intensive with your Ogres actually. And I'm missing someone here. I'm straight up just missing a faction. Do we have all the demons? We do. And Cathay. Okay, Cathay is probably, yeah. I would say like the hardest to play faction is Slaanesh, Ogres, Cathay, Kislov, Zinch, Khorne, and Nurgle. That would be my 2 cents. That'd be my 2 cents. Zinchia's kind of middle of the road because they're unbreakable and they have some really easy cheeses to do. So you can like master the basic cheeses really quickly, like snaring things and blasting them with magic. But like they still have more micro than Khorne and Nurgle. Kislov, I think, is a little easier to play than Cathay because everything like becomes unbreakable and it's pretty resilient on its own. But like Cathay and Kislov are kind of interchangeable. I think Ogres and Slaanesh are some of the harder ones to play well. For sure. All right, so what are we going to see next? So Puggington picks Khorne and Kislov for his next two here. Okay. And now it is time for Senpai Torpid to counterpick. What will the Great Dawn of War 2 legend pick here? We will find out. We will find out, my friends. So currently, Undivided is not allowed, no. Undivided is not allowed, yeah. Because the problem is they get like all the best units from the other Chaos factions. They get like Fleshhounds, Nurglings, Plague Bearers, Demonettes, like, and the Bellicor isn't really well balanced. And they also get every single ROR for all the other factions. So it's kind of like unfair. I mean, maybe someday we can look at adding the Demons of Chaos. I'm not sure. We'll have to evaluate it as like the older world gets added in. And, you know, once these factions get updated and get new stuff, it might be like, okay. But right now, it's a little bit tough. Optimus Pine says, do you prefer games where you command a single unit, like in AoE 4, or groups of units, like in Total War Warhammer? Dude, it's really tough. It's really tough. I feel like I don't know. I'm in the middle. It depends on the game. It's all situational. Yeah. Mile Wide says, Cathay often has bigger micro strains in terms of having a lot of units on the map. That's not the same as having a high skill cap. Yeah, it's mainly you just have a ton of units dying and getting routed, so you gotta like rally them. That's the Cathay micro for you. Gorgers are very off meta now. They got nerfed pretty hard. They're still good though. I think a lot of Ogre players sleep on them. I really do. I think they really do. Yeah, Creative Assembly needs to nerf pugs. They do. So we got Slaanesh versus either Kislov or Khorne. I wonder what Reginald's going to pick. I have no idea here. Vaden says, I recently watched your Inkari vs. Scarbrand head-to-head, and it was some of the best Total War campaign I've ever seen, and he plans to do more. When Immortal Empires comes out, I'll be doing like a head-to-head campaign every single week. But for now, it's kind of like, I don't know. Maybe I'll do something. I'm not sure. But probably it'll wait for Immortal Empires to come out. Would you allow Demons of Chaos for the finals, perhaps? It would take some testing, because right now they're a little bit too strong. Like Bellicor, what you do is what you end up seeing in Demons of Chaos is you see Bellicor, you see like 4 or 5 blue horrors, and then Fleshhounds of Khorne. It's just like, it's really tough to handle. Cathay needs some milk for sure. They need some milk. Yeah. I don't really know how I would buff them. Honestly, like, you don't want to be too crazy about buffing Cathay because when they're actually going to be good against some of the old world factions. Like, it's okay for factions to have some bad matchups. That's okay. But like, unfortunately, most of their bad matchups are in the game right now. It's like 4 out of the 7 factions are bad matchups for them. Yeah. So, something to consider. It looks like it's going to be Kislov. It looks like it's going to be a Kislov pick, I think. Yep. It is Kislov versus Slaanesh, a really, really fun battle. It actually happens in the Gotrek and Felix books. There's a pretty cool scene when the demons and warriors of chaos are attacking Prague. One of the walls gets breached by, or climbed by a bunch of demonettes, and they're battling the Kislovites in the walls. It's a pretty freaky scene. Yeah, Chaos Dwarves would be cool too. Yeah. Can't wait for that. It's going to be awesome. Yeah, I don't think you want to buff Cathay too much. Just like wait to see how they sit into the meta. Because like when there's other factions, like Cathay might become a counterpick, right? You just like counterpick like Empire and Dwarves and whatnot, right? Wait, Professor Pone is a real person? He is. Yeah, he's not a figment of my imagination. That's right. That's right. Wicked, I like that. That's funny, dude. Yeah. Hash shut up. I like that, Ragnar. That's funny. Hash shut up and take my money. That's really good, dude. That's funny. Yeah, nice one, Ragnar. What factions would Cathay be good against? I think Cathay will be good against Dwarves. I think they'll be good against Empire. I think they'll be good against High Elves. They'll be functional against Dark Elves. I think Cathay honestly has like okay matchups across all of that. In that scene, do they have ladders in their pockets? I don't remember how they actually get on the walls. I don't remember. No. That book is cool, though. Gotrek and Felix the Demon Slayer is so rad. Yeah, it's super cool. I think my favorite Gotrek and Felix books are the ones where they go They go to defend Prague from the Chaos Invasion, and then, or they just happen to be there, and then they help. And then when they go to the Chaos Wastes, and they go to the Lost Dwarven Hold of Karak Doom, and it's basically just like a Lord of the Rings ripoff. They literally go to a Chaos Wastes, like a Lost Dwarven Hold in the Chaos Waste, and there's like literally just like a fat greater demon in it, like a Balrog. It's great. It's so much fun. But it has that cool Warhammer spin on everything, right? With dwarves, and yeah, it's rad. It's super cool. Super cool. And Pone says he's also known as my wife. Yeah, so the die is cast, the factions are picked. Players will do their business now. This is game 2 here. There are siege towers in Beastslayer? Yeah, that's probably what it was. Sotek would know. He would know indeed. So Ragnar says, what is Cathay missing in your opinion? So in multiplayer, Ragnar, to answer your question, I think that they are missing like some infantry killing power. Because that's the problem. Cathay has good shooting, but if you shut down their shooting, their infantry are incapable of killing things. Right? So if Cathay had like some sort of like a dual wielding like monk unit that had a bonus versus infantry and like armor piercing that could actually like fight in the front line, I think Cathay would just be in just a completely different state. The problem is Cathay without their shooting is very weak, but so they're one-dimensional. You know what to expect. But if you gave them some sort of like a monk or like some sort of a warrior unit that wasn't a halberd unit that actually had some teeth, like a bonus versus infantry, then that's like a whole different beast. That's a whole different beast. Yeah, I actually think Cathay will do really good against Vampire Coast. I agree with you, Mile. I really do agree. So they're taking some schemes here, thinking about the picks. Yeah, like, I don't think Cathay is going to be good against factions that are really good at shutting down shooting. I mean, but of course, I'm sure Cathay will get a DLC eventually. And that'll, like, add some new units. Cathay needs an organ gun? Not really. Crane Gunners are basically organ guns. Crane Gunners basically are organ guns. Yeah, and Formation Attack needs to work. That's another thing. Like, Formation Attack just is broken right now, so that needs to work. Oh, man. Some good water right there. Man, I wish I had a sauna in my house. I just love baking in saunas. It's like the best thing ever. Celestial Dragon Guard are okay, but their killing power isn't like amazing. Like they're halberd units, so their attack rate is very slow, but they can still get through things, but it's not like cost effective per se. Give Cathay Slayers. That would be pretty cool, Tyler. Yeah. The Slayers are very unique to the dwarves. I think Slayers will be pretty good in Domination, actually. They're fast, you know, they have like 40 speed, so for dwarves, they're fast infantry that can get to objectives and they're unbreakable, so. Yeah, I'm really excited to try the Dowie out in Domination Mode. Like, just like a fat organ gun sitting on the middle, just blasting. Dude, it's going to be so great. It's going to be so great. Super hyped for that. Super hyped for sure. Dude, I'm getting so hungry, though. The burritos call to me. I have some pistachios here, but unfortunately, they're like, they have like peppers and cayenne on them, so I would just like start suffering if I did that. Oh. Yeah, Cathay's going to be good eventually. And they'll be good against old world factions. You're going to see, like, Cathay will have some weird niche against those factions. Like, Crane Gunners are absurdly strong. It's just hard to protect them is the problem. It's really hard to protect them against all the Furies. Jer says, I own a sauna in my place, but I'm finished, so it's our law. That's true. I think Empire will be mid-tier. I don't think Empire will be, like, a dominating faction, but they'll be, like, a decent niche counterpick. Empire will struggle against, you know, I think like factions like Khorne and things like that. But I think overall they'll be okay. Like Empire is very diverse. They can do a lot. They can do a lot for sure. No more. I don't think Skaven ever need another DLC. What Skaven will get is Skaven are going to get probably a Thankful FLC. And they'll add Thankful and Stormfiends. And then like from there Skaven are fine. You don't need to like give them anything else. They have like a super wide roster. Where do Hyles rank? So we had this discussion earlier, Reef. I think Hyles are going to be one of the worst factions, honestly. I don't know why. I can't really like explain it because I haven't really had a chance to try them, and obviously in the new game yet. But I just feel like they're going to suck. I don't know why. Lizardmen are going to be awesome. Lizardmen are going to be beast mode on Domination. They have good durable infantry. They have a ton of good Vanguard stock units like Stalkers. They have great monsters, like Ark of Sotek's going to be awesome. They have good healing. They have like solar engines if they want to play range. Dude, Lizardmen are going to be beast mode in Domination. A solid A tier faction. I wouldn't say S tier, but I would say A tier. I would say like A plus for Lizardmen. A plus. You think they'll go back to Norska and give them some love? Yeah, Trusty for sure. I think Norska is going to get updated eventually. I don't know when, but it's going to happen. Let me make sure the guys don't have any questions or anything for me. Okay. Yeah, good luck, have fun. They both said GLHF. Skaven don't need more DLC. They really don't. Yeah. Oh yeah, Vermin Lords too. That's right. You could definitely do some Vermin Lord action. Sorry guys, just opening my door there. Let some air in here. Turin, High Elf Infantry is not durable and you can't take many. I don't see how High Elves could... Yeah, I agree, J Phoenix. I think High Elves are going to suck. Yeah, Vermin Lords for sure could happen, I bet. I wouldn't be surprised. Are they waiting for me or something? Yeah, let's see. They said good luck, have fun. That was a minute ago. Okay, yeah, we got a ready up from Puggington. He's just changing his banner. Dude, you know that the Arcs of Sotek are going to be just absolutely destroying things. How would you improve High Elves? I think cost reductions would be a good start. Like, a lot of their stuff is very expensive. Like, if you just reduce the gold cost of a lot of their units by like 50 to 100 on some of them, on the bigger ones, like, I think they would be fine. They're just very expensive, and they're not as durable as you think, despite being, like, armored. You know, they're still elves after all. So elves are not the most durable folk. They shouldn't be, necessarily, but as far as High Elf standards go, then, yeah. Makes sense. All right, Kislov versus Slaanesh. Let's get this party started and have some fun. Thank you guys. This is game 2 of the grand finals. We've had a pretty lag-free stream today, not to put that evil out there, but it's been pretty damn good. Here we have Reginald Puggington, the unstoppable pug. He has been unleashed. And he's got an Ice Sheet, Icebane's Kiss, so the slow is okay against Slaanesh. It's good for just triggering the lore passive sometimes and, you know, doing a little bit of a razzle-dazzle. Icebane's Kiss, we got Kossars' Spears. These guys are really good against Kislov, or excuse me, against Slaanesh, because all the Slaanesh cav are large, obviously. And, you know, they can fight them off and do very well. Armored Kossars, Streltsy, and Streltsy. Oh my god, double Streltsy being brought. And then double Griffin Legion. So bringing in some pretty elite cav here from the Kislovite army. I love the brown scheme. I love the brown scheme. When Games Workshop eventually releases the old world and probably adds a Kislov army, I'm going to be really struggling to figure out what I want to play. Templar Knight, can't wait for a Necrofex Colossus and Gunnery White holding a center objective with Queen Bess in the back. Hell yeah, dude. That sounds so good. Just Queen Bess, I think, is going to be crazy good in Domination. I think Queen Bess is going to be amazing. Just have like a Gunnery White sitting back there giving you like tons of ammo. So for Senpai Torpid, it's going to be a ton of Slaaneshi heretics, the Mortals of Slaanesh, a greater Exalted Demon. Yeah, it's going to be an Exalted Keeper of Secrets. So this is the anti-large one, so it's not Inkari. And the Lord of Slaanesh is active, and then we do have some Hellstriders and some Marauders here. Now, if you're a Kislov here, here's what you do. You're going to have to somehow anchor yourself here in the middle. So you set up your army like so. Or probably more like this, actually. Yeah, so can I get rid of this? Can I get rid of you? Can you disappear a little bit quicker? Templar Knight, thank you so much for the donation, by the way. You set up your army like this. You secure the middle objective, okay? And then you hold this back objective with like some elite units. You have your missile units shooting onto the objective to keep Slaanesh off. Your cav are like a sweeper in football, right? So they're, although apparently that role is very outdated. That's my soccer boomer knowledge. But then your cav bounce back and forth between the two objectives, and just, that's how you have to do it. Because you're going to have to hold those objectives, and Slaanesh is really, really going to wrestle them from you, or try their best. They're so fast. Yeah, triple Streltsy here, man. Griffin Legion can smash Slaaneshi cav. I mean, if the Griffin Legion gets a square charge with a Slaanesh cav unit, they're going to do very well, unless it's a Heartseeker. Heartseekers will tear them apart, but aside from that, they do pretty well for themselves. That is for sure. So, back objective, Slaanesh looks like they're going to be playing this. Trying to pressure all three sides, which I really like. It really puts a ton of stress on your opponent. Just having like Slaanesh units hiding in the bushes, popping out, looking to capture all your objectives. It's pretty freaky for sure. Maybe we see like a Zargard? Did we see a Zargard come out here maybe? Maybe the reinforcement point, get one of those bad boys, move over. Get like a Zargard, chill him right here. Have him anchor with his unbreakable trait and then just bounce back and forth with your cav, maybe so. Yeah, because like you're not going to backcap Slaanesh very effectively. I think you have to concave it a little bit better, take away the angles. Because right now, if you look at this army, Slaanesh has a lot of openings. Like they can get in here, they can get in here, they can get in here. Like I think if you just concave your army like so, and just make like a battle line, and with your guns behind it, it's going to be way harder for Slaanesh to get in there for sure. Kevin Morgan says, Turin will paint a Kislov army with black and some bright gold and red. I'll take bets on that 5-1. I'm not, well, for my Kislov army in tabletop, when it does eventually come, I'll probably do like a Polish color scheme, like white and red. My wife is Polish. And of course, Kislov is heavily inspired by Poland. Like all the winged lancers are basically just hussars, right? So probably something like that would be the scheme that I do. Although that's the same as my Empire army is Talabheim and Reichland. It's like white and red also. So I don't know. Maybe we'll do something a little bit different. We'll have to see. So the Marauders of Slaanesh looking to move up. Obviously, Kislov is going to be getting a nice little stranglehold on these 2 points. Very, very tough to defend against Slaanesh coming at you from so many angles. But if anybody can do it, it is the dreaded Pug. Tomo in chat saying, hopefully Kislov can cleanse the degenerates from the field. We'll have to see. Kislov are a very resolute people. Very strong-willed, I would imagine. Probably very hard to tempt. The Sons of Sigmar, you know, though some of them are fanatical, I think they often fall victim more so to the whims of Slaanesh. Kislov is very, very stubborn people. And yeah, they're going to be rolling down. Middle objective taken. Slaanesh for sure going to be going ham on the back objective. Like, that is a big force. We got Marauders, we got Spears, we got Spawn coming over here, and even some Fiends of Slaanesh. Look at these guys. They're good to go. They got their anteater tongues out. Oh, man. These things are so freaky looking. Like, look at those things. Jeez, man. Terrifying stuff. That's what I like about Warhammer so much. I love how scary, like, things are, you know? Like, I'm not as much of a fan of, like, cartoony aesthetics. Like, seeing the scary, like, grim dark stuff is so good. The Hellstriders with the Hellscourgers get in there. They do a little bit of damage, but these are not, like, armor-piercing calves, so the Kislevites' armor should hold pretty firm. Although, honestly, wow, they actually took a lot of damage. And the Ice Witch is moving over. Ooh, look at the kill box forming here, guys. We have a huge concave. This is like a classic RTS concave. Going to be shooting in. We get Griffin Legion as well. Frostmaiden's Kiss probably going to be going down, but Slaanesh is going to be jacking the back objective. Very nice. That was a good Frostmaiden's Kiss, so that really did a lot of damage to those infantry. Griffin Legion going to be pulling back here before they get kind of pulled in. Pavane of Slaanesh almost going to be rampaging them, and they are rampaged super nice. Really, really good play there by Torpid. That was masterful. So he rampages the Griffin Legion using the Slaaneshi magic, which forces them to come in and fight against all these Spawn and these like Spear Marauders and things that they really, really don't want to be fighting. But how's the shooting doing? So far, Kossars with Spears unleashing some good damage. We do get the Snow Leopard also piling in to fight a little bit. Spearman got a little bit smashed, but overall it seems to be a pretty even trade. Reginald is doing a lot of damage to this army, but he too is taking a fair amount of damage. Uh-oh, the big Slaaneshi Demon, though, is Ice Sheet and Frostbitten. Dude, the Keeper of Secrets is down to 36 speed. That's so good. That's so slow for Slaanesh. Ice, baby. Reginald Puggington just skyrocketed in value after smashing that Keeper of Secrets. And then the Cav come back in. The Spears were not braced for the charge. They're going to be getting hammered. How is the middle looking? So in the middle, we do have some Ice Guard with swords. These ladies are actually going to be very effective at fighting off some of the Slaanesh units. And what's cool about Streltsy is they're pretty beast mode in melee too. They're like dwarf warriors basically. And the Griffin Legion's able to sandwich these units. It seems like Puggington is just getting great engagements across the board with his Cav, really sandwiching these Slaaneshi forces, although Slaanesh does have them triple capped. So Slaanesh is going to be having to kind of play the points a little bit. It's going to be relatively tough to get back these objectives here. Griffin Legion trying to peel off some of the Furies. Good Fury play here. And you can see that Senpai Torpid is pulling the value back a little bit. Remember, a lot of the value you're seeing is on the Keeper of Secrets. The rest of the Slaanesh army is very much intact. And they're going to be trying to dodge it. The Streltsy are trying to run away. Big bombardment going to be coming down from the sky. Here it comes, and it was dodged. Very, very nice. Although it still does about 30% damage here against these Streltsy units. So looking at the middle objective, it looks like Kislov is going to be able to re-secure that. They have broken off the Heretics here in the middle. Ice Guard with swords, able to fight back the Marauders very, very well. Archer's still intact on many fronts. And this Greater Demon is getting a little bit crazy. Going to be going after the Ice Witch. Seductive Glory, but the Griffin Legion comes in to rescue the Ice Witch. And like I said, Keeper of Secrets, not the tankiest in terms of armor. They actually do have good melee defense, but the Streltsy have got their guns out for the motherland, ripping shots up into the Greater Demon of Slaanesh. It's cinematics like this that are just so beautiful in this game. And yeah, they're going to keep shooting, reloading their guns. The Griffin Legion, of course, still getting huge damage. And I think if the Exalted Keeper of Secrets dies, I think that could be game blouses. But if the Keeper of Secrets is able to take down the Kislevite Ice Witch, that could be very, very good. Trying to get away. Ice Sheet going down, and the Demon is going to fall for sure. Wait, what happened? Did the demon just shrink? Its like legs got like short for a second, but down goes the Keeper of Secrets. The Kislovite Gunners and the Ice Witch marching triumphantly after banishing the Greater Demon. Super epic for sure. Now, looking around the battlefield, big value lead coming in from Puggington. And now, Kislov is really going to start running over Slaanesh most likely. Although Slaanesh is a very scrappy faction, they're very, very quick. We got some Demonettes in here which are summoned, so they're just going to be kind of ignored, I would imagine. And Puggington's control has just been so good. These big slows, these like alpha strikes with the missiles, it's just been so, so good. Demonette's only here for another 11 seconds. But again, you know, Kislov is being outcapped, and the point differential is getting pretty big. I mean, that's a big point lead. And if, you know, Torpid can hold on to the objectives, he can certainly grab some sort of a win. Yeah, we'll have to see. Snow Leopard going in, trying to goon the cultists. Snow Leopards are very, very good little SEM fighters. They have 50 melee attack, so even though the target isn't large, which is what they're designed for, they can still kill that. But Kislov does get a nice firm hold on that objective. They better hurry, dude. I mean, Torpid might still win on objectives, and he can still scrap and just try and distract the Kislov army back here. We do see the Griffin Legion engaging against these foul demons of Slaanesh. The Fiend's going to be lanced down pretty hardcore. But man, oh man, guys, Slaanesh still has that back objective. Kislov is going to have to start, like, sending something back here. If I was the Kislov player, what I would probably do is summon in some Zargard, move them up this way, because you got to plan for the long game. Because right now, Slaanesh might be able to Helm's Deep and beat you on just one objective, which is pretty crazy. And, you know, that makes sense, though, because Slaanesh is diving very recklessly into the Kislov lines, and the exchange there is you're sacrificing your value to, of course, win on the objectives. It's a very viable playstyle, but very risky, of course, but it can work. But Kosovo Dervishes clean up. Back objective going to be taken by Kislov here fairly soon. Although, looks like we got some more Hellstriders coming in. The Sweet Sorrow is active. Excuse me. Sweet Sorrow here, going to be giving a huge speed buff. Puts him up to 125 speed, just a casual 125 speed. Very, very quick. But how are they going to get the back objective? You see Winged Lancers coming in. Winged Lancers should make pretty quick work of these Marauders. Almost a 5,000 gold lead. And currently, though, looking at the score, Kislov is going to be getting the come from behind mechanic. See, this is what I think is dumb about come from behind. It's like why Kislov is winning on value. Why are you giving them more free stuff? It just doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. Well, anyways, it'll be gone soon, I'm sure. So, Kosovo Dervishes looking to run in here, but Slaanesh able to intercept with their own Hellstriders. Hellstriders are a very hard counter against the Kosovo Dervishes. They are not going to have a good time there. Middle objective taken. Back objective still taken by Torpid. He is still in this game with very, very good harass. It's almost like watching, you know, in an RTS game when you see like somebody harassing a mineral line or something. That's basically what's happening back here. And though he's losing units during the harass, he's accruing value elsewhere, right? Snow Leopard should be able to finish off these fiends, I would imagine. And the Kislovites will now move on to this objective. So everything is out on the table now. Everything is out on the table. Basically, Kislov has to get this back objective. And if they do get it, they win. If they don't, they will lose. Very, very simplistic. More and more Kosovo Dervishes coming in. It's all hands on deck. Basically just throwing everything they have. They have some infantry marching over. Streltsy are pumping those Kislov legs. Although, yeah, you don't want to fight those Marauders. No, 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 don't do that. Get those guys. You need to move down here and get this. Because otherwise, you're just going to kind of get intercepted and stalled here. And you are not going to have enough time, guys. This is very close. Very, very close. The Kossars of Spears are stopping. They're turning to fight. Big mistake. They need to get on that objective right now, dude. This is do or die. This is a very, very tense moment. And Kislov is hustling its whole army over, but the Kislov army isn't like, it ain't no spring chicken either. It's very beat up. Very, very beat up. And yeah, he's going to be taking down these Hellstriders, but he's only got 500 points here. Kislov is trying its best to wrestle Snow Leopards and Kosovo Dervishes coming in, fighting against the Slaaneshi army. But he needs to get over here, dude. This is a massive blunder. One of the first mistakes I've really seen Pug make today. Although, you know, he is putting some hurt on the Hellstriders, but now I think he realizes it. He's like, oh god, I do not have much time. And he's going to be moving these units over to fight. Winged Lancers, charging into the Marauders. Might be able to break them, but their leadership's pretty firm. I mean, you know, Slaaneshi leadership isn't bad. The Dark Prince does imbue them with pretty good determination there. So Kosovo Dervishes, as well as the Snow Leopard, going to be moving on to Objective 3. But here, look at this. Torpid is pulling back his units. He's moving back the Marauders of Slaanesh. Just screaming onto the point to interrupt the Kislov cap. But Kislov does have a lot of stuff here. But Slaanesh has the home field advantage, guys. 48-25. It looks like Slaanesh might be able to pull out a victory. And that is what I'm talking about. It's like just a slight misplay, like not getting that unit back onto the objective and not force pathing your Streltsy over there. He could have maybe had 2 infantry capturing here. Oh my god, it's so close. The capture weight is extremely heavy here for Kislov. It's so close. 49-30. Oh man, and they're going to be trying to block the Slaanesh units off the objective, and Kislov is going to get it. Kislov has the triple cap. Oh my god, super close, super close. So now Torpid is in the Uno card has been played. Torpid now has to find a way to snake an objective. If Torpid can capture an objective for even a second, he'll win the game. It'll take too long for Kislov to get it back. But Kislov, just through sheer willpower and determination and Slav grit, is able to get in there and get that objective. Beautiful stuff. You see the Hellstriders are being routed off the battlefield. Kislov has done it just barely. Just barely. And wow, that is insane. Marauders of Slaanesh probably going to be sandwiched here to the back of these guys. And it looks like Puggington is going to take over the match, dude. Absolutely nutty stuff. Absolutely nutty. Spellbound is like, I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. People in Twitch chat saying, oh, it's over. Yeah, that's GG. Well, I thought so too. He just barely got it. Just a couple points, man. Torpid was so close to getting that game. Absolutely nuts. So now Slaanesh has to find some sort of a scheme to steal an objective. And they're going to be going for the weakest spot, which is the back point. It's not there have been games that have come down to 5 points in the end. This is very much in that ballpark. So now they scream in here. Oh man, are they going to be able to do something here? We see some Marauders coming in. Hellstriders and Hellstriders. I think Kislov holds this. Lance is couched for the motherland as they get a big charge in there. The Griffin Legion, of course, probably going to win that fight. They have too much armor. Hellstriders have anti-large, but not armor piercing. And Kislov is hustling across with the Griffin Legion. A very scary situation. Like, everything is super tense right now. Where else could... this is a little bit lightly defended here as well, but unfortunately for Torpid, he only has like 500 requisition resources to spend. Of course, Puggington calculated that all. Dude, crazy match. Well played to Torpid. He was losing the battle hard, but his determination and grit almost got him the win on the objectives. That was so good. That was really, really good. Close game. Value accrued. Let's take a look. Griffin Legion did pretty good. Shooting was nice. Kossar is good. Amazing game on both sides. Of course, Ice Guard only got 300. They didn't do super hot. Little Snow Leopards also did some good gooning. Yeah, like, Torpid... If Torpid did not lose his Keeper of Secrets, if Senpai didn't lose his Keeper of Secrets, I think he wins the game. Because he had really good objective control, but losing your Greater Demon and your Caster, if that Greater Demon could have been a little bit more careful and like played the sides more, I think that Torpid wins that game. It really, really came down to the Greater Demon getting caught. That was the deciding factor. But even still, he made a great game of it, dude. An absolute great game. You and your capture kitties, he says, yeah. All right, so we got the Broken Lake Gully for our next map. GG, super well played. Cool. Just letting him know it's best of 5. Crazy, crazy match. The Leopards do have good capture weight. Yeah, they're like little little SEMs. They have decent capture weight. But I mean, Kislov had like probably 4 times the gold that Slaanesh had back there. So of course they should capture that. He had just way more stuff back there. He had like 4 or 5 cav units, a couple infantry units. Slaanesh only had like a marauder and like 1 cav unit. So Kislov should get that. Yeah, they should get that objective for sure. All right, so GG. Very well played though, man. Reginald Puggington says my heart is racing like crazy after that. Yeah, I don't blame you, dude. Me too. And I'm not even playing. I'm like getting stressed out there. Torpid could come back for the reverse sweep, Sebastian, for sure. He 100% could. We're going into game 3 of the finals, so you could say that. Yeah, absolutely, man. We are. Dude, that game was super tense. Super, super tense. All right, so let's check it out. 9 more seconds. Yeah, 9 more seconds, he would have gotten it. So let's see what they do for the next pick and ban here. Dude, today's tournament has been really, really good. I've been having an absolute blast with this. It's so nice to have like a big active tournament again. Even though like we're still in the Dark Ages, we don't have Immortal Empires yet. It's been really fun. Today's been really fun. Feels good, man. Feels good. It feels good indeed. Oh, Beanie, I agree with you 100%. And I'm pretty sure it will. I've been complaining about the comeback mechanic to Creative Assembly super often, so I think it'll happen. And most other like hosts and players agree with me. I think not everyone, but who do you think in Total War Warhammer 3 has the most positive matchups? Sorry guys, I had to crack. I'm having a quick snack before this game because I'm just like my stomach's grumbling here. Who has the most good matchups? Probably Khorne. Like I don't think Khorne has any bad matchups. Okay, Khorne can destroy Kislov. They're fine against Nurgle. They're fine against Slaanesh. They're fine against... Like, Khorne has no bad matchups, in my opinion. Yeah. You have none. Nurgle has some matchups that aren't amazing. Like, Nurgle isn't as ubiquitously good as Khorne. They're not. They're really not. But Nurgle is quite good still. Nurgle, when they got some of the buffs... Because Nurgle was pretty bad when the game first came out. They were like the meme faction. But then they got like some good cost reductions that made them pretty viable and some good changes. Like Plague Bearers used to have like 22 speed or something. It was really stupid. So they could just literally never get to the battlefield. But they got buffed up to 28 speed. They got some cost reductions. And Nurgle's now in a good place. Hey, Brian. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, thank you. I just showed that pistachio who's boss. That was so good. Remember to hydrate. That's right. And speaking of, I'm going to go refill my water real quick because I'm just going through these like it's nobody's business, man. All right, guys, I return. We've been streaming for about 5.5 hours. Normally, I only stream the top 4, but it was pretty fun doing some of the earlier rounds today. It kind of helped develop the narrative a little bit, I feel. I'm surprised Turin still hasn't taken... Yeah, no, we did, Zipe. I mixed them up. I add them together. We even had a whole series with Even Star without a desync or slideshows. Yeah, that's true, we did. That's true. Yeah. We've been pretty fortunate today. I'm sweating most of it out. That's right. Yeah, it's like 87 degrees here right now. I am the Iron Bladder, dude. For any of you guys who don't know that story, I was in a pretty competitive Age of Empires game, and it was like it went to like a 2-hour match. It was just like a pure stalemate, and my opponent actually gave up because he had to use the restroom, and I did too, but I was holding it and suffering. So ever since then, I've been known as I've been referred to as the Iron Bladder. If you get stuck in a 2-hour-long RTS match with me, you better pray, dude. You're gonna be in trouble. Yeah, that was one of my favorite moments. It was so funny. I had hot dogs for dinner last night, dude. It was so good. It was so good. You know what the best way to do hot dogs is? Well, one of the best ways, like simplest ways to just make like delicious hot dogs, is grilled onions. So just get like some grilled like red or white onions. And just like grill them in a little bit of oil for a while and just like throw them on top of the hot dog. And that will like turn your hot dog game from being like a white belt hot dog guy to like a black belt hot dog guy. It's so good. It's so good, man. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Like grilled onions on a hot dog is just so good. I think I'm gonna make some after this. It's gonna happen. I'm just gonna celebrate by just devouring like 10 hot dogs. Yeah, that's some good stuff right there, man. It's some good stuff. How many could I eat? Okay, I think I could eat probably like between 8 to 10 hot dogs with the bun too. If it's like a white bread bun, if it's wheat bread, that's a whole different thing. Because wheat bread like expands in your stomach in it's like heavier. But I could if it's like white bread, those like cheap like buns, I could probably go through like 10 of them. I could. Yeah, relish is really good too. I'm talking just simplistic. Pone, you bite your tongue, dude. You bite your tongue. Cool. So they're doing their picks and bans. They're taking a little bit longer because obviously it's a very important moment. They need to really be careful with this. They need to be careful with this. Yeah, the wheat bread buns are rough. They're healthier, a little bit healthier. They have less calories and stuff, and they usually don't have milk in them, so it's better for you. But boil hot dogs and beer. Oh, I've never thought of that. Okay, that's something to consider. That is something to consider. Yeah, grilled onions are just so good. It's such a simple thing to make too. Kevin says, if we get turned to 1K likes, we'll... that wouldn't be enough to make me eat 10 hot dogs. It would need to be like something substantial. You know, either like an event that we're having, so that's like the punishment for losing or something, or it would have to be pretty substantial. Yeah. Plus, I don't have 10. I only have 3 in the kitchen, so yeah, wouldn't be possible tonight, guys. Wouldn't be possible. No, I haven't tried that, Dario. What is that? You have to let me know, man. So as far as the picks go, let us see. So, yep. That is correct. So I'm going to copy and paste the rules for the best of 5 for these players. So let me go ahead and get it. And here you go. Yeah, so the only time that bans come into play is with game 5. Correct. So the pick and ban system is in place for them, and they just kind of keep doing this. Turin, if you could have Koresh, Ind, or Napone. Oh, that's really tough. I would probably take Napone and Ind, honestly, because I would love to just have like giant war elephants. And then Napone is just super cool. Like, I would love to have like a Shogun type faction. That would be so rad. Koresh is pretty rad too, though. But yeah, I don't know. They're all awesome, dude. They're all awesome. It would be really hard to choose behind those. It'd be really hard to do it. Okay, let's see here. So now invest. It's just standard. Cool, just kind of explaining to the players here. They had some questions about the picks and bans in best of 5. Cool, they're all set. They now know. Yeah, you know what faction I really want though, that I think would be super, super cool for like Creative Assembly to work with Games Workshop on would be what's it called? God, come on, brain. You can do it. I believe in you. Musion. Like if the Red Duke got his own Vampire Bretonnia hybrid faction, so it has like zombified like Bretonian infantry, like men-at-arms that are like a little different than skeletons, and then they have like evil Grail Knights and stuff. Dude, that would be so cool. And you could actually do a lot. That faction could be really interesting. You could take pieces from Bretonia and Vampire Counts and make like this cool hybrid. I think that'd be really rad. Obviously, Border Princes could be a lot of fun too. They could have like a really diverse roster, but I don't know. I'd rather Musion. Musion would be like one really high up on my list. And you know, I think like once Warhammer 3 gets pretty deep and we've gotten like most of the factions fleshed out, I can totally see Creative Assembly doing like Musion or something. That would be really cool. No, I'm good on the Sigmarine thing. Thank you. I'm good. I'm good on that. All right, so they still haven't done their picks and bans yet. No problem. We are on the Broken Leg Gully. Do we have to manifest Cathay here? Are we going to do the Cathay chant to manifest their spirits into the battle like we did earlier? Maybe that will be the case. Bretonia themselves don't even have enough units. Bretonia's got a pretty deep roster. I mean, you have like Men-at-Arms and a bunch of different variants of them. You have the sword and shield, the sword, the spear and shield. You have the peasant mob, battle pilgrims, foot squires. Right? That's a pretty good range with the Grail Relic. You have like 4 or 5 different cav units. You have archer variants, you have artillery. Like Bretonia is not like a narrow roster. I mean, it's a little bit predictable in some ways, but like it's good enough. It's good enough for sure. Dogs of War, yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff. It's Morbin time, yeah, the vampire counts are here. Oh my god, the whole Morbius meme thing. That, you know, when I was younger, I used to like pick up on memes right away, but it actually took me like a couple days to realize the Morbius meme thing was going on, yeah. Pretty hilarious. Ogre Kingdoms versus Zinch? No way. Yeah, looks like it. Okay. Wow. Ogre Kingdoms. No, Khorne versus Ogres. Okay. So Khorne versus Ogres. We saw this earlier. We saw Evenstar try to snipe Khorne a little bit too hard with the double Iron Blaster and lost the game. So I would imagine that Torpid will do something a little bit different here. A little bit different. Should be good, man. Oh yeah, Albion too. Yeah, there was a couple mods in Warhammer 2 and 1, I think, that added Albion to the game. Yeah, there was a few of them. Yeah, Nomad, I can't believe that either. Yeah, I can't believe Sony re-released the movie and it just like did terribly. That's like the funniest part of it. The movie was pretty terrible. It was pretty awful. I am like one of the easiest movie people ever to please. Like you literally could, I enjoy Steven Seagal movies, right? But like that movie was just bad that I just didn't even enjoy it. I was like, oh God, this is just so terrible. You know? It wasn't like funny bad. It was just bad. Yeah, just bad. Yeah, I really want to play Tomb Kings as well. Just get some fat Ushabti Great Bows and Bone Giants, just kind of blasting downtown and giving the business. Oh yeah, that sounds really good to me. Moon Magic says, I was busy that weekend. Please release the defeaters one more time. Let's see if they saw Turin's Captain Jack Sparrow build. Yes, the Mass Maneater build. Undefeated. It's because I've only played it once and I won with it. But, yeah, Maneater pistols with Maneaters. It could work. The problem is Khorne Halberds are so tough to deal with for the Ogres. Scrap launchers, maybe. Maybe we see some scrap launchers coming in, dude. Just get some like nice bombardments from downtown. Turin, do you enjoy the Star Wars prequels ironically or unironically? I would say like both. Like when I was like watching them when I was younger, I didn't. The first one I thought was kind of haggard, like the Phantom Menace, but like there's still some good scenes in that. Like when you have Darth Maul fighting like Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, that whole sequence is awesome, dude. And then you have the other two, like I kind of enjoyed them. Like I enjoyed them. I was very young though, so it's kind of like I would still enjoy them. And I appreciate the Star Wars prequels even more after we got the new Star Wars movies. I was like, oh wow, okay. We didn't know how good we had it. We really, really didn't know how good we had it. Like really, we didn't. You know what they need to make? They need to make a live action Gotrek and Felix show. That would be the best thing ever. Like a buddy cop show. It just follows, it's from the perspective of Felix, but he's with Gotrek. Dude, that show would be so good. And like, that is like the laziest, easiest fantasy thing to adapt. Because like, it's already all written in books. The stories are really simple too. They're not like super complex. And it would be such a fun adventure show to watch, dude. And they could make it all like, you know, kind of grimdark and, oh man. Cast me as Felix, dude. I'll do that all day. You know, grow up the long blonde hair, get some sweet Empire gear. Dude, Gotrek and Felix would be, I actually think that would legitimately be a huge show. I think people, that like, if it got some like good talent behind it and it wasn't like some crappy sci-fi channel show, dude, Gotrek and Felix show would be super good. Yeah, Brian Bless can voice Gotrek, that's fine. You would just like put some prosthetics on some actor's face or something. I don't know who would play Gotrek though. Yeah, that's a tough one. Danny DeVito, no. Danny DeVito would play Skarsnik or something. He would play some Skaven character, you know? No, Danny DeVito can't be Gotrek. Dude, do you know how jacked Gotrek is? Gotrek is like, he's like the wide walk meme guy. His just massive. There's a couple scenes in the book where Gotrek like picks up a horse and throws it. Like dwarves in Warhammer are super jacked. Not all of them, of course, but like the warrior ones. Like dwarves are jacked. They're just absolutely beasts. Let's see what you're saying, Kevin. You said it's something in pre-production? Yeah, I don't know. Gotrek, yeah, I mean, Netflix could do it. Sure, why not? Yeah, aren't they remaking Willow? Do they have Warwick Davis coming back, or is it just going to be like super janky? Oh yeah, Danny DeVito could play like a Thankful type character for sure. Who do we have as Gotrek though? Okay, guys, let's be serious for a second. No, like if you look at artwork in the army books, for like Warhammer Fantasy. Like dwarves are jacked in like a lot of their pictures. They are just the lords of biceps and traps, and they like are just massive. Like those dwarves, like they do their deadlifts, they do their bench, they do their bicep curls, they do their shoulder shrugs, they do all that. Oh yeah, Eddie Hall, the strongman, would actually be a really good Gotrek. But people always assume Eddie Hall is short, but he's actually like 6'5". So that they would have to do some serious CGI for that. But he definitely looks like a Dwarven Slayer. His like face and his mohawk. Eddie Hall is like 6'5", dude. No, you couldn't do Peter Dinklage. He's not like you'd have to do serious CGI. And oh man, how do you do that? You know, they could always cast like a super jacked actor who's like 5'10" or something. Like just a super jacked actor. And do what they did in Lord of the Rings with Gimli. You had Jonathan Rhys-Davies as Gimli in Lord of the Rings, right? And he's not like a short guy. I think he's like over 6 foot or something. And he played Gimli, and they just used perspective. I think you could actually do that. You could get like a super jacked actor and just use perspective, like force perspective on things to make him like... Yeah, Gimli, they could just do what they did with Gimli, actually, yeah. 100%. Vin Diesel? Oh, man. Vin Diesel with a mohawk, though? That'd be interesting. Yeah, the Gimli actor is not a small man. He's a bigger guy. Oh, Gimli is the best dwarf. Jonathan Rhys-Davies could do it. Oh my god, but that would just be too much of a meme since he already played Gimli. Okay, so the players had to take a little bit of a bathroom break, so now it looks like they are about ready. A TV series, let's see. So Pious Skeleton saying, yeah, he's 6'1", which is pretty crazy. Imagine like seeing him without the perspective. Misha saying, Peeling saying, movie magic will make anyone short. Yeah, you know, movie magic can work all sorts of tricks. It can make Tom Cruise look tall. It can make Jonathan Rhys-Davies look short. My dad was an actor actually, and he was fairly short. My dad was 5'6", and there's scenes I saw him in where he actually looked kind of tall. I was like, oh, that's strange. Yeah, that's also the thing. Somebody in chat saying a good point. There could be like a really talented, super jacked 5'4" actor out there, and then they just cast like Felix as like a 6'5" dude. So then the perspective of those two characters, yeah, that could be very good. Ooh, Tom Hardy. I like Tom Hardy as a Dwarven Slayer actually, because Tom Hardy's pretty built, or he can be when he trains, and I don't think he's terribly tall either. Yeah, Tom Hardy would actually be a really good Gotrek. Oh, yeah. All right, so last question before we focus back on the action. Who do we cast as Felix? Let's say Tom Hardy, I think, would be a great Slayer. And he's got that, like, really, like, gruff kind of voice he does on a lot of his movies. Yeah, dude, whoever said Tom Hardy nailed it. Yeah, that's really good. I think he would be a great Gotrek. Like, you saw how jacked he was in Bane and Batman, right? Like, yeah, that's perfect. That is perfect. All right, guys. So, it is time, ladies and gentlemen. We are here. It is the grand finals. It is game 3. We have Senpai Torpid facing off here against Reginald Puggington. Puggington is up 2-0, but you can never count out the Torpid. He is here. He is seeking vengeance. You merely adopted the grudge. Dude, so good. Tom Hiddleston for Felix? All right, that's not bad. Yeah. The guy, Jamie Lannister guy? Absolutely. Felix is a little bit younger, though. I think Felix is, like, in his, like, 20s or 30s. So, it's a little bit tricky. All right, guys. Chaos Warriors of Khorne. Obviously, pretty durable against ogres. Halberds, mix them in. And yeah, just spamming armor against ogres is very stressful, because aside from Maneater Pistols, Iron Guts, which you don't want to trade in melee against halberds, and, like, a lot of the ogre AP is, like, you know, kind of melee focused, which is going to suck against halberds. So spamming armor against ogres is very good. And that's what we're seeing right here. That is what we're seeing. Now, looking on the other side, we do have the mighty Torpid, Senpai Torpid. It's got some Iron Guts. Dude, this is a super awesome build. It's got a giant double Maneater Pistol, a Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw, and we have the Giant. Ogre Giants are pretty cool. Can we actually like look under his mask? Is he actually like textured under there? It's kind of hard to tell. Well, anyways, he is here, man. The Powder Guts are going to be very good here because Powder Guts can fight most of the Khorne roster on their own. When they get the adaptable tactics, they get super jacked. Heading across here, it looks like there's going to be some Ogre Bulls with dual weapons up on the high ground, looking to claim Objective 1. And Khorne is also going to be slow pushing up here with a fair amount of infantry. So here they come, here they come. Yep, going to be kind of bull rushing there. Nice Man-Eater pistol shots, though. Able to pick off a couple Khorne warriors and force them back into the Shadow Realm. So Reginald Puggington is going to be pulling back, but this is a big high ground push. Interesting. And the Ogres are now going to be pushing for the back objective. Yeah, it looks like they got some Iron Guts going up here. This is a nice play by the Ogres. Iron Guts will for sure defeat Chaos Warriors of Khorne, but the only concern is that Khorne can summon a Khorne Dog and come around and Khorne Dog them there and kind of like get that really, really big surround, and that's going to be a little bit tricky, right? So, down on the low ground, Chaos Warriors of Khorne, Spawn of Khorne, heading on over to the objective, looking to do some battle. Joe Cool says, wow, this is still going on. Yeah, so normally I do best of 1, but I'm going to be switching my tournaments to best of 3 because it feels pretty bad to be eliminated in a best of 1. You know? It certainly does. But Khorne is really getting aggressive on the back objective, and they're going to be a little bit better at this. I overall think the positional play from Khorne here is a little bit better for the Blood God. Because like a single Halberd unit against the Ogres is very tough to remove. Whereas back here, this Iron Gut, though it's doing a very good job. Yeah, look at the Iron Guts actually. They're taking these Chaos Warriors to Poundland for sure. Get some Furies coming in, maybe going to be doing a rear charge here. Yep, he gets the flank, he sandwiches in. The Iron Guts do get trapped up a little bit, and they are going to be taking a bit of damage, but they're retreating, looking to get some reinforcements as the Man-Eater pistols maneuver, but this is not a great spot for the Man-Eaters. You know, they can't really get good line of sight here, and again, I think Khorne is just kind of getting the better of the positional plays. Like, it's going to be extremely tough for Nurgle to get this objective back. Once Khorne takes it. The middle objective, of course, being held okay, but Man-Eaters and Halberds are on their way down. Ogres will for sure get the middle objective. Certainly will. Iron Guts here in the meantime, going to be dragged down by the Khornate forces. A little bit of a lead here for Reginald Puggington as these giant beatstick ogres who are super cool. I think Iron Guts are one of my favorite units in the ogre roster. They're so rad. But they're going to be running for the hills. I mean, this is literally 1,000, 750, like 850. Yeah, this is like over 2,000, almost 3,000 worth of Khorne pushing back these guys. And the Man-Eaters are just kind of shooting some of the Furies, not really kind of doing too much for the battle position. And here we get the spawn of Khorne and the Warriors. Khorne Warriors are just so durable. I'm starting to think this matchup isn't great for the Ogres. Like, I'm starting to feel that the efficient Khorne armor, and armor in general, it seems pretty good against Ogre Kingdoms. Like, all their bulls kind of lack armor piercing. Noblars obviously lack AP, and it's tricky. You know, Spears and Halberds are just very, very effective against them. And they get pushed back. Khorne does take this objective. They take the high ground objective, and now we're going to be seeing a Khorne Dog sandwich. They're going to be coming from either side and just collapsing down on this formation. And that's probably honestly what I would do. Just leave a single halberd. I mean, granted, these players are better than me, but I would leave a single halberd on objective 1. Okay? I would just chill out there and then just crash down in the middle. The fury of 1,000 nations here. And yep, the ogres actually get fully pushed back here. So they summoned in units to try and resecure the objective here. And I don't know about the giant pick. The Man-Eater pistols are pretty good when supported. But unsupported, these Warriors of Khorne are just going to eventually attrition them down. And we have the Haggard Giant back here as well. Look at this big boy. He's trying his best. He's trying his best for sure. But, you know, these are halberds. And man, look how cool these Khorne halberds are. Like, how can you not want to start a Khorne tabletop army after looking at these guys? The only thing that I don't like about these Khorne Warriors, aesthetically speaking, is the fact that they have so much trim, and I have nightmares about painting trim as a Chaos player. For anybody who's ever played tabletop, painting, I mean, it looks really cool, but it's just pure suffering to paint. When you play Chaos, you really have to embrace the suffering with Khorne. You really do. Or just the painting, I guess. And yeah, Khorne's going to be taking the middle objective, and honestly, the Ogre build seemed very experimental. It did not seem like a proven Ogre build, and we're starting to kind of see that come into effect here. You can see that the spawn of Khorne are being dragged down by the dens of massive ogres. The Man-Eater pistols, of course, fighting pretty well, but this is certainly pretty bleak back here. We have some warriors chasing ogres off the map on that side. Puggington definitely needs to get back up here, because right now, the ogres could actually steal this objective. If they just summoned in like a Noblar and went and grabbed that, they could actually take it, which would be a little bit tough. But Khorne is getting the dreaded triple cap here. And the Ogre Kingdoms looking to be kind of running out of steam as they're down by about 1,200 value. I mean, they still have the Man-Eater pistols. They're pulling back, and the old meta in this matchup was Ogres with Man-Eaters and Gorgers, when Gorgers were just stupid broken. Like, one Gorger could kill like 2 or 3 Halberd units. It was just so dumb with Scrag healing them. But, you know, I feel like a lot of Ogre players have overly forsaken the Gorgers. Like, I feel like Gorgers might still be good in this matchup against Chaos Warriors. With a little bit of healing and support, a little bit of good positioning, I feel like they could do it. I really do. So looking here, we see Khorne fighting very cost effectively. The value lead is just crushing. The pug, this pug is unleashed today. Honestly, Puggington is making almost no mistakes. Puggington beat the #1 player in the community at the moment. He defeated the #3 player in the community. And now he is facing a very strong opponent here in Senpai Torpid, who of course is a very strong up-and-comer himself, but the pug is just playing like a man possessed. I don't know if he's been practicing in the shadows, some training montage or something, just ripping apart his chew toys, but he is just going absolutely ham. And Khorne is just slow pushing back the ogres now. The ogres are just retreating and trying to get their guns online. Some of these ogres are doing karate kicks, but the halberds are just trading so effectively to them that, you know, things are certainly not going well. I would maybe like to see, like, ogres with, like, a Noblar-based build with some dual weapons and Iron Guts. Like, what about a Noblar build with Iron Guts on top of them, Noblar trappers in the back to shoot the spawn, and then a little bit of magic support? I feel like that could certainly do very, very well. Certainly do very, very well. So looking around, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a triple cap. Uno, dos, tres, each Nissan. I don't think I can really say it in any other languages. 1, 2, 3. They're doing their thing. The Haggard Giant trying its best. In my experience, Giants are one of the ultimate meme units. They just don't quite get there. They try their best. They're tough to kill. Slightly better in land battles because they can just mouth breathe and stand in one spot, and, you know, they take a while to kill. But, yeah, it's tough. Fozen says, Gorders have been tested. In 1v1, Gorders lose to dual weapons and halberds. Yeah, I can see that happening. But if Gorgers have a little bit of support from, like, Noblars, like, let's say you have a Noblar with a Gorger, that could potentially win that, with the Gorgers taking very little damage. They're just like a mobile, good armor-piercing option. That's for sure. So the Giant getting a huge smash right there, crumping some of the Chaos Warriors, but he is certainly not going to get that objective back. The writing is on the wall, ladies and gentlemen. Will we see a GG from Senpai Torpid here, or will he fight to the bitter end? He's kind of closing the value gap a little bit. You know, it was about 4,000, now it's, well, okay, it's, never mind. It hasn't been closed that much. He's trying his best. Chaos Warriors chilling on the back objective. I see virtually zero chance of winning here for, unless Puggington just magically blunders, like just the most catastrophic Haggard blunder you've ever seen. I simply just don't think that is going to be happening. I don't think so. Yeah, there's several other qualifiers going on, for sure. There are indeed. But each qualifier is run based on the creator who's running it. So they can set the parameters of best of one, how many people can sign up. Because some creators aren't willing to do like a big 100-man plus tournament, right? They might not have the multiplayer experience. Because several of the individuals who are hosting qualifiers are kind of new to multiplayer, actually. So I think they wanted to have smaller events. But hopefully some of you guys will still have opportunities to play in other ones. I know Dov Plays still has one at the end of the month, and he'll be doing a very normal qualifier just like this. So there'll be time. Maybe I'll play in it just for fun, and, you know, we'll see what happens. We'll see. Herald of Khorne pushing back here, but that's GG. I'm sure Puggington is barking with excitement in his lair. The game is pretty much over. We can see some cinematic shots of the Giant being harassed and harried here by the Fleshhounds of Khorne. Pug needs to... You know, I think if Pug actually desummoned his entire army right now, he would still win. Because the Ogres would not have enough time to get to all the objectives. They've just been pinned in the shadows the entire time. They just cannot do it. GG indeed. Raphael, that actually made me laugh, dude. That's funny. But that is going to be it. Puggington is going to claim victory. Torpid scrapping to the bitter end, but being down by 3,000 value. It's not that different from land battles. If you're down by that much, you're probably going to be losing the game, unless you were up on points. But the Ogres lost in the engagements as well as on the objectives. So if you lose on both those points, that's going to be it. Puggington claims victory, and he is going to be qualifying, ladies and gentlemen, for the Summer Championship, July 9th and 10th. Puggington will get early access to the Immortal Empires multiplayer to get some reps in. And on top of that, he is going to be up for winning a big cash prize of potentially $1,500 for first, $1,000 for second, and $500 for third. The Pug is truly a tyrant today. He really, really, really has gotten there. And I am super impressed with his play today. You know, when I was casting the earlier round games, I just randomly picked Puggington out. It's like, hey man, I'm going to start casting your games today in the earlier rounds. So he's like, all right. But little did we know the narrative and the story that would be going on, that he would become such an unholy tyrant. So, that is going to be it for today. Thank you all for joining. Congratulations to Puggington. He is going to be the champion, winning the grand finals against the mighty Torpid, who put up a great fight today. Torpid almost won that last match. Torpid was like 5 seconds away from winning the previous match. Torpid could have won this series for sure. Could have gone a completely different direction, but the Pug has done it. So I just want to sincerely thank you all for joining. If you enjoyed this stream here on the YouTube, please do drop a like. And for those of you guys over on Twitch, it's been a pleasure hanging with you. Sorry, I joined your chat a little bit late. I didn't know there was a chat going on, but it's been fun. Good to meet some new folks. And if you want some more of this action, head on over. We'll be here doing tournaments every week. And that's it. So take care of yourselves. We'll see you on the other side. Congratulations to the Pug. He has done well. We even got to see Cathay today. Granted, they didn't win, but we still got a Cathay game, which is more than you can say for most tournaments. So, adios, my friends. Do widzenia. Dobry noc. That is it. I'm going to go hang out with my smoking hot wife as always. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Take care of yourselves. You know, go hang out with your pets and your loved ones. Get some good food. Feast. And we'll see you guys soon. Take care.